The host smiled and said, "Wow, the family members are very enthusiastic. I don't even know who to choose." She looked around the audience and fixed her gaze on Luo Qiao. Qiao tilted her head and whispered to Luo Haoyan, "Do you think she will say something that makes me go on stage?" Luo Haoyan smiled and replied, "She's Sun Guixiang, an officer from the propaganda department. She's the niece of Vice Factory Director Qiao." Suddenly, Sun Guixiang smiled and said, "Everyone, quiet down. I have an idea. I heard that Vice Factory Director Luo's newly adopted daughter is also here today. Most of us don't know her yet, right? Would everyone like to meet her?" Qiao sneered silently, despising this girl. She was being schemed against without realizing it, probably incited by Qiao Meng. The Luo family members looked unhappy. Everyone at the factory and in the family courtyard knew Luo Qiao had come from the countryside. Now, in front of so many people, it seemed like they wanted Luo Qiao to embarrass herself on stage. While everyone was discussing, Luo Qiao stood up. Luo Haoyan grabbed her arm and said, "There's no need to force it. It's okay." Luo Qiao calmly said, "It's okay. I won't bring shame to the Luo family, and I won't let anyone bully me." Luo Qiao walked out of the audience area, where there was a staircase leading to the stage. She confidently stepped up, took the wired microphone handed to her by the staff, and lowered her head to speak briefly with the band beside her. Then she moved to the center of the stage. Sun Guixiang didn't expect Luo Qiao to really come up. She had decided on her own to let Luo Qiao come up today. First, because Qiao Meng had spoken badly about Luo Qiao many times. Second, because they just found out that a scheduled performance backstage was cancelled, and they needed to fill the time with another act. Sun Guixiang used to have a good relationship with Xiao Jining, so she thought it was okay for Luo Qiao, who came from a small place, to come up and make a fool of herself. It was also a way to vent her frustration for Xiao Jining. Once Luo Qiao was steady, she asked directly, "I want to ask the host, how did you come up with the idea for this interactive segment? Was there a problem with your program, or was someone else behind this?" Luo Qiao didn't want to show anyone respect. She asked straight out. Sun Guixiang didn't expect Luo Qiao to be so bold. She disregarded Luo's dignity and asked such questions in front of all the staff and family members. Her face looked displeased, and she said, "What are you talking about? I didn't expect Luo Vice Factory Director's daughter to be so humorous." Luo Qiao replied, "I'm not just a daughter of a vice director. I thought you were mocking me. Our factory has many employees' families. I'm honored you chose me. Of course, I understand why you did. After all, Xiao Jining's niece, who just scolded me yesterday, probably planned this to embarrass me and stand up for her friend Xiao Jining. But you're going to be disappointed. I still have a little talent." As soon as she finished, the audience in the hall erupted. They didn't expect Luo Qiao, the newly recognized daughter of the Luo family, to speak so frankly. They also didn't expect her to openly disrespect Vice Director Qiao in front of so many people. Was she trying to cause trouble for the two vice directors? Luo Qiao had intentionally said this. She had lived through this life and never wanted to be wronged. She had planned to slowly deal with Qiao Meng in the future, but if she wanted to make things difficult, she would let her. She also wanted to see how the Luo family would react, whether they would stand firmly by her side, think of her first, and finally send a warning to those in the family compound who pretended to support Xiao Jining but were actually causing trouble for her. Qiao Meng was sweating nervously backstage. She didn't expect Luo Qiao to be so bold, saying whatever she wanted in front of so many people. It seemed like she was trying to cause trouble for her. Sun Guixiang didn't expect Luo Qiao to guess her meaning directly. She was not very skilled at hiding her thoughts, and her expression quickly became unnatural, but everyone in the audience could see it clearly. When she finally calmed down, Luo Qiao said, "Don't worry, I don't mind small things like this. You were fooled, and since your program had problems, I'll help you out, but don't thank me too much." Facing the audience, Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Just joking about this Deputy Director Sunday. But from now on, don't call me the daughter of Deputy Factory Director Luo. It sounds too fancy. Just call me Luo Qiao. I hope everyone will support me." Since it was the National Day holiday, she also mentioned that her father told her today was very important for all the workers and their families at the machinery factory. Since the host gave her this chance, she then sang I Love You, China for everyone. She hoped everyone would like it and wished our great country prosperity and progress. Luo Qiao didn't care that Sun Guixiang was still on stage and hadn't left. She waved to the band nearby, and the music started. The audience below was surprised. No one expected Luo Qiao to be so confident. She looked more professional and graceful than the previous performers. She sang, The Oriole flies across the blue sky. I love you, China. Her singing was much better than the earlier performers. This song was an insert from the movie Overseas Sons, created in 1979. Luo Qiao didn't know if this song was popular now, but the previous performers hadn't sung it. After finishing the song, the audience was stunned. After a brief silence, thunderous applause filled the hall. Luo Qiao bowed and handed the microphone before leaving the stage. The host, who was supposed to come on next, hurriedly went on stage only after Luo Qiao had left, which disappointed the factory leaders sitting below. Among them was Vice Factory Director Qiao Jining. Since Luo Qiao spoke, his face had not looked good. He was upset because his niece and his wife's niece had teamed up to bully Luo Qiao's daughter, who had just been officially recognized as part of the family. It's easy to guess what this is about. No matter what happens in the family compound, it can't be kept secret. Previously, her niece was always following Luo Jialing around. Oh no, now it's Xiao Jialing. Now, someone openly said this in front of all the factory workers and family members, which embarrassed him as the eldest uncle. His wife already didn't like Qiao Meng, and now there's more trouble at home. He wonders what bad karma he has accumulated. After the evening party, Qiao Jining wanted to apologize to Luo Haotian first, but he said he had something to do and needed to take his daughter to catch a train, so he gave up. As the Luo family just left the hall, Qiao Meng stopped them and said in front of everyone, Uncle Luo, I said some things yesterday that I shouldn't have, but was I really wrong? She pointed at Luo Qiao and asked, if it weren't for her, wouldn't you all want Jialing? Luo Haotian's face darkened. This is our family matter. It's not your place to interfere. Qiao Meng looked at Luo Qiao and said, but Jialing is my best friend. Luo Qiao found her disgusting. Just because you're friends, do you think you can force others to agree? Luo Xiyun took over and said, Jialing was sent away because her biological parents are still alive. She needs to go back and show filial piety. She can't just stay with someone else's family when her parents are still alive. Hearing this, everyone's eyes on Qiao Meng changed strangely. It was like they were talking about her. Luo Xiyun continued. Before she left, she even tried to steal money from the house. She raised Jialing for 15 years, and now we feel cold-hearted. We can't keep her at home anymore. If you're so concerned for her and want to stand up for her, and you're her best friend, wouldn't it be better to bring her back and live together? Anyway, Vice Factory Director Qiao isn't short of food. This way, everyone will see that you're truly caring for Xiao Jialing, not just talking about it. I, Luo Xiyun, am the first to admire you. Luo Haotian saw Qiao Jining approaching and said, Xiyun, let's go. We can't miss the train. Qiao Jining also scolded, Qiao Meng, go home. Luo Qiao stopped and said, you look for superiority by stepping on others. You're so scheming. She turned and left with the Luo family. They couldn't waste any more time, or they really would miss the train. I went home to pick up my packed belongings. Luo Qiao and the elderly couple from the Luo family hugged each other. If there's a holiday for New Year's, I'll come to visit you two again, she said. She nodded at Ning Shuling and then turned to leave the Luo family house. Luo Qiao thought to herself that she was destined not to get along with her biological mother, Ning Shuling. Since that's the case, it's best if everyone just stays out of each other's way. As the three of them left the residential compound, they saw Yuan Jia waiting outside in his car. Luo Qiao smiled at him and said, fourth brother, why are you here? Yuan Jia replied, Grandpa asked me and third brother to come and see you off. Luo Qiao smiled and said, thank you, third brother and fourth brother. At this moment, Yuan Jiaming also got out of the car. Qiao, get in the car quickly so you won't miss your train. Luo Qiao clapped her hands and left. That evening, the neighborhood was lively. People chatted in groups about some things that couldn't be left unsaid about Vice Factory director Qiao's family, and they talked very enthusiastically. The Qiao family members hurried home in embarrassment and anger. As soon as they entered, Sun Liying, Qiao Haicheng's wife, lost her temper. Qiao Haicheng, what did I say? Xiao Meng is just a troublemaker, causing trouble for her own parents to divorce, and now she's causing trouble for our family. If you don't send her away this time, we might as well split up. I can't live like this anymore. I'll take the kids, and you and Xiao Meng can live together. After saying this, she stopped arguing, turned around, and went inside to pack. She arranged the children to sleep, closed and locked her bedroom door. Xiao Haicheng sat in the living room, smoking one cigarette after another. At this moment, Xiao Meng hadn't come home yet. He was starting to get a headache. If Xiao Meng didn't leave, he was afraid their family would really fall apart. He finished his cigarette, exhaled a long breath, and made a decision in his heart. As her uncle, he had already done enough for her. He couldn't let her truly destroy the family. He was almost asleep when Xiao Meng pushed the door open. Seeing her sitting on the sofa, he asked, "Big uncle, why aren't you asleep yet?" Xiao Haicheng replied coldly, "If you don't come back, how can I sleep?" He didn't want to argue with his niece anymore. He had explained many times before, but she always ignored him. He simply said, "Go to bed early. Tomorrow you need to get up early." Xiao Meng was secretly proud, thinking her eldest uncle would criticize her harshly this time. In the past, if she had taken advantage of her uncle's influence to bully others outside, he would always lecture her for a long time. Sigh. Being abandoned by others and still feeling proud, it's truly sad. Yuan Jia's two brothers took Luo Qiao and the others to the train station. After they checked their tickets and entered the station, they drove away to report to the old master. Luo Siyuan bought sleeper tickets to make his sister more comfortable. They found their seats, put their belongings down, and prepared to rest, as it was already late. With the clattering sound of the train, Luo Qiao fell asleep. At 7:30 in the morning, the train arrived at the station. Luo Haotian got off with his children. Just as they stepped out, Luo Qiao saw Lu Yichen standing outside. She asked, "Why are you here?" Lu Yichen, with a calm and slightly smiling face, replied, "Came to pick you up. You didn't come back yesterday, so you must be coming to class today." Lu Yichen borrowed a car from his comrade. He was worried Luo Qiao would be late for class. To his surprise, Luo's father and brother also came along. Luo Qiao introduced, "This is Lu Yichen, my friend. He's been taking good care of me." She then said to Lu Yichen, "This is my real dad. My second brother, you know him. They came especially to see me off to school." After saying that, she smiled, quickly got into the car, and said, "Hurry up and get in, or I'll be late." Lu Yichen greeted Luo Haotian and nodded to Luo Siyuan, saying, "Let's go." Luo Haotian kept looking at Lu Yichen, with many questions in his mind for Luo Qiao. But since the priority was not to let his daughter be late, he suppressed his thoughts and decided to ask her at noon. Luo Siyuan also felt annoyed with Lu Yichen but politely said, "Thank you." Compared to later times, there were few cars on the road. In just 10 minutes, they arrived at Luo Qiao's house. After getting out, Luo Qiao opened the door, but Lu Yichen turned and walked out of the alley. Soon, he returned carrying breakfast. Lu Yichen entered the courtyard and saw they had already finished washing up. He said, "Hurry up and come eat breakfast, or we'll run out of time." After eating, Luo Qiao changed into a new outfit, packed her bag, and took the two children who insisted on following her to school. Lu Yichen watched their departing figures, deep in thought. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if something had occurred to him. When Luo Qiao arrived at school, most of her classmates had already come. She walked into the classroom, and everyone saw the two men following behind her, looking curious. Luo Haotian spoke first. "Hello everyone, I am Luo Qiao's father, Luo Haotian. This is her older brother, Luo Siyuan. As you might guess, Luo Qiao is my biological daughter." We originally planned to bring Luo Qiao back to Beijing to study, but she said she liked it here and didn't want to leave. So today I came to see her and also wanted to meet everyone. Please take good care of Luo Qiao in the future. Seated near the edge of the classroom, Yan Jiajia wished she could find a hole to hide in. The matter had been over for several days, but Luo Qiao's rude behavior was clearly meant to show off and intimidate her. She blamed her cousin's harsh words for making her misunderstand and do wrong. Just as Luo Haoyan finished speaking, the homeroom teacher, Mr.
Go, arrived.
After a brief chat with Luo Haoyan, they realized class was about to start. Luo Haoyan left his work and home phone numbers, thanked Mr. Ge, and asked him to call if needed in the future. Luo Siyuan handed 2 large bags of white rabbit candies to Mr. Ge, asking him to distribute them to the students after class and thank everyone for taking care of Luo Qiao before. After leaving the classroom, Luo Haoyan and Luo Siyuan went straight to the principal's office. They explained their purpose and thanked Principal Li and Director Qiao for their help with Luo Qiao last week, praising their selfless spirit. Once the school matters were settled, Luo Haoyan and Luo Siyuan followed the address they had previously found and went to Yan Jiajia's home. It was a coincidence. The parents of Yan Jiajia were on leave this morning and at home, but they had just gone out to see someone off. Luo Haoyan and Luo Siyuan knocked on the door. A neighbor nearby said, "Comrades, they just left to see someone off. They'll be back soon. Who are you to their family?" Luo Haoyan didn't answer. Luo Siyuan, smiling, started talking to the neighbor. "We are the parents of her classmate, Yan Jiajia, here to learn some information." A sharp-eyed woman looked at Luo Haoyan's clothes and his face, then asked, "Are you here because of what happened at school last week?" Luo Siyuan smiled and said, "Wow, you're quite perceptive. Yes, I am the brother of the person involved, and that is my father." Now the neighbors understood that the girl's parents had arrived. Jiajia's child had caused trouble at home. Seeing the middle-aged man, it was clear he was not an ordinary person. He was wearing a 4-pocket Zhongshan suit with not a single patch. Some neighbors saw the Yan family couple returning and called out, "Yan family, guests are here." The Yan couple looked at the 2 unfamiliar people standing at the gate. Yan Guiming quickly stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" Luo Haoyan replied, "I am Luo Qiao's father, her biological father. This is my son, Luo Siyuan, her older brother." Hearing this, the Yan couple's expressions became uncomfortable. Yan Guiming pushed open the door and said, "Come inside and talk." Luo Haoyan and his son followed inside. Zhang Yanwen looked at the neighbors wanting to come in and directly closed the door to block their view. After entering the yard, Yan Guiming told Zhang Yanwen, "Go get some water for the guests." Luo Haoyan said, "No need for water. We're not thirsty. We came today just to say a few words. You probably already know about Luo Qiao." Yan Guiming nodded, feeling a bit ashamed. This matter was not Jiajia's fault. "We are truly sorry." Luo Haoyan said coldly, "I don't care what reason your daughter had for trying to hurt my daughter. Tell her for me. This is the only time. If there is a next time, she will learn what it means to be in pain." Of course, as parents, if you can't control your daughter and let her hurt others freely, you will also bear the responsibility. I will do everything I can to make you lose everything. Remember, I am not joking. I, Luo Haoyan, keep my promises. Over the past 10 years, does she not know what consequences her reckless actions can bring to others? Luo Haoyan's words made the Yan couple look uncomfortable. They knew very well that if Luo Qiao had not been clever, serious trouble could have happened. Luckily, the world is different now, and just thinking about it gives them chills. The reason Luo Haoyan made this trip was because, after investigation, he found that this couple, especially Yan Jiajia's father, was quite decent. That was why he personally came to warn them and urged them to keep their daughter in check. However, punishment is necessary, otherwise they will think that making mistakes costs too little. Without discipline, they won't remember their lessons. After taking his son out, Luo Haoyan didn't go directly to Jiang Shan's house. Instead, he called the Postal and Telecommunications Bureau and arranged a meeting spot with them before hanging up. By noon, Luo Haoyan and Luo Siyuan had been waiting early outside the school gate. They took Luo Qiao to a state-run restaurant nearby for a meal before preparing to leave. Luo Qiao felt touched by everything they had done for her. She first went home with them to pick some vegetables. She prepared some mushrooms with meat sauce and chili sauce, but only had ceramic jars instead of cans. She picked many vegetables from the backyard. Luo Haoyan didn't want to take them, but seeing his daughter work hard to prepare everything, he didn't want to ruin her good mood. Luo Qiao also carried a basket. Usually, vegetables at this time of year would be almost yellow and withered, but her backyard was still lush and green. Seeing Luo Qiao's backyard, Luo Xiyuan was surprised and said, "Qiao Qiao, why are the vegetables in your garden still so tender?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I planted these vegetables several months late. Maybe because the wall blocks the wind and the weather isn't too cold, they're still growing well. In a few days, they might not be so good." Luo Haoyan looked at the full basket of vegetables his daughter had packed and smiled. "Now we won't need to buy vegetables for 2 weeks." Luo Qiao said, "My vegetables taste better than those sold outside. I'll share some with Grandpa and Grandma. If they like it, I'll send some to them." Besides the basket, she also packed a burlap sack. Once everything was ready, Luo Qiao and her family left together. Watching them leave by car, she turned and headed toward the school. At the gate, she unexpectedly met that foolish Song Wenbin. Both were stunned. Luo Qiao simply nodded and went inside, but Song Wenbin called her back. She turned around and asked Teacher Song, "Is something wrong?" Song Wenbin said, "It's nothing serious. I just want to apologize in person. I was a bit extreme that day. Please forgive me." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "That was so long ago I almost forgot. But I want to say, not everyone will turn out to be what you expect. Please, Teacher Song, don't judge others based on your own thoughts and hurt them." After saying that, Luo Qiao looked at Song Wenbin. Seeing his approval, she then said, "There's nothing else. I'll go now." Song Wenbin watched Luo Qiao walk away. He thought about how reckless he had been that day. When his parents found out, they scolded him for a long time. Since then, he had been busy and couldn't go to apologize with his cousin and others. He just returned to school today. Because of Fangfang's matter, he took a month off. He only found out yesterday that Luo Qiao was now attending #1 high school in the city. His mother always said he was cursed and listened to Lu Fangfang too much. They all said Fangfang was two-faced, knowing full well that his cousin Xiaoyu didn't like her, but she still used him to get close to his cousin. Luo Qiao returned to her classroom and saw Yan Jiajia sitting in her seat with a not-so-good expression. She thought to herself that Yan Jiajia was probably having a bad day. She didn't know where her father and fourth brother had been or what they did today, but she knew they were probably standing up for her, which was enough. Not long after, the class bell rang, and the Chinese teacher entered. Yan Jiajia was so restless in her seat that she couldn't sit still. She was feeling very uncomfortable in her stomach. Soon after class started, she began to. At first, she tried to hold it back, but later, she lost control. The whole classroom could hear her farting one after another. At first, her front and back desks were amused, but eventually, they couldn't laugh anymore. The sound turned into puff, 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 and the air in the classroom became unpleasant. Everyone didn't want to breathe it in, and it kept going, puff, puff, puff. Yan Jiajia's face turned purple from holding her breath, and she almost broke down inside. Except for a small part, the whole class was laughing, but that small group of students was really uncomfortable. They shrugged their shoulders hard and couldn't control themselves. Finally, the teacher couldn't hold back either. "If your stomach is uncomfortable, you can go to the bathroom first." The teacher spoke politely, but she also looked uncomfortable. When Yan Jiajia left the classroom, the teacher started laughing. Then, the students behind her quickly opened the windows to let in fresh air. As soon as Yan Jiajia left, she ran into the bathroom. However, she didn't feel like going to the toilet at all. Her stomach kept growling, and then she kept farting until the bell rang, and she still couldn't stop. The Chinese language teacher is also a responsible teacher. Worried that Yan Jiajia might get into trouble, she first went to the bathroom after class to check on Yan Jiajia's condition. Only then did she feel relieved and said, "If it really can't be helped, you should take a leave and go home. Have your parents take you to see a doctor." Yan Jiajia went to the classroom to get her bag. The Chinese teacher told the class teacher, Mr. Ge, about the situation. Mr. Ge quickly sent 2 girls from the class to Yan Jiajia back home. Since he is a male teacher, it was inconvenient for him to go, but he was worried that something might happen on the way. It wasn't until the 2 students returned that Mr. Ge finally relaxed. This was Luo Qiao's punishment for Yan Jiajia. It was called 7 days of bad smell. There was no other harm, just constant farting, and the smell got worse each day. It lasted for 7 days, so it was called 7 days of bad smell. Meanwhile, at the Housing Management Bureau, Xiangdong, who came to work early that morning, was called into the office by his supervisor. There were also 2 colleagues from the military court in the office. They said they were investigating a case involving military daily supplies. When Xiangdong heard this, his head started to spin, and his face turned pale. Before he retired, Xiangdong worked in the logistics department of his unit. A batch of daily supplies he had purchased before leaving the army was now under investigation. The problem was that the supplier had provided inferior goods, and the issue eventually pointed to Xiangdong. After handing over his work, Xiangdong was taken away directly. It seemed he wouldn't be out for several years. Jiang Shan received the news and asked her father to help Xiangdong. However, upon investigation, it turned out that Xiangdong had taken kickbacks during procurement. If there had been no problem, everyone would be fine. But now that there was an issue, it was a serious matter. A few days later, news came that Xiangdong was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Jiang Shan almost fainted from crying. Zhang's parents loved their daughter very much, but they couldn't help her because Xiangdong had broken the law. Jiang Shan's father also faced work troubles these days. When he got home at night, he kept thinking. Recently, a series of bad things had happened. Was he involved with someone he shouldn't have been? But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out who he might have offended. Since Xiangdong had been discharged for over a year, the supplies he purchased in the army should have been used up long ago. Why was he being investigated now? His daughter was doing well, working in the telegraph department with a relaxed and decent job. But she was transferred to a different position. After asking around, he was told it was because she was too proud and not suitable to stay in the telegraph unit anymore. But these things are just minor. Recently, he noticed that his work was also going downhill. He was usually very careful and never openly offended anyone. At most, he would secretly cause trouble for others. He thought carefully but couldn't figure out the secret behind it. He closed his eyes and carefully considered everything. He hadn't really offended anyone important, except for the incident where Jiang Shan went to apologize at school recently. Wait! Zhang Donglin suddenly opened his eyes. The incidents involving Xiangdong and Jiang Shan happened just a few days apart, and Jiang Shan was the first to get into trouble. Both of them went to number 1 high school to apologize to someone. It seemed like he had caught on to something, but Jiang Shan had said that the girl was an orphan. How could she have such power? No, there must be something he didn't know about. He quickly got up and headed outside. Time passed quickly. Luo Qiao was living a very comfortable life. She had reviewed her high school courses before, so participating in the college entrance exam next year was not a problem for her. Recently, Louis Chen was transferred to work at the city bureau, probably because of a big case. So, Shi Tu decided to stay at Luo Qiao's place. One evening, Luo Qiao was cooking dinner when she heard Shi Tu shout, "Brother, you're back." Luo Qiao just finished cooking, looked outside, and indeed, Louis Chen had returned, carrying quite a few things on his bike. Louis Chen waved at Luo Qiao's head sticking out and said, "Look what I brought back for you." His words sounded a bit cheeky, as if he didn't see himself as an outsider. Huh. Luo Qiao put down her spatula and asked, "Why did you bring a bucket back?" Louis Chen explained, "I was transferred to the city bureau these days. Someone went to the countryside to exchange grain coupons for and small lobsters, and I got a share." Luo Qiao looked into the bucket. It was indeed and small lobsters all alive. Louis Chen said, "These and lobsters are local. They're small, but I've tried them before and they taste pretty good." perfect for adding to a dish. He also took a file bag from his bike handlebar and said, "After dinner, I'll go to the police station. The director asked me to bring back some things." Luo Qiao had been interested in cooking lately. Last month, she tried making mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but the taste was not great. So, she decided to try making her own. Tu smiled and said, "Brother, sister wants to make mooncakes herself. The filling is already prepared. Unfortunately, there is no oven at home, so I guess I can only steam the food in a pot." Lui Chen listened to Luo Qiao's words without promising anything, but he remembered them in his heart. He knew she loved cooking and thought about finding time to visit a comrade to see if he could help her make a simple oven. Lui Chen said, "I'll move the stuff to the kitchen first." Luo Qiao followed behind, ready to serve the dishes: stewed green beans, potatoes with chicken, steamed rice, and tomato and egg soup. Lui Chen casually said, "Life is pretty good. Looks like I'm lucky enough to have chicken today." Luo Qiao was serving rice and said, "Yeah, it's not right that I can't enjoy good food secretly with you. Your luck really isn't bad." Then all three of them started to laugh. Luo Qiao arranged the food and said, "Tomorrow after class, Stone and I will go back to Qingshan village. The potatoes and sweet potatoes in my personal garden should be harvested then." Lui Chen slightly frowned and said, "You can harvest as much as you can tomorrow. I'll help you finish up these days and come back to help with the harvest." Luo Qiao picked up her bowl and smiled. "Forget it. If you go back to help me, are you tired of hearing others talk, or what?" Lui Chen touched his nose and said, "My colleagues at work said that their hometowns are busy dividing land. Your household registration is still in Qingshan village. What are your thoughts?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Of course I want to divide the land. Later, I can choose not to farm myself and rent it out to others. Even the smallest mosquito is meat." Luo Qiao's charming smile made Lui Chen feel better instantly. They had been working on a case for several days without rest, and all the fatigue was healed by Luo Qiao's cheerful expression. Lui Chen served a piece of chicken to Luo Qiao and Stone, saying, "Well, Qingshan village should start soon. Tomorrow when you go back, you'd better ask the team leader, so you have a clear plan." Luo Qiao thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I want to rent the thorny forest at the foot of the mountain. I plan to hire people to clear it out and plant fruit trees. Although there's no income in the short term, once the trees bear fruit, the benefits will be sure." Luo Qiao was mainly thinking that she wouldn't need to take care of it long term. She could manage it using her special abilities during her free time. As for pruning, she knew a little about it from watching some related programs. If needed, she could ask experts from the forestry station to give some advice later. Lui Chen smiled and said, "That piece of land is quite large. If you want to lease it, it might cost a lot. If you're serious about leasing, I can help you." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Let's go back to the village and decide. By the way, can you help me find a few puppies?" Lui Chen replied, "Sure, I'll ask about it later." Actually, Luo Qiao wanted to take things step by step. She planned to set up a small farm at the foot of Mount Qing. It wouldn't happen all at once, but after a few years of land reform, people's lives would gradually improve and urban demand would grow. She hoped to turn this place into a farm that grows vegetables, fruits, and raises animals, helping Qingshan village become richer. But since people wouldn't see immediate results, they wouldn't follow her plans right away. So, she thought about leasing the land at the foot of the mountain first, leading by example. In a couple of years, when the fruit trees started to produce and government policies improved, doing business would be easier and more transparent. The villagers would then follow her lead. After lunch, Lui Chen and Tu left. Luo Qiao closed the door and entered her space. She had already read about 1/3 of the books in the bamboo house study. She learned a lot from the books, and the embroidery of the blooming flowers and wealth she made by hand was halfway done. She usually embroidered for a little while every evening. In her space, she first practiced boxing and yoga, then took a shower. Only after that did she do embroidery or read. Life was quite comfortable. She had thought about skipping grades before, but decided against it to avoid attracting too much attention. Since she was still young and didn't have much school pressure, she could focus on other things. Her goal for the next 3 years was to finish reading all the books in her space and master the musical instruments stored there. She also planned to use her winter and summer vacations to buy and sell goods a few more times, earning some startup money. After graduating from high school and stabilizing everything, she wanted to find some project partners and share the profits. She could harvest the food stored in her space. Luo Qiao worked all night, using her mind to collect the crops, then planted a new batch. After that, she took a shower and picked up a book in her space to rest. The next day at noon, after returning home, Lui Chen surprisingly brought back a simple oven, which moved Luo Qiao very much. She couldn't wait to try it out. She already had some filling prepared, just waiting for some dough to make the crust. Lui Chen helped her install the simple oven first, then went to wash the dishes. Luo Qiao's actions were not slow. She first prepared a batch of mooncakes and put them in the oven. Lui Chen finished washing the dishes and helped her watch the oven. Luo Qiao said, "It would be better if we had an electric oven. Then you wouldn't have to sit here in the heat watching the fire." Hearing Luo Qiao's words, Lui Chen thought to himself that he could learn more about this in the future. Unbeknownst to Luo Qiao, just because of that one sentence today, she set Lui Chen on a path to a bright future. The mooncake molds were found in the space. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival had passed, Luo Qiao chose a simple pattern mold. Lui Chen thought Luo Qiao had someone make it in advance and didn't ask further. They baked 48 mooncakes. The taste was quite good, but the firewood caused uneven heating, so the colors of the mooncakes varied, making them less attractive. Luo Qiao thought for a moment and decided to give some to the captain, the accountant's family, Dr. Gao, Grandma Lin, and the aunt who had spoken up for her last time. There were 4 people in her family, so she took 20 mooncakes to share. The 3 of them each ate one, and the rest were taken by Lui Chen to share with colleagues and friends he got along well with and owed favors to. This moved Lui Chen very much. Luo Qiao thought that the oven must also be a favor owed, and her colleagues at work also shared and shrimp with him. It was good to exchange gifts. She had also secretly stored some in her space. Hee. After class in the afternoon, Luo Qiao quickly met up with Shirtu and headed to the station. They bought tickets and were about to find a seat when they saw Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao had just turned his face and saw Luo Qiao, smiling happily. "Luo Qiao, come sit here," he said. Luo Qiao pulled Shirtu over and asked, "Aren't you in school today?" Zhang Xiao smiled and said, "Next week, I'll be your classmate. I transferred to the city's #1 high school. We can see each other often in the future." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "That's good." Zhang Xiao sighed and said, "It's a pity we can't be in the same class. I was assigned to class 2, but at least it's nearby." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Class 2 is also fine." Zhang Xiao asked, "Luo Qiao, which dormitory are you in?" Luo Qiao replied, "I don't live on campus. I commute." Zhang Xiao exclaimed, "Then I won't be able to eat with you in the cafeteria." Zhang Xiao suddenly remembered something and pointed at the man beside her, saying, "Luo Qiao, this is my older brother Zhang Qiao. He's in the army and is on leave today. He's here to help me with some paperwork at the school." Zhang Qiao nodded slightly at Luo Qiao, who replied calmly, "Hello." After Luo Qiao sat down, Zhang Xiao said, "Luo Qiao, since my mother found out about your situation, she has been feeling very guilty. She thinks that if she hadn't gone to the bathroom back then, you wouldn't have been swapped and you wouldn't have suffered outside for so many years." This was true. If she had gone to the bathroom when others did, she wouldn't have given Gao Suhua the chance to act. Her neglect caused the original owner to lose her entire life, but she had only been helping at the time. What could be said? It was just fate. This hardship was meant to happen, and no one was to blame. Luo Qiao listened to Zhang Zhao's words and only smiled faintly, saying, "It's all in the past now. I'm doing quite well. Please tell Annie not to worry about it anymore." After saying this, Luo Qiao lowered her head, thinking that guilt was useless. The original character in the book suffered her whole life, only finding relief at the end. If she hadn't come into this life, how could the ending have been any better? Zhang Xiao knew that dwelling on guilt only hurt Luo Qiao. After suffering for 15 years with her foster mother and then living alone in Qingshan village, she couldn't force Luo Qiao to forgive their family. The car quickly started moving. Inside, Zhang Qiao didn't expect that this was the girl his mother kept mentioning. A careless mistake in the past had caused a big problem, making his parents feel they owed Luo's family. He remembered his mother once saying that if Aunt Ning had a daughter, the two families would arrange a marriage. Turning to look seriously at Luo Qiao, Zhang Qiao recalled visiting Luo Bo's house and seeing the girl who had been swapped at birth, named Jiajing or something. At that time, Luo's family hadn't mentioned the past, so he didn't think much of it. Now, he was surprised to meet Aunt Ning's biological daughter. But with the current situation, the old story probably wasn't true anymore. Zhang Xiao and Luo Qiao had gotten along well before, but now things had gone wrong. Her mother's neglect had caused some awkwardness between the two families. The car jolted along the road. Luo Qiao and Shirtu arrived first, greeted Zhang Xiao and her brother, and then got out of the car. Zhang Xiao watched Luo Qiao get out of the car and said, "Big brother, I feel that after this happened, I probably won't be able to be friends with Luo Qiao anymore." She must also be upset with Mom deep down. If Mom hadn't gone to the bathroom earlier, she wouldn't have been swapped. I heard she has had a very hard life over the past few years, and her family hasn't treated her well at all. When I first saw her, she was very thin, just a tall figure, like a paper doll. Suddenly, Zhang Xiao remembered something. "Big brother, did Mom say before that she and Aunt Ning agreed to arrange a marriage for Luo Qiao? Now that Aunt Ning's biological daughter is Luo Qiao, does that mean?" Zhang Qiao said coldly, "What are you talking about? Don't believe that. Luo Qiao only recently rejoined the Luo family, and the Luo family hasn't mentioned the marriage arrangement again. They were probably just joking. Besides, these days, people don't care about that kind of thing." Zhang Xiao said, I won't talk to you anymore. You're so boring." Luo Qiao and the others returned to the village quite late. They ate breakfast early. Luo Qiao asked Shirtu to do his homework at home, then took the pastries she made to see Dr. Gao, since it was just across the bridge. Dr. Gao was just tidying up at the door. Luo Qiao walked over and said, "Dr. Gao, are you busy?" Dr. Gao looked up and saw it was Luo Qiao. He smiled and said, "You're back." Luo Qiao handed him the pastries. "Yes, I made these myself, following the mooncake recipe, but I used a regular mold. Please try some." Dr. Gao smiled and said, "Well, I'm lucky to get to taste these. Thank you. By the way, I have some wild honey that Uncle Sanfeng collected from the mountain a few days ago. I'll give you some to drink." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Dr. Gao, you keep it for yourself. I'm not being polite. I also came across a beehive in the mountains and collected quite a bit. I'm not joking." Dr. Gao looked at Luo Qiao and seemed to believe her. "All right, since I have some, I won't share it with you. Girls should drink more honey." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Got it. You busy yourself. I'm going to visit Grandma Lin." Dr. Gao watched Luo Qiao walk away and sighed, "What a good girl, ah." When Luo Qiao reached the Lin family at the village entrance, she saw that Grandma Lin had just finished cooking. She might have gone inside to take care of the old man. The food was still sitting on the stove in the yard. I was about to call someone when I saw that the porridge on the stove was as clear as water. The pancakes mostly had vegetables, with little flour. Luo Qiao felt a bit sad. Even though she had children, her son was gone, but she still had 2 daughters. Yet life was so hard. Maybe her daughters also had difficulties, but they didn't come back to visit her and her husband in the village. She couldn't understand this. Luo Qiao quietly stepped back, found a safe place, and took out about 20 pounds of cornmeal from her bag. She also brought 2 dried fish she had learned to make before, along with some pastries she brought today. She also prepared 20 yuan. She knew that if she gave too much, Grandma Lin wouldn't take it. So she went back to the yard and asked, "Is Grandma Lin at home?" Grandma Lin was helping her husband walk outside to eat. When she heard someone calling her in the yard, she replied, "Yes, I'm here. Wait a moment." Seeing Luo Qiao, Grandma Lin smiled and asked Luo Qiao, "Is tomorrow Sunday?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Yes, tomorrow is a day off." I came back to tidy up my vegetable plot and to see how Grandpa Lin is recovering. Grandma Lin smiled and said, "He's doing okay. He can walk a little with help." Luo Qiao put down her things and went to help support Grandpa Lin. Seeing what was on the stove, Grandma Lin looked a bit hesitant and said, "Luo Qiao, why did you bring more things again?" After helping Grandpa Lin sit down, Luo Qiao said, "Grandma Lin, Grandpa needs good food to recover. Don't refuse. This is within what I can do. Please don't be polite to me. Tomorrow, after I harvest the potatoes and sweet potatoes, I'll bring some more. I had a big harvest of potatoes and sweet potatoes for my vegetable plot this year. I can't eat so much by myself, and it would be a pity to waste them." Hearing this, Grandma Lin's eyes turned red. She wondered who had so much grain they couldn't eat it all. Luo Qiao was just making an excuse to help them. Thinking of her two daughters, Grandma Lin sighed and looked at her husband sitting nearby. She said, "Tomorrow, I'll come help you dig. You can't refuse. We really trouble you too much." Luo Qiao said, "Don't say that. Everyone needs help sometimes. The food I brought is homemade. I brought some for you to try. Now you and Grandpa Lin should eat quickly, or it will get cold." Grandma Lin asked, "Won't you sit for a while?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I need to visit the captain's house. Grandpa Lin, take good care of yourself. I'll go now. You all eat your meal quickly." After Luo Qiao left, Granny Lin packed up her things. She then noticed there was still 20 yuan in the oil paper package. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Afraid her husband might see, she held back her emotions and tried not to make any noise. Over the years, her daughter had only visited a few times and never left them any money. Now, a person she barely knew had helped them so much. She felt warm inside but also a bit confused. Holding the 20 yuan, she didn't know what to do. After thinking for a while, she decided that since she was going to help tomorrow, she would return the money then. They owed so many people already, and she really couldn't accept it. Luo Qiao also stopped by the aunt's house nearby. The family was eating dinner. She didn't go inside but spoke through the gate, "Annie, thank you for speaking up last time. It helped me avoid a lot of trouble. I made these myself, it's just mooncake recipe. I brought some for you to try. Please don't think it's too little." The aunt smiled and said, "You're such a polite girl. It's not your fault at all. I didn't do anything special." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "That's how I like to think. I'll go now so I won't disturb your dinner." When the aunt saw Luo Qiao walking away, she took the pastries back to the table. She divided a piece among her family and asked everyone to try it. The youngest son took a bite and said, "It's really delicious, Mom. It's so good." Seeing that his mother didn't have any, he held his own pastry up to her mouth and said, "Mom, try a bite. It's really very tasty." Luo Qiao turned a corner and stood outside the accountant's yard, asking at the door, "Aunt Kai-feng, is she home?" Ding Kai-feng had just finished washing dishes when she heard someone outside talking. "Who is it?" "It's me, Luo Qiao." "Oh, Luo Qiao. Come in quickly. Are you back for the weekend?" "Yes, I just came back to tidy up my vegetable plot." Uncle's son went out. He just finished eating and left. Probably went to chat by the bridge again. "Do you need to see him?"
No.
"I made some food and brought some for you to try. It tastes like mooncakes, but I didn't make it very well, so please don't mind if it's not good. Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. Please accept this. I sincerely came to give it to you. Since I arrived in the village, you and Uncle have helped me a lot. I've always remembered that. It's not much, but it's a token of my kindness. You child. Thank you very much. All right, Andy, you're busy. I'll go now. Hey, Luo Qiao, wait a moment. I want to talk to you." Ding Kaifeng looked around and pulled Luo Qiao into the house. "Luo Qiao, be careful when you go back. I think some people might try to trouble you. They can't come openly, but they might do something secretly. Be alert tonight, so you don't fall into their trap." Luo Qiao said, "I understand, Andy. Thank you for warning me. I'll be careful." After leaving Sun Accountant's house, Luo Qiao headed to the village chief's house. She thought to herself, if they dare to come, this time I will send them deep into the mountains. Whether they live or die depends on their luck. Gao Auntie saw Luo Qiao come in and quickly walked over with a smile. Did you go to your parents' place for National Day? Luo Qiao smiled. Yes, I went back to the farm to visit Grandma Luo's grave, then I went to Beijing. The trip was very rushed. Gao Auntie looked a bit puzzled. Luo Qiao, since they've come looking for you and you've met, why don't you want to go back to Beijing with them? Luo Qiao said, we haven't lived together for over 10 years. I need time to get used to it and adjust. Also, I'm doing well at number 1 middle school in the city. I don't want to change schools again. Gao Auntie nodded. You're right. It's all because of Gao Suhua's shameless actions. She's caused so much trouble and hurt everyone. Luo Qiao smiled and asked, how has Qiao Jining been lately? Gao Auntie said, oh, don't mention it. You know the house burned down. That girl is very delicate and spoiled. A few days ago, she insisted on going to school, but Zhao Pulin still hasn't paid back the 1,500 yuan you lent. The family doesn't have enough money to send her. Earlier, the court ordered Zhao's family to pay a total of 1,500 yuan in compensation. Zhao's family borrowed money from here and there, only managing to gather 500 yuan. The rest was guaranteed by Zhao Pulin's older brother, Zhao Chonglin, and they promised to pay it back in 3 years. Now, Zhao's family probably really can't afford to send Qiao Jining to school. It seems her fate is just like that. However, Luo Qiao believes that Qiao Jining will surely find a way to save herself. Of course, as long as she doesn't provoke her, she won't interfere in others' affairs. If someone steps up to help Qiao Jining, it means they are capable. Luo Qiao said, the Zhao sisters probably don't spoil her. Their mother being sentenced might have caused her to be blamed. Aunt Gao clapped her hands and said, you're so right. The Zhao girls argue every few days, sometimes small fights, sometimes big ones. They've even fought several times. Don't look at Qiao Jining's small stature, she's quite fierce. Last time, she made Zhao Xiaoxing bleed from her head. Luo Qiao replied, Zhao Xiaoxing is straightforward, so fights are inevitable. Aunt Gao continued, it was all because of Zhang's family withdrawing their marriage proposal. Zhao Xiaoxing blames Qiao Jining for it. That day, I don't know what caused them to fight, but if the villagers hadn't separated them, it would have been worse. Luo Qiao said calmly that Zhang family probably wanted to withdraw the proposal long ago. They just gave her a reason. Sitting nearby, Song Jiao said, actually, Zhang Chongping had a secret relationship with someone from the commune, a switchboard operator. Zhang's family didn't know how to handle it, so they found a way out. Aunt Gao sighed and said, it only ended up hurting Xiaoxing. Song Jiao said, there's nothing we can do. Many people know about it, but who dares to tell? With Zhao Xiaoxing's temper, she might even go after Zhang's family. Suddenly, Song Jiao remembered something and looked at Luo Qiao. You don't know, but Qiao Jining's clothes that she brought back were all burned. The Zhao sisters refused to lend her clothes. They teamed up and didn't give her any. Qiao Jining is really fierce. She tore or cut holes in all the Zhao sisters' clothes. Not only that, but even Zhao Pulin was so angry that he slapped her that day. She then looked around secretly and lowered her voice. That day, I saw her by the river with Li Dai. Li Dai was even helping her wipe her tears. Hearing this, Aunt Gao glared at her eldest daughter-in-law and said, you can't say things like that. She's still young. Don't ruin her reputation. Song Jiao said, it's not just me who saw it. I only mentioned it at home. Others might not. Aunt Gao replied, we don't care about others. You can't say that again. If there's something going on, don't cause trouble for your father. Song Jiao knows that her father-in-law is now in a critical moment and that he will soon need to re-elect the village secretary. She says, I understand, Mom. I won't mention this again. Luo Qiao hands over some pastries she made herself, saying, Auntie, I brought these for you to try. Aunt Gao pretends to be angry and says, if you come to bring things again, don't come anymore. We don't have anything left to give you. Luo Qiao smiles and replies, all right, next time I come empty-handed. I just happened to catch you today. I've also given some to the other good families in the village. It's just a small gift. When Aunt Gao comes out again, she carries a bowl and offers another big jar of soy sauce. She says, "This is all we have that's worth sharing. By the way, last time you said you wanted to learn how to make soy sauce. Are you still interested?" Luo Qiao smiles and says, "If you're willing to teach, I'll definitely learn." Aunt Gao laughs and says, "All the women in our village know how to make soy sauce. It's not some secret tradition you can't learn. I'll tell you in advance when we start making soy sauce blocks in February next year." Luo Qiao nods and says, "All right, I'll learn properly then. Your soy sauce is really delicious. Maybe in a few years your skills could help you make good money." Aunt Gao laughs and says, "You're just joking to make me happy. Every family makes their own soy sauce." Just then, the team leader Gao Jiefeng walks over. He asks Luo Qiao, "Are you back?" Luo Qiao looks over and asks, "Are you going out, team leader?" Gao Jiefeng nods and says, "I'm going to listen to their chatter at the bridge." Luo Qiao quickly asks, "Team leader, when will our village start dividing the land?" Gao Jiefeng stops and replies, "It's soon. The harvest is almost done, and after sending out this year's grain, the village will start dividing the land. The measurements and allocations are already counted." Luo Qiao smiles and asks, "Can I also get some land for food?" Gao Jiefeng asks, "Aren't you planning to go back to your parents?" Luo Qiao smiles and says, "I'm grown up now. Even if I go to Beijing, it's just for college. So, for the next few years, my household registration will probably stay in the village." Gao Jiefeng says, "I'll have someone notify you before the land is divided. Come back to get your number." Luo Qiao smiles and says, "I won't take the village's farmland, but can I keep a piece of my own land?" Gao Jiefeng looks a bit confused and asks, "That piece of land isn't enough?" Qiao asked, "Can I lease mountain land or hillside land?" Gao Jiefeng, who is also not going out, sat down somewhere and said, "Leasing definitely costs money, and usually it needs to be paid all at once." "This is not a joke." Qiao replied, "I understand. I won't take the villagers' farmland. I just want to lease some hillside or mountain land. It won't affect the villagers' interests, and it shouldn't trouble you, Captain. I just wanted to let you know in advance." Gao Jiefeng frowned and asked, "May I ask what you plan to do with the hillside or mountain land?" Qiao didn't hide anything and said, "I want to plant fruit trees. It won't bring immediate profit, but once the trees bear fruit, the benefits should be good." Gao Jiefeng was silent for a while and said, "Most of our village's hillside and mountain land are at the foot of Mount Qing. Clearing the land is troublesome, and in the future, large animals might come down from the mountain. Have you thought about that?" Qiao said, "Planting grains might be affected, but I plan to plant fruit trees, so the impact should be smaller. If it really becomes a problem, I will think of other ways." Seeing that Qiao was determined, Gao Jiefeng didn't try to persuade her further. He knew she had her own ideas. As she got up to leave, she said, "There are still 10 days before the land is divided. Please think it over carefully." Qiao smiled and replied, "Okay." Qiao didn't share her full plan. Although she was confident she could achieve her goal, she preferred to stay low-key before it was certain, to avoid being called a dreamer. The next morning, before dawn, Qiao went up the mountain. She hung a snake and insect-repellent pouch on her body, found a spot, and sat down to meditate. To her surprise, the herbal essence in the morning was even more concentrated than at other times. After finishing her meditation, she looked at the plants that had benefited from her energy and then turned her gaze to the sunrise in the east. Qiao understood that it might be related to the time of day. Sunrise in the morning could be more beneficial for enhancing her abilities. Today, she had important things to do. She went down the mountain, stopped by the pond to catch some fish, and then headed straight home. She didn't expect that Stone had already cooked porridge. That evening, Qiao made dough, and when she returned, she washed her hands, kneaded the dough, and steamed flour buns and sweet buns. Now she had enough food for lunch. When Qiao and Stone arrived at their private garden, Granny Lin was already waiting there. Qiao asked Grandma Lin, "Why did you come so early?" Granny Lin smiled and said, "I'm old and don't sleep much. I just arrived too." What Lin Granny didn't expect was that Luo Qiao was telling the truth. Her 2-mu private plot was producing almost as much as others' 4-mu plots. The potatoes and sweet potatoes were large and evenly shaped. By noon, she had dug up 2/3 of the land, tossing the harvest into the yard as she worked, which now took up half of it. Around noon, Luo Qiao said, "Grandma Lin, I wasn't lying, was I? I really can't finish all these. I'll send some over tonight. You mustn't refuse." This time, Granny Lin didn't say anything. She took out 20 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Luo Qiao. "I'll accept the things, but I really can't take this money." Luo Qiao replied, "Grandma Lin, you know my situation. I've reconnected with my biological parents. When I went to the capital during the National Day holiday, I received many red envelopes, so I am quite well off now. This money has no other meaning. I just thought if you ever face an emergency, it would be helpful to have some money on hand. These 20 yuan aren't much to me now, but they might be different for you. Do you understand what I mean?" Granny Lin wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "I understand. Maybe it's money to save lives. But since Grandpa Lin was hospitalized before, I've already spent quite a bit. I really feel ashamed." Luo Qiao said, "Now that I've found my parents, life won't be as hard anymore."
Isn't that a blessing?
"With good intentions within my ability, why are you still arguing with me?" In the end, Granny Lin compromised and carefully stored the money. That afternoon, the private plot was finally cleared and tidied up. After dark, Luo Qiao secretly delivered 5 large baskets of sweet potatoes and 3 baskets of potatoes to the old couple in the Lin family. These sweet potatoes, along with the soon-to-be divided grain, should help them get through the winter without worrying about food. In the future, I might occasionally add some finer grains to help them get by.
Sigh.
In the evening, Luo Qiao stored some items in the cellar and others in her space.
She was exhausted.
After locking the door, she took a relaxing bath in her space, tidied up, and prepared to rest. Suddenly, she remembered the instructions from the accountant's daughter-in-law. Hurry up and get dressed before leaving the space. Today she was very tired. She was worried that if she slept in the space, she wouldn't hear any sounds outside. After leaving the yard and tidying up a bit, she returned to her room and went to sleep again. The mattress on the Kong bed was still taken from the space by Luo Qiao herself. The previous one had been taken away by the Cui brothers, but at that time, the Zhao family compensated with cloth and cotton. As soon as she lay down, she fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by the sound of a shovel falling to the ground. After a while, she thought that maybe someone was coming to visit her. She got up slowly and calmly, took sleeping pills from the space, put on her shoes, and sat by the Kong, closing her eyes, waiting for someone to come. After a while, she heard someone outside say, "Be careful, don't wake her up." "Dad, can we really do this? What if she reports us to the police tomorrow?" She listened carefully with her eyes closed. Quietly, she moved to the door, looked outside through and saw 2 people holding bottles in their hands. What were they planning to do? She saw Xiangdong pouring the contents of a bottle near the house, then smelled kerosene. Luo Qiao's eyes sharpened. Was this an attempt to murder? No wonder they are family. Luo Qiao gently opened the door and threw the sleeping drug outside. Soon, she heard 2 thuds as they fell to the ground. She opened the door and looked outside. Both were unconscious. She stepped out, looked at the 2 on the ground, and first put the kerosene bottles into her space. Then she washed the spot where they poured kerosene back and forth 7 or 8 times until she could barely smell the kerosene. Only then did she stop. She put the unconscious people into her space, then climbed over the back wall and headed toward Mount Qing. After walking for about an hour, she left Xiangdong and his young son there to fend for themselves. Luo Qiao didn't want to cause any more trouble. Since they were unkind, she wouldn't be unjust either. Whether they live or die was up to fate. She returned the way she came, using her supernatural power to erase the footprints she had made, so no one could tell anyone had passed through. When she got back to her house, she entered her space, changed clothes, and went to sleep. At dawn, it started to rain. The remaining smell of kerosene in the yard was washed away completely. Luo Qiao was still awakened by the knocking on the door. When I opened the door, I found it was raining outside. I thought that the father and son probably wouldn't survive or would suffer greatly. I tidied up and prepared to cook, knowing I had to catch the bus soon. After eating, I was worried there was no umbrella at home. I wondered how I would go out later when I heard someone knocking at the door. When I opened it, I saw Grandma Lin wearing a raincoat. Luo Qiao said, "Grandma Lin, why are you here in this rain?" Grandma Lin replied, "I'm here to bring you an umbrella." Her words made Luo Qiao feel warm inside. She said, "Thank you, Grandma Lin. I won't be polite. Please wait, we'll leave together soon." Inside, I called Stone and put the leftover porridge from this morning into the bowl that Gao Auntie used for soy sauce yesterday. I also wrapped the leftover scallion pancake in oil paper. Because it was raining today, I couldn't carry many things. Stone and I only brought our backpacks. When we reached the small bridge, I handed the things to Grandma Lin and told her to return the bowl to the village chief's house later. We hurried to the commune, worried that bad roads might delay the bus. Unexpectedly, at the village entrance, we met Qiao Jining and Li Dei. I whispered to Stone, "Let's walk faster." Qiao Jining also saw Luo Qiao, and her eyes were full of resentment. After Luo Qiao walked away, she said to Li Dei, "Brother Dei, can you come with me to the commune to make a phone call? Everything I brought back was burned. I want to call Beijing and ask my foster mother to send some money for emergencies."
Li Dei agitata.
All the money at home was with his mother. Asking her for money was almost impossible. But seeing Qiao Jining's pleading eyes, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, I'll go home and get some money." However, reality was harsh. Li Dei didn't know he was already being followed, and just now, his sister had told everything to their family. Soon, Li Dei's mother called Xiao's family, pulled Qiao Jining out, and scolded her fiercely. She also cursed Xiao Pulin, causing trouble for the Xiao sisters. Because of this, Qiao Jining didn't even get to make her phone call at the commune. She just lay on the Kong-heated bed and couldn't get up. Don't underestimate the fighting spirit of women. Luo Qiao and Stone got on the bus again and met Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao still greeted them warmly. Luo Qiao didn't mind anymore. The past was over, and there was no need to hold on to it. Besides, she wasn't the original person. Luo Qiao asked, "Where are you bedding? Didn't you say you were going to stay at school?" Zhang Xiao said, "It's going to rain quite heavily. My mom's worried about the bedding getting wet. She said she will wait until the rain stops in the afternoon to send it to me. If it still rains in the afternoon, I will go to my second brother's place and ask him to help me find a solution." On the bumpy ride to the city, as soon as they got off the bus, they saw Louis Chen holding an umbrella and waiting there, with another umbrella in his hand. Stone called out, "Brother, are you here to bring us umbrellas?" Louis Chen handed the umbrella in his hand to Stone and also gave him a thicker coat. Turning around, he took out a warm coat from his chest and handed it to Luo Qiao, saying, "It's a bit cold. Put this on first to stay warm." The three of them said goodbye to Zhang Xiao and then headed home. Surprisingly, Louis Chen had brewed sugar water and even bought some breakfast. Luo Qiao couldn't eat much, only drinking the sugar water. Stone took half a fried dough stick from his bag and happily told Louis Chen, "The potatoes and sweet potatoes in Sister's garden are harvested, and they are all very big." Louis Chen looked at Luo Qiao, who was changing clothes and preparing to leave. Luo Qiao said, "Stone is telling the truth. The vegetables are really good, so I gave some to the old couple in the Lin family." Luo Qiao shouted to Stone, "Take the shoes Brother Lu brought you. Change into them at school, or you'll get your feet wet walking later." Luo Qiao was thinking about how to buy a new pair of rain shoes. Even if she didn't need them this year, she would need them next year. Louis Chen also thought of this. So, when Louis Chen arrived at his workplace, he immediately called his friends in Beijing to help send over 2 pairs of rain shoes. Time passed quickly. Since the end of the 7-day quarantine, Yan Jiajia had been transferred to Class 3 after returning to school, and all her classmates avoided her. The midterm exams were coming soon. The classmates were all studying hard to review. On this day, Luo Qiao was called to the head teacher's office. Luo Qiao knocked on the door and asked, "Teacher Ge, do you want to see me?" Teacher Ge looked at Luo Qiao and asked, Luo Qiao, I heard from classmates that your drawing skills are pretty good? Luo Qiao didn't deny it but said, I learned some before. Teacher, is there something you need? Teacher Ge explained, here's the thing. The City Education Bureau plans to organize outstanding teachers to visit our school for learning. Unfortunately, 2 teachers responsible for the bulletin board are on leave and out of town, and they might not return in the next few days. The other teacher had an accident the day before yesterday and injured her arm. So, the teacher wanted to ask if you could find some time to help complete those 6 bulletin boards. Don't worry about the text on them. The school will arrange for others to write it. Luo Qiao thought for a moment and asked, how much available time do I have? Just as Teacher Ge was about to reply, someone entered the room. Luo Qiao turned around and saw Director Qiao from the teaching office. He said, the teachers coming for training will arrive the day after tomorrow. Usually, teachers with good drawing skills can help, but this time, the Education Bureau organized a group of outstanding teachers from counties and towns, as well as teachers from a neighboring city. Luo Qiao said, you trust me so much? The time is already tight. If something goes wrong, there won't be extra time to fix it. Teacher Ge looked at Director Qiao, who said, your art teacher mentioned before that your drawing skills are much better than hers, so she recommended you this time. Luo Qiao, I know you're preparing for next week's midterm exams. It's a bit sudden to ask this now, but our city's #1 high school aims to do the best. Do you understand what I mean? Luo Qiao suddenly smiled. I understand. The 2 best art teachers in the school can't help with the bulletin boards, and you're worried the other teachers might not match our school's standards. So, you're planning to recruit someone like me. Both Director Qiao and Teacher Ge looked a bit embarrassed. They thought, it's good that she understands, but why be so straightforward? It's a little awkward. Luo Qiao smiled and said, all right, I'll take this job. You can have the teachers responsible for the text start working at the same time. I'll fill in the drawings and the gaps so we can finish faster. If there are any issues, there's still time to fix them. Considering what happened last time, it's a way to return the favor to the school. Luo Qiao spent the whole afternoon standing on a chair, continuously drawing on the blackboard for the bulletin boards. Her work amazed Director Qiao and the passing teachers. In her previous life, Luo Qiao learned painting from Grandma Yang on the farm, but she couldn't match this level of skill. This was her signature talent from her past life. She studied design and started drawing at age 5, winning many awards. By noon the next day, all 6 bulletin boards were finished, and the text was almost done. The school leaders were very pleased and praised Luo Qiao repeatedly. Xiao Luo became very famous at the #1 high school in the city, but luckily she stayed calm and didn't get carried away. Hee. In Qingshan village, Zhao Jianing changed completely after being scolded and beaten by Li Dehe's mother last time. That day, she tidied up and left the village. She originally didn't want the villagers to know she was in contact with people in the capital, but now she had no money at all. Last time, she asked Li Dehe for help but was beaten by his mother. In recent days, she had thought things through. Her only way out now was to contact her adoptive mother. She didn't care about anything else anymore. The village land had been divided in the past few days, mostly without big problems. If there were issues, they were just small adjustments. When Luo returned last time, she told the team leader that she only needed her own land, and the rest could be combined with the mountain land she was leasing. Zhao Jianing went straight into the village office, where the village officials were holding a meeting, and looked at her. The team leader saw it was Zhao's city girl daughter and asked, Zhao girl, do you need something? Zhao Jianing, with red eyes, replied, Team leader, can I use the village phone to call my adoptive parents? Someone nearby said, if you want to use the team's phone, you have to pay. Zhao whispered, I don't have money now, but my adoptive mother loves me very much. Once I make the call, they will send me money soon. I will pay for the call. Please, I beg you. The group of older men couldn't really make things difficult for a young girl. Gao Jiafeng said, all right, have your father come here. If he agrees, I'll let you make the call. If he doesn't, there's nothing I can do. He was worried about doing something good but going wrong, and because he was close to Luo, he didn't want Zhao's daughter to make the call. After all, everyone had their own lives, and it was better not to interfere. Xiao Jining looked a bit troubled and said, I came here today secretly without my father knowing. As you all know my situation, I really can't do farm work. I just want to go to school. The money I brought back was burned, and my family can't afford to send me to school now. I can only ask my adoptive parents for help. Please help me. After a moment of silence, an older man helped Xiao Jining speak, saying, Captain, it's just a phone call. She said she would pay us back once her foster parents send money. She looks quite pitiful. Everyone looked at Captain Gao Jiafeng. He said, Go find someone to inform Zhao Pulin. He turned around, opened the phone box, and told Xiao Jining to go over, then ignored her. Xiao Jining hesitated for a while before finally connecting the call to the commune. She needed to be transferred, waited a long time, and then called Ning Shuling's workplace. Ning Shuling wasn't there, so Xiao Jining started crying on the phone. She asked the person answering to pass a message to her mother. She had no schooling here and couldn't take it anymore. She finally broke down and begged Ning Shuling to come and pick her up to return to Beijing. After hanging up, Xiao Jining quickly collected her emotions. She saw this as a rare opportunity and transferred the call to Luo Haotian's office. When the staff at the brigade heard Xiao Jining's way of addressing him, they realized Luo Qiao's parents were officials. No wonder Xiao Jining was crying so hard. Anyone in her situation would probably feel overwhelmed by the gap. When the call connected, a voice asked, Hello, who is this? Xiao Jining couldn't hold back anymore and said, Dad, it's me, Jining. On the other side, Luo Haotian paused for a few seconds before asking, Is there something you need? Xiao Jining said, Dad, all the money I brought back has been burned. Did my brothers tell you? I can't go to school now.
Can you help me?
She started crying again. Luo Haotian, hearing this, felt upset too. He had raised her for 15 years, but his biological daughter still wasn't close to them. If he gave Xiao Jining hope now, she might never come back. So he made a tough decision and said, Jining, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Hearing this, Xiao Jining was furious and shouted, I've called you Dad for 15 years. Are you just going to watch me suffer and do nothing? How can you be so cold-hearted? Luo Haotian's cold voice replied, My own daughter hasn't gone to school for over 10 years. Who should she turn to for her suffering? None of this is anyone else's fault. It's your mother's mistake. He hung up the phone, feeling very upset. For his biological daughter Luo Qiao and Xiao Jining, if she hadn't met kind people at the farm, she wouldn't have a future. But Xiao Jining...
Oh.
Suddenly, he thought of something and directly called Ning Shuling's workplace. When he learned she was not there, he asked, Did anyone call her just now? From that person's words, he found out that someone had indeed called, but they didn't say who or what was discussed. After hanging up, Luo Haotian made a few more calls before starting his work. After the inspection team and the excellent teachers from nearby counties and towns left, the first midterm exam of the semester was held at No. 1 high school. Luo Qiao's deskmate, Xiaoya, held her back before the exam and asked, Luo Qiao, are you not nervous at all? Luo Qiao chuckled and said, Being nervous only affects your performance. Just stay calm. Hearing Luo Qiao's words, Xiaoya thought about it and realized she was right. If she did poorly, she could just study harder in the second half of the semester. Luo Qiao finished each subject first and checked her answers carefully before waiting to submit her paper. She never handed in early because she didn't want to influence others. The 3 days of exams quickly passed. Some students complained that math and physics were too hard, and everyone felt there wasn't enough time. Louis Chen contacted the agricultural machinery station in advance, asking them to help Luo Qiao deliver a lot of sweet potatoes and potatoes to the city. There were still some left in the village, which might be needed when returning home, so they had to keep up appearances. Luo Qiao negotiated the lease for the thorny forest at the foot of Mount Qing. The land was over 70 acres, plus about 30 acres around the water pond on the hillside, including the pond itself, totaling roughly 100 acres. The village officials had never handled such matters before. They said they needed approval from the commune and would discuss the lease price with the commune leaders before deciding. Since they were all feeling their way through this, they were cautious and asked Luo Qiao to wait for updates. After the results came out, Xiaoya was so impressed with Luo Qiao that she stared at her with shining eyes and said, "Luo Qiao, I'm going to stick with you from now on." Luo Qiao's top grade in the entire grade caused another wave of attention. Time passed quickly. In late December, a call from Qingshan village was received at Lu Yichen's workplace, informing him that Luo Qiao could lease the land, but since she was underage, it couldn't be processed yet. The matter was put on hold. Later, the weather turned colder. Luo Qiao went back once more, tidied up the vegetables in the backyard, and stored them in the space. She didn't plan to return to the village anytime soon. Meanwhile, Xiao Jining had not received any news or money from her foster mother, Ning Shuling. The reason was that Luo Haotian directly called his third son, Luo Siyuan, and his fourth son, Luo Siyuan. That evening, the three men told Ning Shuling the truth. If she helped Xiao Jining financially, it would mean she was abandoning her husband and children, leaving her family behind. They warned her not to expect them to stay if she chose to do so. Ning Shuling was surprised that her husband and two sons would say such things.
She found it hard to accept at first.
However, her third son made it clear, if she continued to support Xiao Jining, he would leave the family for good. Soon after, her fourth son also spoke up. "Mom, do you think you've been fair to my sister? All these years, you've given all your love to Xiao Jining." Her return during the National Day holiday was very disappointing. "I wanted to give you some time, but now I've changed my mind. Have you thought about how much of her misfortune was caused by her biological mother? She brought her daughter to our home to enjoy life, while you've been suffering for over 10 years. I understand it's hard for you to accept this now, but it's been several months. If you can't face it, you might lose all 5 of us. You need to decide what to do." After both sons left, Luo Haotian said, "Shuling, because of the issues with the older two, I know you've had a tough time with your parents. It's because of your daughter that there's been some reconciliation. I know you've been in pain, feeling guilty about your son. But your parents haven't let you see them because of what happened in the past. The third and fourth children grew up with your parents. Only Xiao Jining has been with you, supporting you through the hardest years. I understand all this. But now, Xiao Jining isn't just our daughter. She's the daughter of someone who planned to deceive you. You almost lost your life giving birth to her, and she's suffered for many years because of that. Her real daughter has been cherished and loved for so many years. Shuling, think carefully. If you're unsure how to get along with her, I understand. But if you're trying to keep both sides happy, I might have to end our marriage for my daughter's sake. I don't want her to stay away from me because of your confusion." Therefore, Xiao Jining, waiting in Qingshan village, never received a call or money from her foster mother. It was even more impossible for her to return to Beijing. Luo Qiao received a call from her third brother. After learning about Zhao Jiajing's actions, she felt somewhat satisfied with her father and brother's decisions. She was so happy that she agreed to return to Beijing for New Year's Day. Luo Haotian also told his 2 brothers-in-law about the situation, asking them to kindly advise their sister not to do anything reckless. He also made his stance clear. Ning Shuling was persuaded by various members of the Ning family. Only then did she write a letter to Xiao Jiajing, which Luo Haotian read and sent out. When Xiao Jiajing was close to despair, she received a letter from Beijing. She was very excited, but after reading the letter, she went into a rage and destroyed the Zhao family's belongings. The Zhao family was already very poor, and this made things worse. After venting her anger, Xiao Jiajing's sisters received a message from Zhao Xiaoyan. They were so angry they almost fainted. They rushed home and beat Xiao Jiajing again, keeping her in bed for several days. She was only given half a bowl of rice each meal, just enough to keep her from starving. This was unbearable for Xiao Jiajing, who was proud and stubborn. When Zhao Pulin came to visit her, she cursed him out loudly, which made him feel even more guilty. Her heart grew cold, and she let herself be upset. Not long after, Luo Qiao received another call from her third brother. After a few words, he said that during the winter break, if she went there, he would take her to see the army. This made her interested. Luo Qiao asked, "Third brother, if I go during the winter break, will I be able to see big brother and second brother?" You said during the National Day holiday that you would contact them, but my grandparents didn't let me go. She hesitated to ask why it was so hard to see her brothers. Third brother, why is it so difficult to visit big brother and second brother? Is there something I should know? Luo Xiuyuan listened to his sister's question and replied, Qiao. Actually, our grandparents didn't want you to be scared the first time you came home. They wanted you to get along better with the family before taking you to see your brothers. Because of their health and personality, big brother and second brother are a bit shy. Our grandparents are afraid you wouldn't like them or that you'd look at them differently, just like others do. They just want to protect them from harm. They've been doing this for many years. Luo Qiao sniffed and said, Third brother, during the winter break, take me there. I won't dislike them because they are my real brothers, my blood relatives. I've been studying medicine with Grandpa Yang on the farm, and I still read medical books sometimes. I'll find a way to help big brother and second brother. Do you believe me? On the phone, Luo Xian heard his sister's words and loudly said, Got it. I'll take you there during winter break. My time is almost up. Third brother has to hang up now. Luo Qiao replied, Okay, third brother.
Goodbye.
After hanging up, Luo Qiao thought about whether she should take some time off to visit the south. The mountains there are lush even in winter. If her abilities had improved earlier, she might have been able to help her brothers sooner. She decided to act and directly explained her plan to her homeroom teacher, also saying she would return for exams and wouldn't fall behind in her studies. Teacher Ge was a bit suspicious. Luo Qiao didn't hide anything and took a second-year exam paper to do a set on the spot. Teacher Ge told her to wait in the classroom for a message. The next morning, Teacher Ge found her and said, You can take leave, but you must keep studying. For the final exams, you need to stay first in your grade. Otherwise, next semester, you'll have to come back to class honestly. No more leave requests. After thanking him, Luo Qiao took the exam paper he gave her, packed her things, and left school. First, she went home to tidy up the vegetables in the backyard. That evening, when Lu Yichen and Shirtu came over, she also told them about her leave. Shirtu, with wide eyes, asked Sister, Are you leaving tomorrow? When will you come back? Luo Qiao patted Shida's head and said, I'll return to Qingshan village tomorrow to get the introduction letter. I'll leave the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll make some snacks for you to store and eat slowly. I'll come back before the new year to see you. Lu Yichen listened and felt sad. He was also reluctant, but from Luo Qiao's tone, it seemed there was no room for discussion. He could only support her. Before leaving, he handed her a bag containing a pair of short leather boots, clearly military supplies, with wool inside. Luo Qiao asked, How much is this? I'll pay you. Lu Yichen said, Then, do I also need to pay you for the cotton clothes and pants I made for you and Shirtu? Luo Qiao replied, Didn't I already pay you for the rain boots earlier? Lu Yichen said, Forget about the shoes. I don't know what you're going to do in the south, but you must come back safe and sound, okay? The next day, Luo Qiao returned to the village. She first asked the village head for a certificate. This time, she asked him to prepare several, just in case she needed to change locations, which would make things easier. Luo Qiao told the village head she was going to the mountains in the south to find medicinal herbs. The village head didn't ask many questions and issued her 3 certificates directly. Actually, things are not as strict as before, but I still prepare everything just in case. As for taking over the thorny land at the foot of the mountain, since age is a big obstacle, I will put it aside for now and let her think about what to do. Anyway, it's cold now, so nothing can be done. After finishing the matter, Luo Qiao went to the pond to catch fish. This time, she caught quite a lot, enough for 2 months. She then packed up and prepared to take the afternoon bus back to the city. She didn't expect Qiao Jining to be standing at the village entrance, as if waiting for someone. Luo Qiao looked away and quickly walked forward, but Qiao Jining stopped her a few steps ahead. Are you feeling proud now?
You ruined me.
Are you happy? Luo Qiao looked at her blankly. What are you saying? If I ruined you, why am I not in jail? You should go find Gao Suhua in prison. Qiao Jining glared fiercely at Luo Qiao. If it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't treat me like this. Luo Qiao was too lazy to bother with her. Probably she was out of her mind. If you want to go crazy and find your real mother and sister, I don't have time to watch your show." She then moved forward. Qiao Jining, seeing Luo Qiao about to leave, was anxious and tried to grab her sleeve. Before her hand could touch Luo Qiao's clothes, Luo Qiao sidestepped and, with a turn, kicked Qiao Jining to the ground. Luo Qiao looked at Qiao Jining on the ground. "Stay away from me in the future. I am not someone you can mess with. Truly, you are just like your shameless mother from the Zhao family." In the story, the original owner was only recognized by her cousin in middle age, but the girl in front of her had enjoyed the family's love for many years, living a glamorous life. Even if her reputation was ruined later, it wouldn't affect her much. So, in this life, she wanted to live freely and happily, replacing the original owner. Qiao Jining watched Luo Qiao's back as she left, biting her lip. Her eyes showed hatred that anyone could see. She hated Luo Qiao, hated the Luo family, hated the Zhao family that brought her misfortune, and hated everyone who had bullied or humiliated her. Luo Qiao returned to the city. First, she made a phone call to the postal bureau to inform Qiao Jia's side that this time, it was a 2-month supply. She subtly reminded them to bring enough tools for catching fish, and said they would notify them once the place was confirmed. Back home, I spent the afternoon making many small twisted pastries, including 5 spice, salt and pepper, and sweet flavors. I made plenty of each, and they can be stored easily. I also baked some scallion pancakes using the oven, which was very convenient. The taste was truly excellent. Finally, I prepared a lot of main dishes for them to take home, so they could enjoy them over several days. For dinner, I made hand-pulled noodles, stir-fried tomato and egg sauce, and added some mincemeat. When Louis Chen returned, he carried a bag and saw Luo Qiao coming over, so he handed it to her. Luo Qiao took it and asked, "What is this?" Louis Chen said, "I prepared some snacks that won't spoil easily for you." Luo Qiao looked inside and saw cookies, sesame seed cakes, milk candies, and a bag of milk powder. Most importantly, he also brought a thermos cup. I really didn't expect him to bring these things. Louis Chen washed his hands and said, "Tomorrow, when we transfer in Jinan, make sure to buy a sleeper ticket. Sitting all night is uncomfortable and unsafe. Do you understand?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I understand." Shirtu drooped his head sadly, and Luo Qiao smiled. "Shirtu, are you worried that your sister's cooking won't taste good after she leaves?" Shirtu hurriedly said, "No, it's not that. I just feel a little sad because I won't see my sister for a long time. But I know she has things to do, and I don't want to cause her trouble." Luo Qiao immediately laughed. "Who told you that?" Shirtu looked up at Louis Chen standing nearby. Luo Qiao still didn't understand, so she said, "All right, I will send you some good food from here. I'll come back to see you before the new year." Suddenly, she remembered that Louis Chen would definitely go home for the new year, so she said, "I'll come back to pick you up during the new year. You can celebrate with me." Shirtu didn't reply. She knew Luo Qiao had just found her family, and she was worried about causing trouble for her. But then she thought her brother would also go home for the new year, and her head drooped again. Louis Chen said, "We'll spend the new year alone, just Shirtu and me." Shirtu looked up and asked, "Brother, aren't you going home?" Louis Chen replied, "I will be on duty during the new year. You'll spend it with me at the station." Shirtu smiled and said, "That's fine. As long as I'm with my brother and sister, I'm happy and everything is good." After eating, Luo Qiao packed the things she prepared for them and said, "Take these back to your place. They should last you a few days. The preserved meat and pickles, take some when you have time, it's convenient to eat." The next morning, before dawn, Luo Qiao ate a little in the space, put on the short boots given by Louis Chen, and prepared to leave. As she stepped out of the alley, she saw Louis Chen standing by the roadside. Luo Qiao walked up and asked, "It's so cold today, what are you doing here?" She was thinking, luckily she didn't throw away the food Louis Chen gave her yesterday, thinking she could hide it on the way. Louis Chen said, "I'll take you to the train station. Let's go." He went over to push his bicycle. He knew the train schedule in the morning and knew Luo Qiao would leave early, so he had been waiting here for a while. They bought tickets and soon entered the station. If Louis Chen didn't know Luo Qiao's skills well, He wouldn't have let her go so far alone. But now, he had no choice but to remind her to be careful when she was outside. Luo Qiao bought a seat ticket. It was broad daylight, so she didn't need to lie down. When she reached Jinan, she planned to buy a sleeper ticket. The train clattered out of the station. In Jishir City, Zhang Shan's father finally found out that the girl from number 1 middle school wasn't an orphan after all. She was the girl mentioned in the newspaper a while ago. He was completely upset. He hadn't expected his daughter to cause such a big problem this time. The promotion opportunity was gone, and now the leader had assigned her to go to the countryside for guidance work. He felt helpless. He thought about going to number 1 middle school to apologize to Luo Qiao, but when he arrived at the school, he learned that the girl had taken a long leave. Reluctantly, he had to pack his bags and go to the countryside, because not doing so would mean disobedience. Before leaving, he told Zhang Shan, from now on, stay out of trouble at work. If you don't want to wait for Xiangdong, then ask your mom to cancel the engagement at the Ding family. But if you cause any more trouble, our family won't take responsibility anymore. Jiang Donglin didn't tell Zhang Shan what he had discovered. He only told her to stay away from Luo Qiao. He was worried that this foolish girl might cause trouble for Luo Qiao again, and then the whole family might lose their jobs. Jiang Donglin thought that perhaps Ding Xiangdong's issues were also connected to the girl's behind-the-scenes people. After all, he had transferred jobs a year ago, and now, just at this moment, someone had found out about it. Thinking about it made him feel cold all over. Mom Jiang Shan, Zhang Yanling, saw her husband off. Jiang Donglin said, Zhang Shan keeps asking for leave, which isn't good. You should talk to her and encourage her to go back to work soon. If she stays away too long, she might lose her job. Zhang Yanling hesitated for a while. Old Jiang, do you think it's possible to break off the engagement with the Ding family? Jiang Donglin replied, that depends on Jiang Shan's feelings. You two should discuss it. But first, see if there's someone suitable. The key is Jiang Shan's decision. You know her personality well. It should be based on her wishes. As long as she doesn't regret it later, that's fine. For now, this is the only way. Just don't let the neighbors see and make fun of us. Zhang Yanling said, it's been so long since Xiangdong's matter. No one from the Ding family has come over. I think this marriage won't work. If Zhang Shan marries him, she won't be treated well. Jiang Donglin sighed. It's because we spoiled her too much. You should persuade her more. Otherwise, she'll suffer more in the future. She carried her big bag out of the yard. Let's go back. It's so cold outside. If there's anything, send me a message. At the Ding family, Ding Xiangdong's father, Ding Jianxiang, sat on the kong, smoking a dry tobacco pipe. Next to him, Xiangdong's mother, Xie, was mending shoes. His dad, I think the Zhang family probably won't come over. I'm worried they have other plans. If Xiangdong finds out we haven't gone to visit and comfort them, he might get angry and cause trouble. Then the neighbors will laugh at us. Ding Jianxiang said, whatever the Jiang family wants, it depends on whether their daughter agrees. You know how much Zhang Shan likes the second son. Don't worry. She'll wait for Xiangdong to come back. Don't waste money going there. You won't go empty-handed. Xie Guiqin paused her work and said, don't forget, the second son doesn't have a job. Can the Zhang family just watch their daughter marry and suffer? Ding Jianxiang looked at his wife with a side glance. You don't understand. The Zhang family won't let their daughter suffer. They will find a way to fix Xiangdong's job. Don't worry about it. You don't need to interfere. After hearing this, Xie Guiqin felt a little better, but also thought the words sounded unreliable. Xie Guiqin picked up a needle and poked it into her shoe sole. She thought it wouldn't be right not to go there, so she decided it was better to visit in person, to avoid Xiangdong having something to say when he returned. She sighed and continued mending shoes. She casually said, the third son has gone somewhere again. On the train, Annie next to Luo Qiao was packing her things, preparing to get off at the next station. Seeing Luo Qiao, a young girl traveling alone, Auntie kindly said, be careful on the train and stay safe. Luo Qiao smiled and thanked her, then helped Annie take her luggage from the overhead rack. She watched as Annie got off at the small station, which had quite a few passengers waiting to board. Soon, more people came on board. A woman with several children entered. The girl at the front looked around and saw that a seat next to Luo Qiao was empty. She called out, "Mom, come here. There's a seat." The woman carried a basket on her back, had a child tied in front of her, and followed by a smaller girl. Their clothes were very dirty. Luo Qiao thought to herself that traveling with children, they should have cleaned up before leaving. The woman placed her basket in the aisle and sat down directly. She looked at Luo Qiao and pointed to the seat between them, telling the older girl, "Come sit here." Luo Qiao, understanding how hard it is to travel with children, moved a little to make the girl more comfortable. But as soon as the girl sat down, Luo Qiao's face changed and she immediately stood up. Because when she turned her head, she saw lice crawling on the girl's head. Lots of them, very lively, moving around in her hair. Luo Qiao quickly packed up her things and said, "I need to step out for a moment. You can sit here." The woman didn't expect Luo Qiao to give up her seat and didn't say, "Thank you." Instead, she pulled her little girl closer and told the girl sitting nearby, "Move in a bit so my daughter can sit." Luo Qiao moved forward a little and found a seat to sit down elsewhere. Everyone thought she was just being kind. But as the train left the station, the smaller girl couldn't sit still. She got up and started walking around. Since old trains can be unsteady, when the train jolted, the girl lost her balance and fell onto a passenger sitting nearby. The girl's clothes were already very dirty, and when the passenger caught her, they saw the lice on her head. The passenger screamed loudly in shock. She directly pushed the young girl out, causing her to fall into the arms of a passenger across from her. The passenger was still unaware of what had happened when he heard the woman scream and point at the girl's head. "Lice, lice." Everyone's eyes then turned to the girl's head. My goodness, the lice were not just a few. They were quite numerous. The passenger immediately pushed the girl away and stood up. He also found lice on himself and quickly shook his clothes. The nearby passengers also stood up to avoid getting lice on themselves. Everyone seemed to avoid the girl like they were avoiding a plague. The woman who had screamed earlier said to the girl's mother, "You're so lazy. Your child's head is full of lice. You don't take care of her, and you don't clean her up before going out. Who do you want to disgust?" The woman holding her child replied, "It's just you city folks making a fuss. In the village, kids' heads are full of lice too." Angrily, the woman who had spoken earlier didn't know what else to say. She just glared at the mother and her companions and then patted her belongings before leaving. Someone nearby whispered, "No wonder that girl earlier gave up her seat. She probably saw the lice on the girl's head and didn't dare sit there anymore." She was too embarrassed to say so and just left. The little girl, frightened by the teasing, hid behind her sister and didn't dare to move around anymore. Seeing that the woman was quite rude, everyone chose to ignore her. Luo Qiao also heard the commotion behind her earlier. Currently, lice weren't just a rural problem. Some city folks also had them. But today, that family didn't have a lice problem, they were just lazy. It seemed they hadn't washed their hair in a long time, or the lice wouldn't have spread so badly. They also spoke so confidently, which was quite impressive. That mother was truly something. At lunchtime, Luo Qiao felt a bit off her appetite. She poured some milk into a thermos given by Louis Chen. The thermos was plastic on the outside and had a glass inner container. Luo Qiao thought that Louis Chen was very thoughtful. She had originally planned to use a porcelain cup for water, but she didn't expect him to bring a thermos. In today's times, that was quite a valuable item. Thinking about going south this time to see if there is anything suitable, I need to repay the kindness. I don't know what will happen in the future, but for now, I don't want to owe anyone favors. Last time I went south, I didn't find what I needed, or I would have prepared it earlier. I took out a marinated egg and a steamed bun from my bag. That was my meal. The sweet smell of milk powder attracted the attention of the people nearby. In Beijing, at the mechanical factory staff housing, the Luo family was having lunch when they heard noise outside. After listening carefully, they realized it was coming from Vice Factory Director Qiao's house, not far from theirs. The Luo family was calmly eating lunch. not interested in joining the commotion. This was normal, and they didn't want to get involved. It turned out that a few days ago, Vice Factory Director Qiao sent Xiao Meng back to his brother's place. His brother's new wife didn't like it and said that when they married, they agreed not to live with the stepdaughter, only paying 5 yuan a month. So Xiao Meng's biological father had no choice but to send her to her ex-wife's home. However, Xiao Meng's mother was weak and couldn't protect her. Her step-siblings often bullied her. Unable to handle it, they sent Xiao Meng back to her grandmother, who also received 3 yuan a month for her care, which was given to her grandmother. But the young wife living with Grandma Luo didn't agree with Xiao Meng staying there. She said the house was small, and everyone had to squeeze in, but there was no space for Xiao Meng. Grandma Luo had no choice but to send Xiao Meng to her eldest son's house at the mechanical factory. However, Sun Liying, his wife, refused to let Xiao Meng stay. Recently, her brother and sister-in-law from her family almost wanted to eat her. Because of Xiao Meng's instigation, her niece Sun Guixiang made a mistake. Now, Sun Guixiang was transferred to the workshop as a worker after taking revenge at a party. The factory director approved it personally, with no room for change. The Sun family had many disputes with Sun Liying over this matter. Now, her mother-in-law also wanted her to take back Xiao Meng, but she refused outright, saying, "No way, unless you and Qiao Jining divorce." Qiao Jining usually listened to his mother but knew he couldn't let his small family fall apart over his brother's affairs. So, he first opposed his mother's idea. Xiao Meng didn't expect to end up like this. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she felt some resentment toward the Luo family. She ran out and knocked loudly on their door, demanding an explanation. Luo Haotian was also a bit annoyed with this girl. He felt he wasn't acting properly, and now she was causing trouble at his house. He asked the fourth brother to call Qiao Jining over, but now Qiao Jining couldn't even handle her own mother and was too busy to manage Xiao Meng. Luo Haotian directly called the police. He didn't have time to deal with family issues with Qiao Fu's factory. When the police arrived, things became even more complicated. Now Sun Liying found out that her second brother had been giving his mother-in-law 5 yuan every month, and the former daughter-in-law also gave 3 yuan monthly. Together, they provided 8 yuan for Xiao Meng's living expenses. But she had been taking care of others' children for so long without seeing a penny, while her mother-in-law said her younger son was struggling and used that money to support his family. It turned out that their family was foolish. The second brother's family bought peace with money, and the third brother's family didn't have to worry about anything. They even received an extra 8 yuan each month to help with household expenses. Meanwhile, their family was in chaos because of Xiao Meng. Sun Liying harshly said, "Qiao Jining, if you dare to keep Xiao Meng again, we will go straight to divorce." The wife of the Qiao family, feeling humiliated in front of so many people because her eldest daughter-in-law scolded her, sat on the ground, slapped her thigh, and started crying. "It's unfair. As a daughter-in-law, I shouldn't be looked down on by my mother-in-law. It's nothing serious, but she uses divorce to threaten people. Is she trying to embarrass me? I can't even live with dignity. You live in a spacious house and help your brother, but it's so hard?" Qiao Jining deeply regretted not listening to his wife. He shouldn't have taken on this trouble. Now he realized how foolish he was, tricked by his mother into bringing Xiao Meng back, and ended up in this situation. The Luo family watched the commotion for a while and then prepared to go to work. Although they reported the police, this matter had nothing to do with their family. People nearby pointed at Xiao Meng and whispered, "This deputy factory director's niece is out of her mind." She even asked the Luo family to explain. They haven't even done anything wrong, and she's trying to blackmail them. Turns out she was pretending all along. Who would have thought she'd do such wicked things behind people's backs? She even used the excuse of seeking justice for Jiajing to stir trouble with the Luo family's daughter. Could her mind be broken?
Exactly.
If her mind was okay, she wouldn't do such things. Did you hear what Sister Sun said? That Sun Guixiang caused trouble at the banquet, inciting Xiao Meng to secretly provoke the Luo family's daughter. As a result, she lost her office job and was transferred to the workshop. That is also because Sun Guixiang has a bad heart. Xiao Meng provoked her a few times, and she abused her power. Luo's daughter, who is the daughter of the factory deputy, didn't offend her. Isn't she just openly bullying people? She is also someone who doesn't think clearly. Just because others provoked her a few times, she dared to embarrass people in front of the factory leaders, workers, and their families. If Luo's daughter wasn't capable, how would she be able to handle it after that day? Exactly. She dresses extravagantly every day. I think she just envies Luo's daughter because she's pretty. Her jealousy made her use those sneaky tricks. The Sun family also says she was provoked by Qiao Meng. If she was so easily influenced, wouldn't she be a fool? However, Qiao Meng's niece isn't simple. Normally, Sun Liang wouldn't like her living in her house. Sun Guixiang should dislike Qiao Meng, but surprisingly, they're still close like sisters. Yes, Qiao Meng is quite clever. She secretly uses others to deal with problems, and she doesn't lose anything whether she succeeds or fails. This girl is really thoughtful. The old lady of the Qiao family is also quite smart. You say the eldest son is capable, but she insists he lives with the younger son. Over the years, the deputy factory director's family has suffered a lot. You don't understand, do you? Over the years, the deputy factory director has been giving his mother a lot of support. He gives her 10 yuan a month for living expenses and sends her gifts from time to time. His mother has been supporting her younger son. Basically, it's because the younger son and his wife know how to please people. They get benefits and also make others say they are filial and don't dislike the elderly. Sigh, every family has its own troubles. But this time, the old lady of the Qiao family went too far. She took money from the second son to support the younger son but made the eldest son support Qiao Meng without giving him a penny. If the police hadn't called the second household today, Sun Liang wouldn't have known that the second household had paid money. No wonder she was angry. The Qiao family caused a fuss all afternoon. In the end, Qiao Meng left with her biological father and stepmother. The old lady was helped back home by her younger son and his wife. This commotion caused a rift among the three brothers of the Qiao family. Both the eldest and second sons now have opinions about the youngest. They said they won't give any more money, besides the agreed retirement funds. Now, even the wife of the youngest son is quiet. Ning Shuling came home from work in the evening and saw the deputy factory director and his wife sitting in the house. They had brought some things, which they came to apologize with. Sun Liang had a tough day today. She bought high-end items and sincerely came to apologize. She didn't want a relationship between the two families to worsen because of Qiao Meng. If it weren't for Qiao Meng's confusion today and her trouble with the Luo family, and if Luo's family hadn't helped call the police, this situation might not have ended so quickly. They wouldn't have let Qiao Hacking see his mother's favoritism clearly. So today they sincerely came to apologize and thank everyone. After arriving at the station, Luo Qiao bought a new train ticket, found a place to eat, and soon boarded another train. She found her seat, not because she was listening to Louis Chen, but because she wasn't someone who liked to suffer in silence. Not long after the train started, Luo Qiao used the bathroom to freshen up. She didn't want to climb to the upper bunk, so she bought the lower one. Besides her shoulder bag, she had no other luggage. The upper bunk was occupied by an older man reading a book. Opposite was a woman knitting. The train's lighting was dim, but the woman was very quick with her hands. Luo Qiao watched for a while before lying down and closing her eyes, drifting into her space. In the middle of the night, Luo Qiao heard someone enter. The noise was loud. She opened her eyes and saw two women, a man and a child about 7 or 8 years old. They were busy putting away their luggage. Luo Qiao closed her eyes, ready to sleep again. Soon, she heard a woman say, "Brother Yang, could you ask them to change our lower bunk? I don't want to sleep on the top." Another woman replied, "If you don't want the top bunk, there's also a middle one. You can sleep there. I'll take the top with Liangzi." The woman didn't answer, but called out again, "Brother Yang." Luo Qiao thought this wasn't a good person. Her flirtatious voice was really uncomfortable. She got goosebumps. She decided not to move and pretended to sleep deeply. The woman opposite turned over, facing inward. The woman called out again, "Brother Yang, I'm afraid I'll fall from above. Besides, sleeping on top isn't convenient. Luo Qiao listened to her words. Isn't that smart? She knows it's inconvenient on top, so others can go up easily. Luo Qiao pretended to be asleep, turned over, and faced inward like the woman. She closed her eyes again. The woman still wasn't giving up and said, Brother Yang, look at them. The middle-aged man in the middle bunk angrily said, Shut up. What time is it? Are you still letting people sleep? Stop making noise. That Brother Yang finally comforted her, saying, 7 Qiao, you should bear with it tonight. It's too late, and it's not convenient to change beds. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask around for you. For now, rest on the middle bunk, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, Luo Qiao got up and first went to the bathroom to wash up in private before coming out. She then made herself a glass of milk, took out a marinated egg, a sesame flatbread, and an apple, and slowly started to eat. The woman across the aisle had also finished packing and poured herself half a mug of malted milk. She took out some prepared sugar flatbread and an egg to eat as well. The young child on the upper bunk, maybe around 7 or 8, seemed to smell something tasty. Mom, I'm hungry. The child didn't cry or make a fuss. Instead, he looked down from the upper bunk and nudged his mother. Mom, I'm hungry. The woman patted her son's head and said, There are some cookies in my bag. You can eat those first. Later, your dad will go get breakfast for you, okay? The child was sensible and didn't fuss anymore. He just said, I want to eat eggs and flatbread. The woman thought for a moment and said, There should be eggs in the cart, but I'm not sure about the flatbread. If there's some for sale, I'll ask your dad to buy it for you. The little boy smiled and peeked at the two people eating below. Just then, Luo Qiao looked up and saw them exchanging smiles. The boy's eyes were bright and clear. Luo Qiao immediately thought of Shirtu, recalling his tired expression that day, and guessed that these two would soon have to start eating at the cafeteria again. The woman across the aisle, perhaps finding the child cute, took a sugar flatbread from a paper wrapper and handed it over. The boy didn't take it but instead nudged his mother and pointed at the sugar flatbread, showing it to her. The woman, no longer sleepy, sat up and looked at the woman across the aisle. Thank you, but you don't need to give him anything. I brought some cookies. Later, I'll go get breakfast for him. Seeing that the mother had already declined, the boy didn't reach out for the flatbread. The woman who had been acting spoiled last night then said, They don't want you to give me anything. I'm a little hungry too. The woman across the aisle ignored her, sat back in her seat, and ate her own sugar flatbread. She then took a spoon and stirred her mug of malted milk, the sweet aroma making everyone on the bed stir. The woman earlier snorted and said, So stingy. The woman on top replied, 7 Qiao. How can you talk like that? 7 Qiao said, Don't think that just because I call you sister-in-law, you can boss me around. The woman's face immediately looked unhappy. She glanced at the man sleeping on the opposite bunk, her eyes full of sadness. She packed her things and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the woman called 7 Qiao shouted to the man above, Brother Yang, I'm hungry. The man called Brother Yang replied, Ask your sister-in-law to serve you food. Tell her what you want to eat. The people in the carriage listened to this, and all looked at each other with disdain. Luo Qiao thought to herself, This man is really a bad person. During the day, the light in the carriage was good. Luo Qiao took out a medical book and started reading. The uncle on the upper bunk was packing his things, preparing to get off the train. He also smiled and greeted Luo Qiao and the woman on the lower bunk opposite. The people above had gone down to eat, so Luo Qiao moved aside to give them space. The little boy politely said, Thank you, sister. The girl called 7 Qiao looked at the returned food with dislike and said, Sister-in-law, can't you make it a bit better? The woman replied, We're outside, and this breakfast is already very good. Here's an egg for you. She handed an egg to the boy, then gave one to the man and finally peeled one herself and handed it to her son, saying, Eat it. The boy was about to put the egg in his mouth when he saw his mother pick up some porridge to drink and asked, Mom, where's your egg? The woman smiled and said, Mom doesn't like that. The man glanced at her and muttered softly, It's like I'm mistreating you or something. The woman said, We don't have much money. We took the hard seat when we came, but now you two insist on buying a sleeper. That's going over budget." Hearing this, the man said nothing. The boy split the egg in half and handed one piece to his mother, saying, "Mom, you eat too." Luo Qiao looked at the boy's determined eyes and thought that the older sister's husband wasn't very good, but her son was nice. As long as she raised him well, he wouldn't go wrong. The woman on the lower bunk across didn't like this and said, "A wife is someone who will walk through life with you. Don't be clueless." After saying that, she shook her head. The man seemed to realize something and also split his egg in half, handing one piece over. "You eat too. It's my fault. I made you suffer." The woman heard this, and her eyes turned red. "It's okay. We should protect Sister Qiao. Uncle and Annie have been kind to us. We can't let her suffer when she's outside." The girl called Qiao looked a bit uncomfortable after hearing this. "How much did you spend?" "I'll pay your parents back." Near noon, a young man came onto the train. He didn't want to stay upstairs in the daytime, so he put his luggage on the bed and stood in the aisle. When the train had gone quite a distance from the station, he took out a book and sat down to read. The carriage became quiet. In Jishir City, Louis Chen was frowning while on the phone. He heard the person on the other end say, "Chen, do you mean you won't come back for the new year?" Louis Chen replied, "Yes, I will be on duty.
I'll visit you when I have time."
Chen, your great-uncle found an old Chinese doctor. Grandpa hopes you can come back for a visit." Louis Chen was silent for a moment before asking, "Grandpa, is Yiting okay?" Hearing his grandson's question, he knew Chen didn't want to talk about it anymore. He sighed and said, "She's doing well. Don't worry about her. Take good care of yourself so Grandpa won't worry." Louis Chen's family was a blended family. He had an older brother, Liu Yishuan, and a younger sister, Yiting. His stepmother, Geng Mingli, brought along her younger brother, Cui Jianhua, and sister, Cui Yaya. Because of past events, he hadn't contacted his family for a long time. Thinking of the person who had harmed him, his father's words, and the information he had gathered, he finally said, "Grandpa, I'll find time to go back after the new year." He knew he couldn't ruin his previous plans. He believed those people would strike again. He trusted that the fox would eventually reveal its tail. Before hanging up, Louis Chen said, "Grandpa, please take care of Yiting for me." On the train, everyone started having lunch one after another. Luo Qiao went to the dining car and got a bowl of egg soup and a steamed bun. She spread her homemade mushroom sauce on the bun and ate. The delicious smell spread, and everyone looked over curiously. The young man who had boarded earlier stared brightly at the canned mushroom sauce Luo Qiao was holding. After a while, he asked Sister, "What are you eating?" Luo Qiao smiled softly. "It's my homemade mushroom sauce." The young man tried asking, "Can I trade something to eat for some?" Luo Qiao glanced at the jar she just opened. "I only brought this one bottle. If you don't mind, I can share a little with you." "No need to exchange." The young man said, "That's kind of you. If you don't agree to exchange, I wouldn't dare to eat it." A woman sitting nearby smiled and said, "Miss, did you put meat in that sauce? It smells so good." Luo Qiao smiled and replied, "Yes, I added some mincemeat. The main ingredient is mushrooms." The young man stood up and took a handful of white rabbit candies from his bag. "I'll trade you with these. Just share a few with me as a thank you." Luo Qiao felt a bit embarrassed because so many people were watching. Just as she hesitated, the woman across from her smiled and said, "If it's okay, I can also trade something with you." She reached into her bag and took out 3 salted duck eggs. "This way, you won't feel awkward." Luo Qiao nodded lightly. "All right, since you don't mind my sauce, we can share it and try different flavors." Luo Qiao understood that the woman was helping her. With so many people watching, if she only shared with one person, others might be embarrassed or think she was being unfair. If everyone shared a little, it would be more fair. These days, life is hard for everyone, and people might mock you for being too generous. Now, the young man was trading white rabbit candies, and the woman was trading salted duck eggs. If others wanted to try, they could also exchange things. Luo Qiao didn't feel embarrassed anymore. After everyone tasted Luo Qiao's mushroom and meat sauce, they all gave a thumbs up. In just one meal, the three of them quickly became familiar with each other. During their chat, Luo Qiao learned that the young man's name was Xiao Jingyu. He was from Beijing, here in Jinan for a friend's wedding, and now he was heading south to explore the market. The woman's name was Sualan. Her husband was from the south, and she was visiting Jinan to see family. The three of them got along very well, and in the end, they exchanged contact information. Luo Qiao got off the bus, found a place to buy some essentials, and then headed toward the mountains she had booked a ticket to see. After half a day of bumpy bus rides, she finally arrived. After getting off and watching the bus leave, she quickly entered the forest and moved deeper into the mountains. In Beijing, inside a simple courtyard, "Grandpa, is my second brother still unwilling to come back?" An old man sat behind a large redwood table.
Give him some more time.
"If Yiting wants to see your second brother, I can send someone to take you to visit him." Lu Yiting stood in front of a pot of camellia flowers.
No need, Grandpa.
"I don't want my second brother to worry about me. She has been in poor health since childhood and cannot handle traveling or hard work. She doesn't want to trouble her second brother. Just knowing his news is enough for her." Lu Yiting left her grandfather's house and returned to the main courtyard. As she entered, she overheard her stepsister Cui Yaya say, "Mom, can you help me and Dad talk to Fang Yuan? He really doesn't want to leave the army. Last time, it wasn't his fault. Please ask Dad to help Fang Yuan talk to the others. I'm caught in the middle and feel very uncomfortable." "Yeah, I can't say anything about this. Your second brother was badly hurt, and it was hard enough to save his life. His leg is still injured. How can I bring this up? I can't ignore everything just for you. Mom, I understand all this, and I feel sorry for second brother too. But his future is already ruined. Does Fang Yuan have to be destroyed for this to be over? Uncle Luo saved Dad's life once. Can't we forgive Fang Yuan?" Yeah, how can I make you understand? My background is sensitive. You want me to help you and Fang Yuan, but that means ignoring your second brother and the whole Lu family. I don't know exactly what happened inside, but I know it was because of Fang Yuan that your second brother was hurt so badly. Although Dad and the Luo family covered it up, the truth is still there. I'm not your second brother's biological mother, but I have lived with him for many years. I can't do something that would hurt him just to help you. Think carefully about your relationship with Fang Yuan." "Mom, am I no longer your real daughter? Because you are my own daughter, I say these things. Luo Fang Yuan is not a good person for you." Cui Yaya wanted to say more, but she saw Lu Yiting walk in. Her stepmother, Gung Mingli, was also surprised. "Ting is back. You must be tired. Rest for a while. Dinner will be ready soon." Lu Yiting stared at Cui Yaya for a moment, but said nothing. She went straight upstairs to her room. This stepsister is really crazy, liking Luo Fang Yuan, that hypocrite and petty man. If she really marries Luo Fang Yuan, she will suffer in the future. She is shameless, causing second brother to become like that. The Luo family even used a past life-saving favor to make Dad cover things up. Few people know the truth. Now, second brother is still suffering outside and Luo Fang Yuan is starting to show off again. They think that as long as Dad asks, Grandpa will agree. That's just wishful thinking. She didn't know why her father asked her second brother to leave Jing City, but she believed her father wouldn't truly harm him. Still, she wondered why Luo Fang Yuan did what he did. In Jishir City, Yao Qingshuan's family was having lunch when his young daughter, Yao Shuangshuang, said, "Mom and Dad, my classmate told me her older sister said Luo Qiao is the top student in our grade for the midterm." Hee, tricky to say, right? Yao Qingxian smiled and said, "Luo Qiao is really impressive." Wu Peeling looked a little sad and said, "Luo Qiao hasn't come to our house for a long time. Maybe she's drifting away from us." Sitting nearby, her younger brother Yao Pingrui said, "That's because big sister is so clear about everything. Now, she and our family are no longer connected. Why would she come for no reason?" Yao Lily, annoyed, said, "You can't keep your mouth shut during meals. She only got first place because she was lucky."
What's so special about that?
Yao Pingrui challenged, "Then you try to get first place too." Yao Lily glared at her brother and shouted, "Yao Pingrui, I am your real sister. Can't you tell the difference?" You're just helping Luo Qiao speak. Yao Qingxian looked at his useless daughter and said, everyone, be quiet. Look at yourselves and see what you've become. At this moment, Yao's eldest son, Yao Pengfei, said, Dad, there will be a chance for a permanent position at the factory at the end of the year. Can you try to find someone? Yao Qingxian replied, many people are hoping for a permanent spot, and there are many with more seniority than you. It will be difficult. Time passed quickly. Luo Qiao had been in the deep mountains for over a month. During this time, she improved her supernatural abilities, gathered many herbs to plant in her space, and collected wild animals into her space as well. What made her happiest was finding 2 orchids. There were many orchids in her space, but they all grew too well, making it hard to take them out. These 2 could be kept and nurtured, and after the new year, she could find a place to sell them. Then, she could negotiate for mountain land back in the village, and her money would be clear and straightforward. Her supernatural power was still at level 2, with signs of upgrading. However, each time she almost succeeded but failed at the last moment. Luo Qiao was quite frustrated. One day, she sat under an ancient banyan tree deep in the mountains. She was delighted to find that she absorbed the plant essence faster and more smoothly than usual. She sat under the banyan tree for several days and finally, she successfully advanced to level 3. The banyan tree also became more vibrant and full of life, creating a mutually beneficial situation. I stayed in the mountains for 2 more days before packing up to go down the hill. I planned to make a few more trips before the new year to earn some startup money, then go back home for the holiday. Just like last time, I disguised myself, took some goods from the south, and sold them on the black market in different places. After half a month, I stopped and exchanged all my cash for supplies to head back. I chose several cities along the way, selling a lot of goods. When I arrived in Jishir City at night, I went straight to the black market after disguising myself again. I sold my goods to another black market trader. By then, only a few items remained in my space, and my money had tripled. I thought about celebrating the new year in Beijing and planned to buy a traditional courtyard house. When I got home late at night, I took a nice bath in my space and then rested. Tomorrow, I needed to go to school to register because finals were coming up soon. The next morning, after washing up, I heard someone knocking at the door. I opened it and saw Louis Chen. I smiled and asked, "How did you know I was back?" Louis Chen said, "I went to buy breakfast and saw the door was slightly open. I brought you some breakfast." I happily took it and said, "Thanks." Louis Chen said, "The finals are the day after tomorrow. I think you should come back soon." I smiled and replied, "Yes." Before I left, Teacher Ge told me the approximate time. I also called the school earlier. Louis Chen said, "Eat first. I'll go back and deliver food to Shirtu. He'll be happy to hear you're back." I nodded and said, "Hurry back. Breakfast will get cold if you're late. Come over for lunch later." After Louis Chen left, I finished my meal, packed up, and headed to school, bringing some dried lychees and longan from the south as gifts. Teacher Gus saw I was back and breathed a sigh of relief. She asked, "Have you been studying hard during this time?" I smiled and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Gu. I've been reading every day. I won't let you down." We talked for a little while longer. After finishing our chat, I said, "Teacher Gu, I brought some local specialties from the south. I want you to try them. It's a small token of my appreciation." Teacher Gu tried to decline, but I turned and ran. When I reached the door, I looked back and said, "Teacher Gu, I'll go to my class now. It's been a while since we last saw each other." Teacher Gu smiled happily, and the other teachers nearby said, "Wow, Luo Qiao is really thoughtful." The students in the classroom were surprised to see Luo Qiao, who had been absent for a long time. Then they remembered that the final exams were tomorrow, and they understood. Classmate Xiaoya excitedly stood up. "Luo Qiao, you're finally back. I really admire you." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I had some things to take care of, so I took a short leave." "Oh, I brought some snacks." She took out a pack of dried lychees and dried longan and said, "Try these." Xiaoya said, "You're thoughtful." Xiaoya ate a piece of dried lychee and said, "It's so good, tender, sweet, and has a fresh aroma." "Thanks, Qiao Qiao." Luo Qiao laughed and said, You're so cheesy. Both of them laughed. The students around them also came closer. One took a few pieces and started eating. They found it really tasty. Luo Qiao handed the 2 packs of snacks to Xiaoya so everyone could share and try. Maybe because of the snacks, or maybe because everyone felt Luo Qiao was easy to get along with, they became closer to her. The class monitor and the study committee member even lent her their notes. Luo Qiao didn't refuse. She spent the whole morning reading both sets of notes and reviewing the extra lessons. At noon, she went home to steam rice, stew some dried fish from the south, stir-fry spicy and sour potatoes, and make egg drop soup. Everything was perfect. Just as she finished steaming the rice, she heard someone run into the house. Luo Qiao turned around with a smile. Shi Tu rushed over. "Sister, you're finally back," he said, with tears in his eyes. Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Come on, let me see what's wrong with this little man." Lui Chen saw the two being affectionate and felt a bit annoyed. He looked at the kitchen stuff and said, "What are you making?" "I'll help prepare." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "First, wash and cut those 2 dried fish into pieces and soak them. Later, we'll stew them. Also, stir-fry the spicy and sour potatoes and make egg drop soup." Lui Chen glanced at Shi Tu. "That's enough. You're already so grown up and still so clingy." Shi Tu felt a little embarrassed and said angrily, "You want to be clingy? Too bad, you're just too big." After saying that, he hugged Luo Qiao again. The two beside them were surprised. Lui Chen clenched his teeth, wanting to hit him, but Luo Qiao couldn't help but laugh. Lui Chen quickly turned around to help with the chores Luo Qiao just mentioned. Now, he was quite skilled in helping in the kitchen. Soon, the fish was cut and washed twice, then soaked in a basin. This was when they started cutting the shredded potatoes. Most people in this era don't peel the potatoes, but Lui Chen washes them many times because he is very clean. Once Lui Chen has prepared all the dishes and cut the ingredients, and Shi Tu has finished his work, Luo Qiao starts cooking. Lui Chen begins to assign tasks to Shi Tu. Luo Qiao says, "I brought back a lot of dried fish. It should last us a while." Lui Chen replies, "I'll pay you for it." Luo Qiao laughs suddenly. "Do you really have to calculate everything so precisely?" Lui Chen says seriously, "That's the bottom line. We can't just come here to eat for free. You need to contribute to the household expenses, or I'll feel uncomfortable coming over." Luo Qiao asks, "What about the meat and rice I had before? You took those, right? And all the things you prepared for me earlier. Do I need to pay you for those too?" Lui Chen says that's different. Luo Qiao turns around and serves the dishes. "All right, from now on, just work more. I exchanged these ingredients with local fishermen using medicinal herbs and seafood. You can eat without worry." Luo Qiao wasn't lying about this. She had exchanged many kinds of seafood and dried goods: kelp, seaweed, nori, dried shrimp, large yellow croaker, pufferfish, catfish, hairtail, shrimp, tuna, and more dried items. When everything was done, she sent a lot to the Luo family, Yuan family, and Yang family in Jing City, and they probably received it already. The 3 of them ate their meal in the kitchen, enjoying the warmth from the stove. Lui Chen said, "I'll wash the dishes first. You tidy up. Later, I'll light the stove for you." Luo Qiao asked Shi Tu to feed the chickens in the backyard. She returned to her room and organized the prepared items, doing some surface work. When Lui Chen finished washing the dishes and came inside, Luo Qiao had already sorted everything. She saw 2 large bags on the ground and asked, "Are these the things you brought back?" Luo Qiao replied, "Yes, luckily the whole way was by car." Lui Chen felt a bit distressed. How did she carry these 2 big bags from the train station? Thinking about it, he asked. Luo Qiao said, "There are rickshaws at the train station to send you off. Ask someone to help me carry them, and I paid 2 dimes. Lui Chen said, "You're clever." Lui Chen hurried to set up the stove for Luo Qiao. The supplies were ready, and he just installed the stove directly. Luo Qiao watched Lui Chen busy working and thought he looked very handsome, but it was a pity about his leg injury. Thinking about this, I realized that my special ability has already improved to level 3. I can try to help him with treatment, but I need to think about what to say and do, since I can't reveal my ability. Louis Chen sensed that Luo Qiao was staring at him constantly, which made him zone out a few times and almost hurt his hand. Luo Qiao thought, since the new year is coming, she might as well wait until after the holiday to do anything. She turned around, took a cloth bag, and divided some dried goods to bring back. She said to Louis Chen, "You can give these to your good colleagues at work. They shared some nice things with you before." Louis Chen felt a warm feeling inside, like a family living together. It was as if she was reminding him to maintain good relationships. He felt very happy, and his hands moved faster. He smiled and said, "Okay, thank you." Luo Qiao tidied up her things and replied, "I've also eaten a lot of the food they gave you before. No need to thank me." Just then, Shirdu came in and said, "Exactly, we are all family." Louis Chen gave Shirdu a look of approval, thinking, "You're quite the talker." Soon, the stove was lit. Louis Chen told Luo Qiao, "You two should stay in the kitchen for a while. We need to open the window here to let the smoke out." Luo Qiao went to the backyard to check on her chickens. Over the past few days, Louis Chen had been coming daily to feed them, and they seemed to be doing well. Luo Qiao took the water container for the chickens, avoided Shirtu, and went to the kitchen to put a bowl of creek water inside. She also threw some corn to feed the chickens. Shirtu saw her and called out, "Sister, stop feeding them. I already fed them just now." After wandering around the backyard for a while, Louis Chen was finished too. The smoke in the house was gone. Louis Chen repeatedly told Luo Qiao to make sure to seal the stove properly at night to prevent gas poisoning. Luo Qiao promised again and again. Louis Chen stopped nagging and kindly placed a few coal balls inside the house, even preparing a tong for her to handle the coal balls. He had modified the stove during this time, replacing the bottom with a drawer-style design, which Luo Qiao said would make it easier to remove ashes and prevent dust from flying everywhere. Luo Qiao was touched. Having someone to care for her like this felt really good. Louis Chen carried Luo Qiao's things to her workplace. Everyone was curious about where he got these seafood products, but Louis Chen didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "Why ask so many questions? It's not much, just some extra dishes for the new year." In the evening, Luo Qiao cooked rice, made cold seaweed salad, and prepared a spicy hot pot. She didn't make it too spicy, and Stone exclaimed it was very satisfying. Louis Chen said he'd never tasted such a dish before. Luo Qiao joked, "I saw people eating like this in the south, so I tried to make it." This spicy hot pot is Sichuan style, but Luo Qiao isn't sure if this is the traditional method there or a later improvement, so she just made it up. After dinner, Louis Chen cleaned up the dishes, while Luo Qiao sat peeling garlic, planning to marinate some to eat later. Stone was nearby talking about funny school stories, making Luo Qiao laugh out loud. Seeing Luo Qiao laugh, Stone continued, "Before the holiday, our first-grade classmate Zhang Kai actually went to the classroom to do his business. Our teacher was so angry she ran to the fourth-grade classroom and called his older brother to clean him up. We almost couldn't stop laughing." Luo Qiao asked, "He's so old, how could he do that in the classroom?" Stone stood up, laughing for a while before saying, "He couldn't hold it during class, and he told his desk mate, 'I need to go,' but his desk mate ignored him, thinking he was joking. Then he crawled under the desk. Later, classmates smelled the bad smell and found him doing his business under the desk. Our teacher was so angry she told everyone to close their eyes, made him pull up his pants, and then ran to the fourth-grade classroom to ask his brother to help clean him up." Luo Qiao laughed. "That kid's grown up now, but I guess that embarrassing story will come up from time to time." Stone said, "I saw his brother hit him after school." Luo Qiao replied, "He probably didn't go to the bathroom during the last class. You can't do that." Stone smiled, "I know. I won't be like him." Luo Qiao stopped smiling and said, "Once it's over, don't bring it up again. He's still young, just in first grade, and was playing around. He didn't go to the bathroom after class. That's why it happened. If you ever face this situation, just raise your hand and tell the teacher, got it?" Stone nodded. "That's what our teacher told us too." At this moment, Louis Chen said, "All right, you guys better not be hungry tomorrow." Luo Qiao rolled her eyes at Louis Chen and said, "You're really?" Louis Chen came over to help Luo Qiao peel garlic. Luo Qiao then said, "By the way, I brought back some clothes for you. Try them on later. Louis Chen didn't expect he also had one. He asked to confirm again, I have one too? Luo Qiao said, yes, when I bought clothes for Shirtu, I remembered I had taken your rain boots, short boots, and thermos before, so I also picked out 2 pieces for you. You can wear them during your rest time. Shirtu was happy when he found out he got clothes, but then he thought about how much money he spent and felt a bit guilty for spending too much of his brother's and sister's money. His expression was obvious to Luo and Louis Chen. Luo Qiao smiled and said, Shirtu, since the new year is coming soon and you've grown quite a bit, you'll need new clothes. Don't worry, sister has money. I'm waiting for you to grow up and earn a lot of money to spend on me. You wouldn't want to go back on your words, right? Shirtu suddenly looked up seriously and said, I won't go back on my word. When I grow up, I will earn a lot of money to spend on sister and brother, really. Luo Qiao smiled and said, that's right. So, Shirtu, you don't need to feel guilty. Also, I sent a novel to a publisher before, and I received a lot of royalties. I can support you. Shirtu tried not to cry, but still had tears in his eyes. He turned to the side and whispered, I'm happier than many classmates in my class. They are all jealous of me. I will study hard and grow up quickly. Louis Chen watched Shirtu and Luo Qiao, but in his mind, he thought of his sister Lu Yiting. When their mother went missing, she was still young and once said, she will grow up faster. Luo Qiao noticed Louis Chen zoning out and asked, what's wrong? Louis Chen looked at Luo Qiao and, for some reason, didn't want to hide anything from her. He said, I was thinking about my sister. She is a year younger than you. When she was little, she also said she wanted to grow up quickly. Luo Qiao suddenly thought, you haven't mentioned your family before. Louis Chen didn't think there was anything secretive about his family. He didn't talk about his background, only about who was in his family, including relatives from outside. Luo Qiao smiled and said, your family sounds very complicated. Luo Qiao thought about how he didn't want to go home during the new year, probably because his family wasn't as relaxed as outside. She even imagined a soap opera scene where his stepmother mistreats him, and with his stepmother, there's also a stepfather. Louis Chen saw Luo Qiao's expression and knew she was overthinking. She had probably imagined many things. He reached out and gently tapped her on the head. What are you thinking? Compared to others, my stepmother is actually quite good. So Luo Qiao imagined a scene, the stepmother acting innocent on the surface but secretly scheming, then looking at Louis Chen with sympathy. Louis Chen chuckled softly and said, be careful not to overthink, or you'll have trouble sleeping tonight. Luo Qiao pouted and thought, you're really stubborn. If you're not doing anything wrong, why are you hiding? Are you fooling around? Louis Chen didn't explain further. He tidied up the garlic skins on the ground and said, it's getting late. Go to bed early. You have a test tomorrow. Luo Qiao stood up and went to her room, taking out the clothes she prepared for them. Recently, Stone had grown taller, and the clothes she made at the start of winter looked a bit small now. Stone saw the clothes Luo Qiao took out and asked, Big sister, why do you have so many? Luo Qiao smiled and said, 2 sets from inside to outside. Not many, but enough to change. Don't think too much at your age. Just grow happily and focus on the present. Louis Chen only had 2 pieces, a cashmere sweater and a trendy jacket. She had to visit several places to find them. Luo Qiao asked, I brought back a lot of seafood. Do you want to send some to your family? I'll visit them again, anyway. Louis Chen's focus was different. He asked, didn't you find the medicinal herbs? Do you still need to go back? Luo Qiao was silent for a few seconds, preparing herself mentally, and said, yes, I still need to find time to go. Louis Chen knew she was probably lying but didn't expose her. He said, all right, then they can enjoy some too. Actually, many of his friends were from the south. But since Luo Qiao brought it up herself, he was happy. He thought about sending some to his father to try, and maybe send less to home so his sister could also have some. Seeing what Luo Qiao liked to eat, he decided to ask his friends to send some later. It was good to owe favors, after all. A smile appeared on his face. After Luo Qiao finished preparing, she pointed to the items she brought out and said to Louis Chen, you can take these snacks. The ones to send away, put them here first. Tomorrow you can take them on your way, so it's easier than carrying them around. Seeing the orchid on the windowsill, she asked, Big brother Lu, do you know where to buy prettier flower pots? Louis Chen looked along Luo Qiao's line of sight and saw the orchid on the windowsill. He wondered why he hadn't noticed it before and asked, Where did that orchid come from? Luo Qiao smiled and said, I brought it back from the south. It took a lot of effort. I was thinking of finding a nice pot to transplant it into. I'm good at growing flowers. Louis Chen called Shirtu to go outside while saying, You're really something. I'll ask at my workplace tomorrow. Remember to seal the stove properly. He looked inside the house with some worry before taking Shirtu away. After seeing them off, Luo Qiao closed the door and returned to her room. She then entered her space, where she had previously sent out over 10 fables with illustrations. The response was good, and a special column was created for them. She had contacted the editor-in-chief before because she needed to travel far. She asked them to delay sending her recent payment, which should have arrived by now. She also sent a 160,000-word short story from the mountain. She expected to hear back soon about whether it was good enough. After exercising, she tidied up her storage room, then took a bath and prepared to rest. The next day, Luo Qiao didn't get up to make breakfast. Yesterday, Louis Chen said he bought breakfast and would deliver it, so she woke up a bit late. Just as she finished tidying up, she heard a knock on the door. Luo Qiao opened the door and saw Louis Chen outside.
Good morning, he said.
Louis Chen carried an enamel mug in one hand and a paper-wrapped package in the other, saying, There's an exam today. Eat while it's hot and get to school early. When Luo Qiao saw the breakfast he prepared, she almost laughed. You still believe this? Louis Chen looked a little uncomfortable for a moment and pretended not to understand. Believe what? Hurry up and eat. Luo Qiao smiled and took the soy milk. Are you really going to eat both eggs? Louis Chen looked serious. Isn't the exam brain-intensive? Eat more to boost your energy. He then cleared his throat. Luo Qiao ate while smiling. Louis Chen said, Stop laughing and eat quickly. Luo Qiao looked at the fried dough stick and 2 eggs, thinking of her mother in her previous life, who was busy all day and often couldn't be seen. Her heart felt a little sour. When Luo Qiao arrived at the classroom, many classmates had already arrived. Xiaoya asked, Luo Qiao, have you finished reading the notes from the class monitor and the study committee? Luo Qiao nodded. I remember them very well. Don't worry, I've finished reading. Plus, I've been self-studying and reviewing all along. The 3-day exam went by quickly. Luo Qiao didn't plan to return to Qingshan village before the new year. She decided to wait until her grades came out and then go back to Beijing after receiving her payment from the newspaper. A few days earlier, Yuan's family and Luo's family called Louis Chen, asking her to return to Beijing early. Since she had nothing else to do, she agreed. The day after the exam, I happened to meet Chu Mimi at the street corner. She is the sister of Chu Lily from the housing authority. This older sister was very friendly and pulled me into a long chat, making me a bit overwhelmed. After talking for a while, I realized how small the world is. Chu Mimi's husband, Jiang Dongli, and Jiang Shan's father, Jiang Donglin, are actually cousins. What a coincidence. Previously, Chu Lily hadn't mentioned her relationship with Jiang Shan, but now I learned about this connection from Chu Mimi. Recently, Jiang Donglin has been having a string of bad luck. He was sent by his superiors to oversee construction in the countryside, but an accident happened. He was injured in the incident. The higher authorities sent someone to investigate and found that the accident was caused by improper construction without proper safety measures. Luckily, no lives were lost and the equipment wasn't seriously damaged. However, as the project supervisor, Jiang Donglin is sure to be held responsible. He probably won't be fired, but will have to retire early from the company. It's unlikely he can make a comeback. Chu Mimi probably doesn't know about the unpleasantness between Jiang Shan's family and mine. She said it's almost New Year, and now this stressful thing has happened. I could only reply, yes, that's true. But inside, I was thinking that this person's bad luck must be recent. They didn't need anyone else to cause trouble. They brought it on themselves. Chu Mimi insisted I visit her home and get to know her family. I couldn't refuse her kindness, so I went along. As we walked, Chu Mimi said, "I've been to your house several times before, but I never saw you." I smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I was busy and had to go away for a while." Xiangdong saw me following his wife into the house, and after a moment, he suddenly remembered and pointed at me, saying, "That's the girl who helped out that day." Chu Mimi laughed and said, "You're so old-fashioned. Her name is Luo Qiao." Xiangdong nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Luo Qiao, come sit."
Thank you so much that day.
I smiled and replied, "No need to thank me. It was just a lucky coincidence." Xiangdong chuckled. "That's not right. When we went to the hospital, the doctors even praised your skills. You saved me a lot of trouble." The three of us sat and talked. I then learned that Xiangdong works at a pharmaceutical factory, mainly handling personnel transfers. I also mentioned that I have relatives working there. Later, Chu Mei wanted Luo Qiao to stay at home for a meal, but Luo Qiao politely declined, saying there were others at home for lunch. Before leaving, Xiangdong spoke a few words to Luo Qiao, who kept thanking him. It turns out that this year, the pharmaceutical factory has a chance for permanent employment. Each senior manager has a flexible quota, and since the Zhang family no longer needs theirs, Luo Qiao was given one because she mentioned having a relative working at the factory. Luo Qiao thought about this on her way home and was distracted while cooking. When Lui Chen came to see her, he thought something was wrong. He asked, "Did something happen?" Luo Qiao was serving the stir-fried dishes into a plate and said, "I have a chance for a permanent position at the drug factory. Should I give it to Gao Baozhu, the eldest son of the squad leader's family, or to Yao Pengfei from the Yao family?" Lui Chen put down what he was holding and asked, "Who is Yao Pengfei?" Luo Qiao then remembered that Lui Chen didn't know the Yao family. "I forgot. You don't know Yao Pengfei. They used to help me a lot on the farm." Lui Chen washed his hands in a basin, dried them with a towel, and said, "Is that the relative you mentioned in Jishur?" Thinking about what had happened with the Yao family before, Luo Qiao's smile faded, and she replied calmly, "Something like that." Seeing Luo Qiao's good mood earlier suddenly turn sour, Lui Chen wondered why she was upset, but he didn't say anything. He tried asking, "Why are you upset?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "It's nothing.
Just thinking about some things."
At that moment, Luo Qiao made a decision. Since Gao Baozhu has not been working long, giving him the quota might cause trouble for Xiangdong. It's better to wait for a better opportunity. Yao Pengfei starts work earlier than Gao Baozhu and also has a city household registration. Giving the quota to the Yao family would also be a way to repay their kindness. After thinking it through, Luo Qiao told Lui Chen, "Go call Shirtu to come eat. He's playing with the Song family's kids at the street corner." Soon, Shirtu ran back and Luo Qiao said, "Wash your hands and get ready to eat." For lunch, they had noodles with sauce. Shirtu swallowed his noodles and said, "Sister, Aunt Song is so funny. She keeps trying to ask me questions about our family. I'm not a kid anymore, so I won't fall for her tricks." Seeing Shida's proud expression, Luo Qiao asked, "What did she ask you?" Stone took a bite of noodles and finished eating before saying, "What else could it be? It's always the same few questions. Did your family eat something delicious? How come you have so much meat? What's the relationship between your police officer and your sister?" Lui Chen looked up at Luo Qiao, then turned to Stone and asked, "What did you say?" Stone paused his actions and replied, "Of course, I said I'm still young. How would I know about these things? I told her to ask her brother and sister if she wanted to know." He then laughed to himself and said, "Aunt Song is so funny. She knows she can't get any information from me, but every time she sees me, she asks again without minding. I really admire her." Lui Chen looked at Luo Qiao, about to speak, but Luo Qiao said, "Stone, if anyone asks you in the future what my brother and I are to each other, just tell them our families are old friends." Stone responded, "Oh," and asked, "What does old friends mean?" Luo Qiao explained, "It means my elders and his elders are friends." Lui Chen thought to himself, "When did our families become old friends?" "Fine, whatever you say goes." Stone nodded and said, "Got it. Aunt Song is too annoying. At the alley entrance, Aunt Song had a niece. She had once liked a teacher, but after dating for a while, he broke up with her. She was so upset she considered harming herself, so she had to ask relatives and friends if they knew any suitable young men to introduce. Aunt Song had met Louis Chen a few times and thought he was good. She didn't notice any issues with his leg when he was walking. Only when he moved could she see something unusual, but it didn't affect his normal life. Louis Chen worked at the police station and wanted to introduce him to his niece, so he tried to ask Stone some questions. But Stone was clever and didn't reveal any useful information. Of course, Luo Qiao and Louis Chen didn't know about this. After dinner, as Louis Chen was clearing the dishes, he said, "By the way, I met a familiar today." He said Zhao Jiajing went to the army nearby for some reason and also mentioned she had a childhood engagement with that family. Li Qiao carefully recalled the plot of the book, but didn't remember this part. She said, "Zhao Jiajing really knows how to cause trouble." But she wouldn't have gone to the army to find Zhang Jianjun's family, right? Louis Chen asked, "Do you know someone from the Zhang family?" Li Qiao sighed, "Not just know them. The Zhang family used to be close to my real dad and his friends. When I was born, they and their spouses were busy helping out. Unfortunately, I was accidentally caught up in it and got hurt." After saying this, she smiled. Louis Chen finally understood and felt uncomfortable inside. The person he met that morning hadn't explained much, only that Zhao Jiajing went to the army, and there were rumors she was looking for a childhood sweetheart. If that's true, then Zhao's family probably didn't arrange a childhood marriage for her. That means the childhood marriage was for Li Qiao. Once he thought of this, his mood turned sour. Li Qiao also thought of this. She didn't expect Zhao Jiajing to be so extreme. If she could use this to her advantage, she wished her good luck. Soon, Li Qiao learned the truth. That day, she went back to school to get her report card and met Zhang Xiao waiting at the school gate. Seeing Li Qiao, Zhang Xiao quickly stepped forward and grabbed her arm. "I've been waiting for you." Li Qiao immediately knew what Zhang Xiao wanted to say, but she asked calmly, "Why did you come so early today?" Zhang Xiao looked around and pulled her aside. "A few days ago, Zhao Jiajing came to our house at the army." Li Qiao didn't speak and just waited for her to continue. Zhang Xiao said, "Aren't you curious about why she came to our house?" Li Qiao smiled and said, "I was just waiting for you to tell me." Zhang Xiao took a deep breath. "You don't know how disgusting she is. She said she came to our house because, well, I feel embarrassed to say." Li Qiao smiled and said, "If you don't tell me, I might leave." The bell is about to ring. Only then did Zhang Xiao look unhappy and say, "She said she has a childhood marriage with my brother. Isn't that funny? Even if she does, it's with you. Why would she bother with her? She's really shameless." Li Qiao replied calmly, "Don't say that carelessly." "I didn't hear anything." Zhang Xiao said, I'm just so angry. I won't say such things again. I apologize. Please don't be mad at me." Looking at Luo Qiao without anger, Zhang Xia continued, "They boldly came to our house, claiming to have a marriage match for my brother. Now they're in trouble and want our help." That day, the military family compound was crowded outside my house, watching the spectacle. It was so embarrassing. Luo Qiao asked, "And what happened?" Zhang Xia asked, "Aren't you angry?" Luo Qiao replied calmly, "Why should I be angry? It has nothing to do with me." Zhang Xia gave Luo Qiao a thumbs up. "She's still using the Luo family's name and trying to impersonate you. You're really generous." Luo Qiao smiled. "She's just asking for trouble. She only makes herself look worse. I guess she's desperate and came up with this plan. But how did she find out about your family?" Zhang Xia said angrily, "It's because your biological mother mentioned it to her. She probably didn't care much about my brother when she was in Beijing. My brother visited Beijing several times, but she never mentioned the marriage match. Now that she's back in Qingshan village, she's come to our house. My brother definitely won't agree." Luo Qiao said, "It's about time for the bell. Let's go to class." As expected, Luo Qiao was still the top student of the grade. This made some classmates in Class 1 feel a bit discouraged. They had taken long leave, worked hard, but still couldn't beat her. Xiaoya looked at Luo Qiao and said, Qiao, you're really crushing everyone in our grade. How can we stand it? She even made a gesture of hanging herself around the neck. Luo Qiao said, I already learned these things before. Don't let it influence you. Teacher Ge gave the final summary, encouraged everyone to keep working hard next semester, and reminded them of holiday precautions before announcing the break. Luo Qiao packed her things and left the classroom, seeing Zhang Xia waiting outside. Luo Qiao asked, Aren't you catching a ride? Zhang Xia linked her arm with Luo Qiao's. I haven't finished telling you about Qiao Jiajing's actions yet. The two walked out together and saw Yan Jiajia at the gate. She was waiting for someone, but when she saw Luo Qiao come out, she shrank back, afraid Luo Qiao would notice her. Luo Qiao snorted and pretended not to see her, walking out of school with Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia said, Luo Qiao, I really couldn't hold it in. I just had to tell you how shameless Qiao Jiajing is. Be careful in the future, so she doesn't trick you one day. Lu Qiao looked up and felt snowflakes falling. It's snowing. Let's keep it short. I don't want to catch a cold. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiao said, Lu Qiao, because Qiao Jining caused quite a big fuss this time. My mom mentioned in front of the people at the military compound that the marriage match is with you, not someone else. I just wanted to tell you in advance, if you go back to Qingshan village during your holiday, it might affect your life.
I'm really sorry about that.
Lu Qiao replied calmly, Are you finished talking?
She wondered what he was trying to say.
Zhang Xiao carefully observed Lu Qiao's expression and whispered, Actually, both of my brothers are very good. You might want to consider them. Lu Qiao half smiled and said, Sorry, I'm still young and not thinking about these things.
You don't need to worry about it.
I remember you're a year older than me. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao tried to sound more friendly and said, Lu Qiao, I didn't mean anything bad. Since both our families had that idea back then, my brothers are really good guys. You can choose either one. Seeing Zhang Xiao's pleading face, Lu Qiao burst out laughing. Are you trying to sell your brothers like that? Do they know you're doing this? Zhang Xiao said seriously, I'm being honest. I'm not joking. Right now, everyone in Chaoyang commune and the military compound has been talking about this. If you go back to Qingshan village, you might get involved too. Lu Qiao looked at the snow falling heavier and said, If you're done talking, I'll go now. Look at this snow. Be careful, or you might not get home tonight. As Lu Qiao turned to leave, Zhang Xiao quickly ran a few steps after her. I've been talking for so long, but it feels like you're just listening to someone else's story. Lu Qiao stopped and looked at Zhang Xiao. Isn't this someone else's story? What does it have to do with me? Why should I be the one to take the blame for Qiao Jining's mistake? Maybe there's a problem here too, she said, pointing to her head. Then she turned and walked away. Zhang Xiao stood there, speechless. He didn't expect Lu Qiao to be so blunt. But her suggestion earlier was actually pretty good. Anyway, everyone in Chaoyang commune and the military knew about the marriage match between the Lu and Zhang families. He was just trying to help her. Why didn't she understand that? The snow fell heavier and heavier, covering the ground in white. Soon, Lu Qiao's figure disappeared into the distance. At noon, Luo Qiao made spicy hot pot and baked flatbreads in the oven. As Shi Tu entered the yard, he smelled the delicious aroma and asked, Sister, what did you make? It smells so good. Luo Qiao smiled and said, Since it's snowing, I made some warm, spicy hot pot. Lui Chen truly admired Luo Qiao. He couldn't understand how she always had so many ideas. She was very creative, and everything she made was really tasty. While they were eating, they heard someone outside calling. When they looked out, they saw it was the mail carrier. Urgent registered letter for Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao said, Thank you. The roads are difficult to travel in the snow, so I appreciate your effort. The mail carrier smiled and replied, It's no trouble. Serving the people is what we do. Seeing that the young girl spoke politely and was friendly, he added, Most of the people in this area work for the workers' unions or government offices. They usually aren't home in the afternoons or mornings, so I chose this time. Luo Qiao saw that both letters were urgent registered mail. After signing and thanking him, she went back inside. She didn't even finish her meal. She opened the letters and smiled when she saw the contents. She hadn't expected that the short story she had written would still be used, and she received 6 yuan per 1,000 words as payment. It was a pleasant surprise. The fairy tale stories had been increased to 6 yuan per 1,000 words 2 months ago. Illustrations were also paid an extra 50 cents each. Now, each illustration was worth 1 yuan and 50 cents. Each month, she sent 4 stories, usually with 4 or 5 illustrations. Some fairy tales were less than 1,000 words, so Luo Qiao would add some notes. Usually, each story was over 1,000 words, and with illustrations, she earned at least 12 yuan per story. Currently, her column earned her at least 48 yuan a month. In this era, that was a good income. Most regular workers earned only 30 or 40 yuan a month. Luo Qiao knew she might run out of ideas for fairy tales someday, so she also tried writing novels under the pen name Xiaoyao. To her surprise, the editor liked her work and used it directly, paying her a good price. Lui Chen and Shi watched Luo Qiao smile happily. They knew she had achieved her goal. Luo Qiao then said, "Look, Shi, I wasn't bragging. The payment has arrived. I can support you now." Shi's eyes lit up as he looked at what Luo Qiao was holding. "Sister, you're amazing." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Thank you, Shi." Lui Chen looked at Luo Qiao, who was so happy, and suddenly asked, "Luo Qiao, which university do you plan to apply to in the future?" Luo Qiao was still playing with the remittance slip in her hand and casually said, "Jing City." Lui Chen felt relieved and thought about replying tomorrow. Since he was in Ji City now, he decided to invest more money. If his brother was thinking of good things for him, he also needed to plan for the future. This girl was very good at making money, and he couldn't fall behind. Seeing Luo Qiao's excited little face, he found it quite adorable. Recently, a brother from Jing City called. The transportation company had taken back more than 10 new Dongfeng trucks. They heard that a few old Dongfeng trucks were being sold outside. They asked around and found that some of the trucks were well maintained and could run for a few more years without problems. They called to see if he was interested in investing. They also made it clear that there were risks involved and asked for a few days to think about it. Their idea was that after buying these trucks, they could also be affiliated with the transportation company. Anyway, they just needed to pay an annual affiliation fee. Even used trucks cost a lot of money. A new Dongfeng 140 costs about 35,000 yuan, and the trucks that are about to be phased out are estimated to be worth at least 5,000 yuan. After dinner, Stone helped Lui Chen clean up the dishes. It had become a habit, and Luo Qiao was the least fond of washing dishes, so she was happy to let him do it. She was preparing to visit the Yao family in the afternoon. She got up and packed a net bag with some dried fish, kelp, seaweed, and dried shrimp. The quantities weren't large, but enough to be noticeable. After all, seafood from the north was considered rare. She asked Stone to watch the house while she and Lui Chen went out. Outside, the snow had already accumulated about 2 centimeters and showed no signs of stopping. Lui Chen warned Luo Qiao to be careful on the road before they parted at the alley entrance. Last time, Luo Qiao bought a few umbrellas from the south. Today, she took one out when she left. As she walked, everyone on the street looked at her as if they were watching a show, because she was the only one holding an umbrella. She suddenly remembered that not every family had umbrellas, and even if they did, they might not want to use them in snowy weather. Luo Qiao thought to herself that she was glad she dressed warmly and couldn't see her face. She felt a bit shy. When she arrived at the Yao family's house, she was surprised to see everyone home. Yao Lily saw her and immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Yao Qingxian shouted, "You're grown up now. What are you talking about?" After scolding Yao Lily, he turned to Luo Qiao and said, "It's very cold today. Come in quickly and warm up." Luo Qiao ignored Yao Lily, shook the snow off her umbrella, and then stomped her foot before entering the house. "Uncle Yao, Aunt Yao, I came to visit you." Yao Lily, who had just been scolded, wanted to say something, but her sharp eyes caught what was in Luo Qiao's hand, so she kept her mouth shut. Luo Qiao said, "Aunt Yao, I brought some seafood for you to try." Wu Peeling, still affected by the previous incident, was less relaxed than before. It's good that you came to see us. Please don't bring up things like that again. Luo Qiao politely replied, just as a New Year gift in advance. I'll be going back to Beijing to celebrate the New Year in a few days. Yao Lily pouted and said, Oh, so you're just showing off. There's 1, 2, but not 3 or 4. Luo Qiao, who also has a temper, responded, Lily, you really disappoint me. Yao Lily wanted to reply again, but she was pulled out by Yao Qingxian, who angrily said, Shameless. We still have some dignity. Can you leave us some face? Luo Qiao truly didn't want to stay here any longer. She vowed not to come to the Yao family again unless there was a special reason. She was really fed up with Yao Lily. Yao Qingxian took a deep breath to calm himself down.
Luo Qiao, I'm sorry.
Uncle is apologizing on her behalf. Luo Qiao just gave a faint smile in response, took out the items she brought, placed them on the table, and then packed up her net bag. She then said, Uncle Yao, I came mainly to see you and Aunt Yao to bring these things for you to try, and I also know Brother Pengfei works at a pharmaceutical factory. By chance, I got a chance for a permanent position. She took out the official document and said, I don't need this anymore. I want to give it to Brother Pengfei. Once he gets the permanent position, he might apply for a company house, and your family will have a better life. The Yao family members were stunned, excited, doubtful, or in disbelief. They didn't react normally for a long time. Yao Pingrui was the first to react. He looked at the document Luo Qiao was holding and exclaimed, It's real. A permanent position at the pharmaceutical factory. Brother, you're so lucky. You can finally become a regular employee. That means a higher salary, right? Yao Shuang grabbed her second brother and said, Brother, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Luo Qiao's mouth twitched. She thought, if your brother is so lucky, then what am I? Yao Qingxian finally reacted and said, Seriously, we can't accept this. At this moment, Yao Pengfei recovered and stepped forward, asking, Luo Qiao, are you telling the truth? Luo Qiao directly handed over the note. Yao Pengfei's heart was pounding like a drum, and after reading the note, sweat appeared on his forehead. Yao Qingxian frowned and looked at his eldest son with disapproval. Then he turned to Luo Qiao and said, Luo Qiao, this thing is very valuable. You're not working now, so you might not understand what this note means. Luo Qiao smiled and said, I'm still in school. My family is in the capital. This doesn't mean much to me. I came here especially to give this to you.
Keep it.
Fearing that his father would refuse, Yao Pengfei tightly clenched the note and whispered, Dad, how about this? Since Sister Luo Qiao brought this note, I really need it. I heard at the factory that a full-time worker's position costs 500 yuan. If we buy this note, it won't be unfair to Luo Qiao. Outside the door, Yao Lily overheard the conversation and was amused. If her brother's position becomes official, that means a spot opens up. Maybe she could also work at the factory. Ignoring the previous unpleasantness, she pushed the door open and said, Dad, don't be confused. This is about my brother's future and our family's life. Once my brother becomes a regular worker, he can apply for a dormitory at the factory. When he gets married, he can also apply for a house. Dad, isn't this a good thing? Wu Peeling stood nearby, without speaking. Her palms were sweaty, and she kept watching her husband, worried that he might reject it again because he was too straightforward. But when she thought about her son's mention of 500 yuan, she felt conflicted. The family didn't have that much money, and her eldest son was already grown up. If his job became stable, he would soon need to get married. If all the money was spent on this note, her son's marriage might be delayed by a year. She was almost anxious to death. Luo Qiao hadn't spoken at all. She just wanted to see whether this family would remain acquaintances or become estranged. She was curious about what final decision Yao Qingxian would make. Yao Qingxian saw the eager looks on his family members' faces. He thought about how much they needed this batch of notes. He sighed inwardly, trying to speak several times but unable to say anything. Sometimes, he had to accept reality. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, Luo Qiao, Pengfei really needs these notes. But we can't take them for free. Let's follow the factory's rules, just as Pengfei said. Uncle here thanks you sincerely. Yao Lily then said, Dad, we don't have that much money right now. Wu Peeling clutched her clothes nervously. She knew it wasn't easy to get these notes, but the family really didn't have enough money. Yao Qingxian said, let's see how much we still need. We can borrow a little more to make up the difference. Yao Lily stopped him, saying, instead of borrowing from others, we should owe Luo Qiao first. If we borrow from everywhere, it would be embarrassing. If people find out we're in debt, no decent girl would want to marry my brother. Yao Qingxian let out a heavy sigh, looking either angry or anxious. He swayed slightly, saying, you all want to take advantage of others without giving anything in return. I'll be angry with you sooner or later. He turned to his wife, Wu Peeling, and asked, check how much money we have left at home. Wu Peeling didn't need to check. She knew she would count the money when she had free time. She replied, there are 362 yuan left. Yao Qingxian said, keep 12 yuan for emergencies. Take out 350 yuan. I'll write an IOU to Luo Qiao, and it will be paid back before next year's May Day. Seeing his wife hesitating, he asked, why are you like them, wanting to take things without paying? Wu Peeling quickly waved her hands and said, no. I just want to discuss with you. Can we take 200 yuan now and write an IOU for 300 yuan? We can pay it back before August 1st. She explained, Peng Fei is not young anymore. If he gets a permanent job and we have a suitable girl, we can use some money to prepare for the wedding. I calculated that if Peng Fei gets promoted and you get a salary, we can definitely pay it back before August 1st. Her words sounded reasonable, and Yao Qingxuan's face turned red with embarrassment. He didn't know how to ask Luo Qiao. He hadn't been so humiliated in his life. Luo Qiao watched for a while and then said, you don't need the money. This batch of notes was a coincidence to get. Peng Fei really needs them. It's also my way of repaying Uncle Yao and Aunt Yao who protected me all those years. After Luo Qiao finished speaking, everyone in the Yao family felt very ashamed. Even Yao Lily's face turned red with embarrassment, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Yao Qingxian wanted to say something, but Luo Qiao stopped him. Uncle, I will never forget your kindness. For now, just consider this as me fulfilling my wish. I understand what you mean, and that's enough. Luo Qiao didn't stay long. She felt she had repaid the original owner's debt of gratitude, so no one should mention owing her anything again. After leaving the Yao family, she didn't rush home. Instead, she leisurely walked in the snow, thinking about how valuable that official position was. It was like she owed the Zhang family a big favor. She walked a while before reaching the bus stop and got on the bus. Her mind kept thinking about how to repay this favor. She felt her actions hadn't been very graceful, more like patching one hole with another.
Oh well.
When she got off the bus and was about to cross the street, she heard someone call her name. She turned around and looked toward the voice, only to see Gao Baozhu, the eldest son of the squad leader's family. Luo Qiao was a bit surprised and asked Brother Baozhu, what are you doing here? Gao Baozhu stomped the snow off his feet. Luo Qiao, some things have happened in the village recently. My mom asked me to come tell you. I don't know the exact location of your home, and we've been wandering around this area for a while. Hearing this, Luo Qiao quickly said, it's cold today. Let's go home first and talk. It's also good to recognize the house. Next time, just come straight to my place if there's something. The two walked back to her house one after the other. Once inside, Luo Qiao hurriedly poured a cup of hot red sugar water for Gao Baozhu. Brother Baozhu, have some hot water to warm up. Gao Baozhu took the ceramic cup. Luo Qiao, don't overexert yourself. There's still a distance to the factory. After I finish my business, I'll leave. He carefully told Luo Qiao about what Zhao Jiajing had done and mentioned that the Zhao family had been lively these days. The sisters were either fighting or arguing every day, almost turning into a village drama troupe. He also said that Aunt Gao told Luo Qiao not to return to the village before the new year, to avoid getting angry and being pulled into trouble. Luo Qiao listened and said, thank you, Brother Baozhu. I really appreciate you coming all this way. Gao Baozhu smiled. What's there to thank for? It's only right. Then he remembered something and continued, "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing in the village. My mom asked me to tell you that Zhang and his younger son somehow wandered into the deep part of Daqing Mountain earlier. It took a few days for the injury to heal. Zhang's arm was hurt, and the local health clinic said that if it was delayed any longer, his arm would be useless. His young son was fine, but since they returned, he had become very dull and absent-minded. The villagers said he seemed to have lost his spirit." Luo Qiao chuckled softly. Maybe this is karma for doing something bad. After saying that, she got up and took a cloth bag filled with various seafood. She then said to Gao Baozhu, "Brother Baozhu, these are some seafood items. Please take them home to your wife. I won't be returning to the village before the new year." Gao Baozhu hesitated to accept the gifts and hurriedly waved his hands. "No need, no need. Keep them for yourself. I just came from home and won't be going back for a while, so I won't take them." Luo Qiao handed in the bag and said, "Most of these are dried goods that can last a long time. You can add some to the New Year's dishes for everyone to try. It's just a small token of my kindness." Just as Gao Baozhu was about to leave and head back to the courtyard, she saw Shi coming back with something. He was standing there waiting for her to approach, and only then did she see he was holding a porcelain basin. Luo Qiao asked, "What are you bringing? With so much snow, why did you go outside?" Shi smiled and said, "I went to Grandpa Zhang's house up ahead. You mentioned wanting to eat tofu the other day, so this noon my brother told me to go to Grandpa Zhang's to get some tofu." "Sister, your brother is really kind to you." Luo Qiao gently patted Shi's shoulder. "Hurry inside. It seems like he doesn't treat you badly. But you better not eat this tofu." Shi laughed and ran off, saying as he did, "No way. This tofu is what I brought back myself." Luo Qiao called after him, "Don't run. Be careful not to fall." Shi put down the porcelain basin and looked at the still falling snow. "This snow probably won't melt before the new year. Sister, you're leaving the day after tomorrow. When will you come back?" Luo Qiao thought for a moment and said, "Before school starts." "Shi, why don't you come to Jing City with me for the new year?" Shi looked down, feeling a bit conflicted. He wanted to go to Jing City with his sister, but he was also worried about causing her trouble. He looked up and said, "My brother has to work on New Year's, so I think I'll stay here and celebrate with him." "Sister, you should come back early." Luo Qiao patted Shi's head.
All right. What do you want to eat tonight?
Shi smiled and said, "Sister, let's have hand-pulled noodles with dried eggplant and tofu in the sauce." Luo Qiao smiled. "Okay, then go help me get some dried eggplant. Soak it in water first." The meal was almost ready when Luo Qiao asked, "Shi, is there still tofu at Zhang's house up ahead?" Shi replied, "Yes. Many neighbors exchange soybeans for their tofu." Luo Qiao glanced at the time and said, "Shi, come with me to Zhang's house. Let's exchange some more tofu. I want to fry some tofu balls for myself, and we can save some tofu puffs for the New Year's stew." Shi put on his hat and said, "All right, let's go." Luo Qiao went to the jar under the shed and took out a lot of soybeans. These were the rations allocated to the village this year, a mix of various kinds, brought along last time by Lu Yichen when he came with a vehicle. They closed the big door and headed toward Zhang's house in the front alley. When they arrived, there were still people exchanging tofu in the yard. Old Zhang saw Shi and said, "You're back again? I thought you took the tofu away already." Shi smiled and said, "Grandpa Zhang, my sister wants to exchange more, so she can fry tofu balls to eat." Old Zhang chuckled and said, "That's good." He also nodded at Luo Qiao. A nearby auntie smiled and asked, "Can you still fry balls with tofu?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Yes, it's just like making vegetarian meatballs, very simple." The big auntie laughed and said, "I'll try it later, so I can change things up for the new year." Luo Qiao handed the soybeans she brought to Grandpa Zhang and said, "Grandpa Zhang, please weigh these." Grandpa Zhang quickly weighed the soybeans, then measured out the tofu and placed it in the porcelain basin Luo Qiao brought. After leaving Zhang's house, Luo Qiao and Shi ran into Xiangdong and his wife. Their faces looked a bit worried, as if they were arguing about something. Luo Qiao asked, "What's wrong with you two? Qumei, usually cheerful and joking, looked worried now. She sighed and said, "My father-in-law's condition has worsened. He just came back from discussing things at the old house." Luo Qiao could only say, "Then you should go home and rest. Resting well will give you the energy to handle other matters." Just then, Jiang Dongli's eldest son, Jiang Bo, ran over and said to his parents, "Mom, Dad, I've asked around, but it might be hard to find. If it doesn't work out, I'll go to the countryside and see if I can find some good luck." Jiang Dongli also looked worried and said, "Let's go home first and discuss it." Qumei looked at her eldest son and asked, "Have you also asked at the purchasing station?" Jiang Bo said, "I asked around. They said there's only a 30-year-old ginseng, but the old doctor said my grandfather's medicine needs at least a 50-year-old ginseng to work." Luo Qiao understood they were looking for ginseng and quietly asked, "Are you looking for ginseng?" The Zhang family members looked up at Luo Qiao. Jiang Bo replied, "Yes, my grandfather urgently needs ginseng to save his life." Luo Qiao looked around and said, "You need ginseng that's over 50 years old?"
Zhang Dongli said, "Yes."
"Luo Qiao, do you know where we can find some?" Luo Qiao nodded and said, "You should go home first. I'll also send back what I have, and later I'll come to find you." After bringing Stone home, she saw Louis Chen in the yard and said, "Big brother Lu, I need to go out for a while. I'll be back soon. You two can start eating." Louis Chen said, "The noodles are already cooked. Eat first, then go. Otherwise, the noodles might get hard." Luo Qiao went into the kitchen, placed the tofu down, and saw the noodles were indeed ready. "All right, I'll eat first and then go." Louis Chen hurriedly served the rice, and Luo Qiao found a place for the tofu she brought back before sitting down to eat. After eating, she returned to her room, took out the ginseng from her space, and wrapped it up. She was worried about encountering an emergency and showing fresh ginseng, which might raise suspicion. The storage in the warehouse was all over 100 years old, so it wasn't suitable to take out. She had prepared 2 ginsengs, about 70 or 80 years old, just in case. Now she could use them to repay the favor she owed from before, which she had been worried about how to do. She greeted the two in the kitchen and then headed outside. She only heard Louis Chen behind her saying, "Be careful. The road is slippery." When Luo Qiao arrived at the Zhang house, the family was still worried. Seeing her, Chu Mimi asked hopefully, "Luo Qiao, do you know who is what we need?" Luo Qiao didn't beat around the bush and directly took out the processed ginseng. The Zhang family was surprised. They didn't expect Luo Qiao to have such a valuable item. Jiang Dongli stood up and carefully examined the ginseng before asking, "Is this ginseng yours?" Luo Qiao nodded. Then, excitedly, she asked, "Can you give us this ginseng?" Realizing she might have said too much, she clapped her hands and corrected herself. "No, I mean, are you going to sell it to us?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "This was originally meant for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought it here." After pacing around twice to calm himself, Zhang Dongli said to Luo Qiao, "Luo Qiao, you are truly a benefactor to me. Look, we really don't understand this ginseng. I think we should find someone to examine it and see if its age meets the standards for medicinal use. If it does, we can also have someone estimate its value. Does that sound good?" Luo Qiao had no objections. Having someone come over to assess it was a good idea, and it was also proper to repay favors openly. She knew the age of the ginseng but needed an expert to convince the Zhang family. Jiang Bo was excited and left the house. An hour later, he returned with an elderly man in his 60s. Outside, the snow kept falling, and both of them were covered in snow when they entered. After they settled down, the old man said, "Where is the ginseng? Let me see it." He opened the wrapped ginseng, and the doctor's eyes immediately lit up. After examining it carefully a few times, he said, "Good ginseng, very good. This is at least 70 or 80 years old." Jiang Dongli asked excitedly, "Then my father's medicine will be complete with this ginseng, right?" The doctor replied, "Yes, with this ginseng, at least his life is secured. We can take our time to recover and adjust later." Jiang Dongli looked at Luo Qiao and then continued, "Could you please estimate how much this ginseng is worth?" The old doctor gently placed the ginseng on the table and said, "Right now, The buying price at the procurement station is estimated to be around 2,004 or 500. Since the snow was falling heavily, Zhang Bo first took the old doctor home, grabbed the medicine, and planned to return later to the old house with his parents. Xiangdong cleared his throat and said, "Luo Qiao, you heard what the doctor said just now. I thank you for your help today. In the future, if there's anything we can do for the Zhang family, just ask." Before Luo Qiao could respond politely, he turned to his wife, Chu Mimi, and said, "Maisie, go get the money." The family indeed had enough money now, mainly saved for buying ginseng. Chu Mimi quickly brought the money over. Luo Qiao said, "Uncle, please listen to me. I gave away the spot you gave me. When I received it from you, I was too young and naive and didn't realize how valuable that thing was. I originally planned to return the favor, but then I was told that a formal worker position at the factory costs 500 yuan. That's when I realized how valuable that voucher really is. I was worried about how to repay your kindness." When Jiang Dongli heard Luo Qiao say this, he quickly stopped her. "Luo Qiao, let's be clear. That voucher might be useful and valuable to someone who needs it. But that voucher is different from a formal worker position. It can only be used by temporary workers. It's not a formal position itself, just a way for temporary workers to become permanent. I gave you that voucher because I thought it would be a waste to keep it with me, so I gave it to you. So, this shouldn't be counted as a debt." After some back and forth, Jiang Dongli couldn't argue with Luo Qiao anymore. In the end, the voucher was sold for 300 yuan, which made everyone happy. Luo Qiao didn't owe anyone a favor and even earned 2,200 yuan. The Zhang family was also pleased. When they left the Zhang family's house, they saw Lui Chen waiting nearby. Luo Qiao waved to the Zhang family and hurried over to Lui Chen. "How long have you been waiting? It's snowing so much. There's an umbrella behind the door. Why didn't you use it?" Lui Chen looked up at the sky. "It wasn't snowing so heavily when I left earlier. I didn't expect it to start snowing heavily just after I arrived." Back home, Luo Qiao said, "If we're not in a hurry, let's fry those tofu. I'm worried I won't have enough time tomorrow." Lui Chen nodded. "Tell me how to do it." Luo Qiao took a small piece of leftover meat and asked Lui Chen to chop it into filling. She washed a carrot and handed it to him to cut into small pieces. Then she prepared a large basin for making dough, planning to steam buns and sweet cakes tomorrow. Once she finished her preparations, Lui Chen chopped the meat, carrot, and green onion. Luo Qiao washed her hands, mashed the tofu, added the chopped carrot, meat, and green onion, and then cracked 2 eggs into the mixture, stirring in seasonings before handing it to Lui Chen. She quickly cut the remaining tofu into large chunks and soaked them in salted water for a while before draining. Then she heated oil in a pot. Lui Chen helped by lighting the fire. After finishing his tasks, Stone moved a stool over to do his homework. They worked busy all evening frying 2 trays of tofu puffs and a big bowl of tofu balls. Stone said, "These tofu balls are really delicious." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I'll carry everything over to your place later. These are your snacks for the new year. Tomorrow, I'll make some meatballs and vegetarian balls and also fry some small twisted pastries as treats." After seeing the two off, it was already late. Luo Qiao was quite tired today. She went into her space first to take a bath because she smelled of cooking fumes. Unbeknownst to her, her neighbor nearby was tempted by the smell of her fried balls and couldn't sleep late into the night. The next morning, she woke up early. The dough she prepared yesterday had already risen. Luo Qiao first steamed buns, sweet buns, flour rolls, and flour cakes. She steamed quite a lot of each. By the time Lui Chen arrived, half of the dough had been steamed. After breakfast, Lui Chen said, "Let me help with anything else you need." Luo Qiao looked at him and asked, "Aren't you working today?" Lui Chen softly nodded and Stone loudly said, "Brother took a day off. He said he's helping sister at home today." Lui Chen glared at Stone and said, "You talk too much." Then, trying to hide it, he told Luo Qiao, "I'm on duty during the new year. I took an early day off." Luo Qiao handed him a basket and said, "Go queue to buy meat. Later, I'll make more meatballs and vegetarian balls. I need to prepare some mincemeat, and there's still flour in the basin. I'll keep some to make buns." That day, Stone stopped doing homework and helped with chores, busy but happy. The three of them worked well together and enjoyed a warm, cheerful atmosphere. They steamed buns, fried meatballs and vegetarian balls, and also fried many small twisted pastries and made oil-filled bags as snacks. Finally, they made a lot of dumplings and froze them in the yard. After tidying up dinner, they cooked some porridge. They weren't very hungry. After a day of working with oil, they had no appetite. After dinner, Luo Qiao saw the two off and then entered her space. She washed over 50 egg whites and prepared to boil eggs in the space kitchen to marinate for them. She then packed what she needed for tomorrow's trip back, including 2 sets of clothes, some tea leaves, and skincare products for the women. These had been prepared days earlier, and she even ordered a batch of ceramic bottles specifically for this. The skincare products she sent earlier to Auntie Gu Hongwan were for removing spots. Now, she prepared moisturizing products. After packing everything, she did a set of boxing, practiced yoga, took a shower, and rested. The next day, Louis Chen and Stone arrived early. Luo Qiao instructed them to move the 2 pots of orchids back to their place because it was too cold inside after she left. After breakfast, she told them there were pickled eggs and vegetables in small jars and asked them to pack some to take with them for convenience. Louis Chen said, "You need to come every day to feed the chickens in the backyard. Just bring some when needed. I'll take those 2 pots of orchids away." Luo Qiao carried a small bag and a crossbody purse and was sent to the train station by Louis Chen and Stone. When Stone saw the train start moving, his eyes filled with tears. Louis Chen watched the train go far away and patted Stone's shoulder. "Let's go. I'm here with you." After Luo Qiao sat down, she took out a book to read. She thought that since she would stay in BJ for a long time this time, she had 2 things to do. First, visit her older brothers to see if she could help them. Second, look for a suitable courtyard house to buy early, so she would have her own space when she started university in BJ. In Qingshan village, Zhao Jiajing was once again beaten by Zhao Xiaoxing. She hated the Zhao family so much she couldn't sleep. She dreamt of returning to Beijing to study. Zhao Xiaoxing, that troublemaker, had torn all her books. She felt helpless and remembered that an uncle named Zhang had visited Beijing with his son before. After they left, her adoptive mother mentioned the old joke about arranged marriages between their families, so she thought of finding the military. But she miscalculated. The old witch from the Zhang family was too powerful. She was a shrew. Now, Zhao Jiajing really didn't know what to do. She had even thought about asking Luo Qiao for help if she returned to the village, but school had been on holiday for many days, and Luo Qiao hadn't come back. She was probably already in Beijing. Thinking of this, she felt very upset. That was supposed to be her life. She sat on the Kong, crying until she was exhausted. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried. Zhao Xiaoyan watched her sleeping sister, and she actually felt sorry for her. Growing up in such a good family, she had never experienced rural hardships. It was normal for her to struggle to adapt. Luo Qiao arrived in Beijing around 4 in the afternoon. When the train stopped at the station, she saw her 4th brother, Luo Siyuan, on the platform, along with Yuan Jie, the 4th brother of the Yuan family, Yuan Jiaxing, the 5th brother, and her 5th cousin, Ning Lingyuan. They were leaning on the train window, looking for someone. Luo Qiao had to call out 4th brother, cousin. Then he pointed at the car door. Luo Siyuan quickly called out to Yuan's brothers, who were still looking for someone nearby. "We found her. Come over here." After Luo Qiao got out of the car, several brothers warmly greeted her, including her 5th cousin. Yuan's 5th brother took her bag and Luo Qiao smiled. "Thank you, 5th brother." Luo Siyuan looked at his sister and asked, Qiao, wasn't there a holiday a few days ago? Why are you only back today?" Luo Qiao smiled and replied, "I had some personal matters to take care of, so I was a bit late." Cousin Ning Lingyuan said, "Let's go. The family is waiting for us." A group of people surrounded Luo Qiao and walked outside. Not far from the platform, a girl kept staring at Luo Qiao until she was out of sight. Luo Qiao walked along, asking, "Why did you all come together today?" Luo Siyuan said, Yuan's little uncle received a call from Louis Chen saying you were coming back today, so he asked Yuan to pick you up. But today, Yuan's little uncle had something at the military base, so he told Yuan to come instead. Today, our machinery factory's gang is getting married. They went to the wedding banquet this morning, and that's how we found out. I mean, didn't you know to call home before coming back? If I hadn't run into Jie, I wouldn't have known you were back today. Don't do that again. Luo Qiao smiled. I don't have many things with me, and I know my way around. Yuan Jie drove out in their grandfather's car today. Luo Qiao sat in the front, and the others in the back. After getting in the car, Luo Qiao kept watching Yuan Jie drive. Yuan Jie noticed her gaze and asked, "Want to learn how to drive?" Luo Qiao asked, "Really?" Yuan Jie said, "Of course. If you want to learn, I'll tell Grandpa. We can find a wide open space, and I'll teach you step by step." Luo Qiao smiled. "Okay, then it's settled. I really want to learn." Yuan Jie said, "How about the day after tomorrow? I'll come pick you up. We can go to that abandoned factory outside the city. Not many people go there now, so you can drive freely." Luo Xiyuan said, "All right, I'll come too, and learn as well. Fill up the gas. I'll pay for it. We can't cause trouble for Grandpa Yuan." Luo Qiao also said, "Yes, let's do as my fourth brother suggested. Every month, there's a fixed quota based on rank. If we exceed it, it might cause trouble for Grandpa Yuan." We arrived home soon after, and I didn't expect the people from the Luo and Ning families to be there. As soon as the car stopped, many people came out of the house, all smiling and welcoming us. Ning Lingyu was the first to rush over and hug Luo Qiao. "You're finally back. Everyone missed you." Elder sister Luo Jialin also came over with a smile. "Luo Qiao, have you grown taller again? Last time, I thought we were about the same height, but now you're half a head taller than me." Luo Qiao smiled. "Yes, I have grown quite a bit. My old clothes are too small now." Luo Xiyuan, standing nearby, said, "No worries. Tomorrow, fourth brother will take you to the department store to buy new clothes." Luo Qiao replied with a smile, "That's not necessary. I have clothes to wear." Grandma Luo chuckled. "Let's go inside and talk. It's so cold today." Aunt Gu Hongwan agreed, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. Listen to Grandma. Come in and warm up. We'll have dinner early tonight." Qiao Qiao probably didn't eat well on the car ride. Luo Qiao called out cheerfully, "Grandma, auntie, cousin, and brother." Grandma Luo looked at her granddaughter, who seemed even more beautiful than the last time she saw her. She thought to herself, "My granddaughter looks so good. I wonder which lucky boy will be interested in her in the future." Auntie Gu Hongwan said, "Our Qiao Qiao is getting more and more beautiful. Let's go inside." Once inside, everyone called out again, "Grandpa, uncle, auntie, dad, little uncle, auntie, uncle, cousin, and sister." Grandpa Luo Darin smiled and asked, "Was it cold on the train?" Luo Qiao took her shoulder bag and placed it aside. "Grandpa, there were many people on the train, so I didn't feel very cold." Little Uncle Luo Haoqing asked his daughter Luo Jiajia to pour a cup of hot water for Luo Qiao. "Second cousin, have some hot water to warm up." Luo Qiao turned and took the cup. "Thank you, cousin." After sitting down and chatting for a while, Luo Qiao took out the tea she brought. "Grandpa, this is a gift I brought for you." Grandpa Luo Darin loved many hobbies, but his favorite was tea tasting. Seeing what his granddaughter had brought out, he smiled and asked, "Where did you get so much tea?" Luo Qiao didn't want to hide that she had been to the south. Since she had already shown her differences from the start, it was easier for others to accept her. This way, she wouldn't have to find excuses later if she wanted to do something different. Ning Shuling, who had just come out of the kitchen, heard Luo Qiao mention the gift and immediately thought of her sister-in-law Gu Hongjuan's face. It was only because Luo Qiao used the blemish removal cream her sister-in-law sent that her face had changed so much. I couldn't help but look over there, feeling a mix of emotions. When she came in earlier, I was helping in the kitchen, so I missed saying hello. It's been a few months, and she has indeed become more beautiful. After putting things away, Luo Qiao said, "I recently went to the south to find a special medicinal herb on the mountain. I traded for it with local tea farmers. It's all this year's new tea. Grandpa can brew a pot to try. Old Master Luo heard it was the latest tea, so he called his eldest granddaughter, Luo Jialin, to brew some tea and kept giving instructions on how to do it. Luo Haoyan looked at his daughter and asked, "What did you go to the south for?" Luo Qiao didn't care about his expression and replied, "Yes, there's a medicinal herb only found in the southern mountains, so I went there for a visit." Luo Haoyan said, "Next time you need something, just tell Dad or the brothers. I can ask friends to send it to you. It's dangerous for a girl to be out alone." The brothers from the Yuan family, who came back with her, thought to themselves, Luo Qiao might be in danger? It's probably only dangerous for those who want to harm her. Luo Qiao said, "I am very skilled, so don't worry." Soon, the tea was served. Even from afar, the faint aroma of tea could be smelled. Luo Jialin poured a cup for each elder. Everyone watched as the old master picked up his tea, smelled it for a while, then gently took a sip. After a few moments, he said, "Good tea. It's a bit bitter at first, but the aftertaste is sweet. The aroma is delicate and refined. Very good tea." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Grandpa is pleased." Luo's eldest uncle, Luo Haoshuan, also picked up his cup, took a sip, and smiled. "This tea is indeed good. Last time I drank something similar at Minister Liang's place. He said it was hard to get more than 2 ounces. I think this tea tastes even better." The old master looked at his granddaughter with a meaningful gaze. This tea was truly top quality. It seems his little granddaughter has some skill. Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Everyone took a share when you left. I prepared some for each of you." Elder Uncle Ning Hongda laughed. "We're already enjoying Luo Qiao's kindness early." Second Uncle Ning Hongba picked up the tea leaves on the table, sniffed for a long time, then looked at Luo Qiao and asked, "This tea must have cost a lot, right? Did you spend all your little savings?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "No, I didn't spend money. I volunteered to give free medical treatment to local tea farmers for a day and also gave out a lot of medicine. The villagers gave me this tea as a gift, and I brought some back." Everyone became interested when Luo Qiao mentioned the free clinic. Little Uncle Ning Haoqing asked, "Qiao Qiao, are you really able to treat people now?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I can handle common illnesses without trouble. For difficult cases, I need to get lucky, especially if it's something I'm good at. If it's something I haven't studied before, I need to research first." Ning Shuling listened to Luo Qiao and thought she was too modest, so she interrupted and said, "Wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Then, while everyone headed toward the dining area, she quietly told Luo Qiao, "Girls should be more careful. Don't speak too confidently, or it might cause trouble later." Luo Qiao looked at her and said, "You don't really know me. I never boast." After saying that, she got up and left. Ning Shuling was left standing there, feeling stunned. She knew Luo Qiao had learned medicine from her master on the farm, but Luo Qiao was still so young and talking so confidently. She was just trying to remind her to be careful, fearing she might be criticized later. Did she say anything wrong? But what did her words mean just now? "You don't really know me." Was she blaming her? Tonight's dinner was very rich and everyone was kind to Luo Qiao. Little Aunt Gu Hongwan said, "Qiao Qiao, look at my face. Does it look so much better than before?" Luo Qiao looked over. The spots on her face had faded quite a bit, and her skin looked softer and tighter than before. Most importantly, she seemed more confident. Luo Qiao said, "Yes, the results are pretty good. I think by next year's May Day, all those spots on your face will be gone. By the way, I brought some gifts for you this time. I'll give them to you after dinner." Gu Hongwan said, "Thank you so much, Qiao Qiao. Now I only trust you. Before, I tried many home remedies, but none worked. People said their methods were effective, but I was still disappointed." Gu Hongwan touched her face and continued, "It's not that those remedies didn't help at all, but my face didn't change much. Over the years, many people have made fun of me because of it." She sighed and said, "Qiao Qiao, I'll be honest. Please don't be angry. I didn't have high hopes for your products at first. But after just a few days, I noticed my skin wasn't so dry, and it became softer and more hydrated. That's why I kept using it. But I didn't expect to see real results." You are truly a great benefactor to my little aunt. To thank you, my little aunt will take you shopping tomorrow. Please don't refuse. You should let her show her gratitude. Sitting on the other side, Luo Haoqing said, Yes, Qiao, don't decline. Ever since you used your spot-removing cream, my little aunt has been in a better mood every day. Our group has benefited a lot too. Our family all thanks you. At this moment, my younger cousin smiled and said, My dad is right. Sister, you should treat my mom well. Everyone started laughing. Madame Song Xia, from the main house, saw how close Luo Qiao was with the people from the third house and asked, Qiao, how did you do on your exam this time? Hearing this, everyone leaned in to listen to Luo Qiao's answer. She swallowed her food and replied, It's okay. I got a scholarship from the school. Luo Jia said, Sister, you're amazing. Only the top 3 students in the grade get scholarships. Luo Qiao smiled and nodded, but she didn't say exactly what rank she achieved. No one asked how many students ranked above her. Ningling Yu said, Qiao, can you stop discouraging me? I improved a few places in my final exams and was feeling pretty proud. But now, hearing you, I realize I still have a long way to go. Luo Qiao smiled and said, When I was at the farm, I studied all the high school courses with my mentor. So, sister, you're already doing great. We'll be schoolmates someday. Aunt Zhang Yuehua laughed and said, Did you hear that? You need to work hard. Qiao said, She wants to be your schoolmate. Can you really refuse your cousin's first request? Everyone held back their laughter, watching Ningling Yu with a look of constipation on her face. Ningling Yu said, Mom, you're really tough. My cousin is smart enough to get into a good school. You're teasing me. I don't have that ability. Luo Qiao smiled as she watched her aunt and cousin joking around and started laughing too. After dinner, the men moved to the living room to continue drinking tea, while the women helped pack things into the kitchen. Once everyone was seated, Luo Qiao took out the moisturizing cream she had prepared for the women. She said, This is for the adults. These are for my sister, cousin, and other female relatives. Gu Hongwan smiled and said, This is good stuff. Little aunt, with this, our Qiao is really taking care of your face. 罗俏打开一瓶护肤品，轻轻抹在古红间的手背上，说：“这个和你以前用的不一样，是润肤的，可以帮助锁住水分，让皮肤变得光滑细嫩。”古红间问：“那我该怎么用这个和祛斑的产品？不能把2样都涂在脸上吧？太浪费了。”罗俏看着古红间担心的表情，忍不住笑了。你晚上洗脸后用祛斑的，早上用这个润肤的，没问题。这时，哥哥们不高兴了，四哥先开口：“俏，你太偏心了，长辈们都有了，姐姐、妹妹们也都有，怎么没有我们？四哥真是白疼你了。”罗俏看着调皮的四哥，说：“你要和堂姐、堂妹、表姐们一样对待，我当然得帮你实现。”第340章，想干涉我的人生，做梦。罗俏又从包里拿出几个瓷瓶，拿去吧，这是我专门为男士准备的护肤品，没有味道，也不会让人知道你用过，保证让你们这个冬天皮肤水润。大家听了都笑了起来，罗思远也笑了。俏，我这个大男人可不打算用那玩意。罗俏笑着说：“四哥，你就不懂了吧？你试试洗个脸，绝对不会后悔。”表姐和堂姐们起哄，把她推到洗脸盆前。等她用完后，罗思远摸了摸脸，有点不好意思地说：“还真别说，脸比以前舒服多了，手感也不错。”看到效果后，男人们也不再犹豫，一个个把瓷瓶放进口袋里。大家又聊了一会儿，时间不早了，准备离开。伯母宋诗雅对罗俏说：“俏，谢谢你寄来的海产品，品质真不错，让我们大饱口福。”罗俏笑着说：“喜欢就好，以后有机会我还会寄给你们。”宋诗雅笑着说：“尝尝就行了，不能一直让你寄。你还在上学，这样不行。你有这份心意，我们都很感动。”说完，他还伸手抱了抱罗俏。送人出门后，罗俏走到爷爷身边，小声说：“爷爷，我想去看看我大哥和二哥，你帮我安排个时间好吗？” Lord Dowron stopped and looked seriously at his granddaughter. You should be mentally prepared. It might be hard for you to accept. They are quite reserved, unwilling to socialize, and sometimes even irritable. Luo Qiao nodded. I understand all that. Please help me arrange it as soon as possible. Today, the elderly couple from the Luo family was sent over by Yan Jiajia's brothers. Luo Qiao stood in front of the car and said, Fourth brother, drive slowly. I'll visit Grandpa Yuan tomorrow. Yan Jiajia waved his hand. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Go back now, it's cold outside. Seeing everyone walk away, the family finally returned inside. Luo Qiao packed her things and said, I'll go back to my room now. See you tomorrow. Luo Haotian called out to Luo Qiao. Qiao, I have a few words to talk to you about. Luo Qiao put down her things and sat down.
Just say what you need to say.
Luo Haotian picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. A few days ago, Uncle Jianjun called and said Qiao Jining found the army and caused a big scene. It might also involve you. Dad wants to know what you think. Luo Qiao felt a bit upset but understood the Zhang family's actions. She wanted to know what the other person was thinking, so she said directly, I already know about Qiao Jining's trouble. Does it have anything to do with me? Hearing this, Luo Haotian quickly explained, Dad didn't mean anything bad.
He just wanted to clarify.
It was just a joke between your mother and Aunt Zhong when they sat together back then. As he finished speaking, Ning Shuling came out of the kitchen and overheard this. She immediately said, Old Luo, what are you talking about? What do you mean I was joking? Back then, it was already decided between the two families. A few days ago, Zhong Tsuaping also called me. She said she accepted this marriage, and honestly, the Zhang family is quite good. Their two sons are handsome and doing well in their jobs. It's actually quite a good match for Luo Qiao. Hearing this, Luo Qiao could no longer hold back her anger. She stood up with a half-smile. If you think that bringing me back means you can interfere in my life, I can choose not to come home. Don't try to challenge my bottom line. You have no right. She looked sharply at Ning Shuling and said clearly, especially you. Don't think I'm eager to accept your family. You didn't raise me for a day. Now you want to interfere in my life.
Dream on.
While speaking, Luo Qiao carried her belongings upstairs. She wouldn't do something foolish. At this moment, leaving the Luo family would only invite gossip from the factory workers. She thought that was a bad idea. Ning Shuling didn't expect Luo Qiao to show no respect at all. Her eyes turned red, and she said to Luo Haotian, Look at what she's saying. Luo Haotian looked at Ning Shuling as if she were a fool and said carefully, She's right. We have no right to interfere in her affairs. And today, you disappointed me deeply. Ning Shuling, you should go back to Ning's house tomorrow. If you've had a change of heart, that's good. If not, we'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I'm really starting to wonder what you're thinking. After speaking, he turned and went into the study. Luo Siyuan, standing at the storage room door, watched the entire conversation. He had originally wanted to find some fruit, but didn't expect his mother and sister to argue again. He really couldn't understand what his mother was thinking. She was so stubborn. The Zhang family's son had visited their home several times before, and she was worried about them arranging a marriage. Although the Zhang family was quite well off, she didn't want Jiajing to marry so far away. Now it was Luo Qiao's turn, but her attitude had changed. He was a bit angry with his mother for that. He took some oranges and apples to the kitchen, washed them, and then came out to give some to his sister. Just as he left the kitchen, Ning Shuling stopped him. His mother said, Do you think I did wrong? Luo Siyuan asked back, Do you think I did right? Ning Shuling replied, Zhang's eldest son is now a senior officer in the army, and the younger son is a key worker at the steel factory. Luo Qiao is still young. When they get married, her position might rise even more. Aunt Zhong and our family are good friends, so she definitely won't be treated badly. Luo Siyuan smiled helplessly and said, Mom, you're still Luo Qiao's real mother. Aren't you also neglecting her? If you want this family to be peaceful, then act accordingly. After speaking, he carried the washed fruits upstairs, leaving Ning Shuling alone. Luo Siyuan knocked on his sister's door. When she opened it, he felt a little uncomfortable. Are you disappointed in Mom? Luo Qiao turned back into her room and said, "If I have no expectations, I won't be disappointed. I won't leave my life in others' hands. I don't need to rely on anyone to live the life I want. So, I've never been someone who is easily controlled." Ross Yuan patted his sister's shoulder and said, "No matter what decision you make, your older brother will always support you." After Ross Yuan left, Luo Qiao closed the door and entered the space. She still did her usual routine of circling and practicing yoga. The only downside of the space is that she can't cultivate special abilities here. After taking a bath, she picked up a medical book and started reading. In Jishir City, after Lu Yichen finished work, he went to the backyard to feed the chickens and then prepare to take 2 pots of orchids away. The fire in that house will definitely go out tomorrow, and it will be too cold to stay there then. He took a basket from the shed in the yard, lined with some newspapers he had brought out today. Then he entered the house to move the flowers. Next to the orchids, he placed a porcelain vase with a piece of paper underneath. It read, "This is a tip for taking care of the orchids. Men's face cream, light scent, essential for winter. Be sure to use it." Next to it, there was a cartoon drawing of a person braving the cold wind in heavy snow. Lu Yichen smiled more and missed her even more. At the Chaoyang Commune military compound, Zhang's family was sitting in the living room. Zhong Chuiping said, "Luo Qiao should be back in Beijing these days. Maybe you should call Lao Luo tomorrow and ask what they think." Zhang Jianjun replied, "How Tian already made his stance clear that day. It was just a joke back then, and Luo Qiao didn't grow up with them, so he can't decide for Luo Qiao. Let's not bring this up again to avoid affecting the relationship between the two families. These days, Luo Qiao is still young, and even Zhang Qiao wouldn't agree with you doing this. Don't just matchmake blindly." Zhong Chuiping snorted. "What do you know? I called Xueling that day, and she praised our 2 sons for a long time. It's obvious she likes our son. Besides, our son is really good. I truly like Luo Qiao and want her to be our Zhang family's daughter-in-law. Our 2 sons can choose her. If it weren't for me back then, she wouldn't have suffered outside for so many years." Her eyes turned red as she said, "Whenever I think about it, I feel sad. If she could marry into our family, I would treat her like my own daughter and cherish her. Plus, she once helped me. I really want to find a chance to make it up to her." Zhang Jianjun patted his wife's shoulder and said, "I understand how you feel, but whether it can happen or not isn't up to us. Our sons may already like someone else, and Luo Qiao might not even like our son. All these possibilities exist. We shouldn't force others to do good for others. It's better to go with the flow. If you want to help Luo Qiao, there are many ways, like bringing her food or things and showing more care. All of this is good." Zhong Xuiping thought about it and agreed. Maybe she was too eager to do something for Luo Qiao, which is why she wanted her to be her daughter-in-law. She sighed and said, "You're right. I might be too stubborn and a bit unreasonable." The next day, Luo Qiao got up early. As she left her room, she saw Luo Haotian waiting outside. She said, "Good morning." Luo Haotian smiled and asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Luo Qiao nodded and said, "Yes." "Are you going out?" Luo Haotian smiled lightly and said, "Dad is taking you out for breakfast. The local restaurant in the alley in front of the machinery factory makes the best wontons in the morning. If we go late, they'll be gone." They chatted and laughed as they went downstairs. Ning Shuling was coming out of the storage room and saw the father and daughter walking out. She asked, "Haotian, where are you going?" Luo Haotian replied, "I'm taking my daughter to the local restaurant for wontons. Do you want me to bring some back for you?" Ning Shuling still hadn't cooled down from yesterday and said, "No, it's fine. I'll eat at home with Siyuan." Luo Haotian casually said, "All right, we're heading out then." Ning Shuling watched them walk away and thought to herself, she just felt that Zhong Xuiping was worried that Luo Qiao's family had lost her back then, and after marrying in, she would feel guilty and treat Luo Qiao well. That's why she was making plans for her. Of course, she also had her own selfish reasons. She thought that if Luo Qiao married far away, they would see each other less often, and there wouldn't be any distance or misunderstandings at home. The Zhang family was well off, and she believed Luo Qiao would have a good life in the future. But they all thought she was harming Luo Qiao. After all, Luo Qiao was part of her own flesh and blood. How could she really harm her? Why hadn't she tried harder to connect Zhang's family and Jining? If Luo Qiao knew what she was thinking, she would probably just laugh. Could the Zhang family even look up to Xiao Jining's current status? The Zhang family was not concerned about face or reputation. They probably wouldn't listen to her at all. The father and daughter arrived at the local restaurant and ordered 2 bowls of wontons and 3 fried dough sticks. Just then, a group of young people from the compound saw Luo Fu's deputy director with his daughter and came over to say hello. One girl even said, "Luo Qiao, you sang so well that day. Your voice is really beautiful. Thank you for your compliment. Your voice is also nice. If you like music, you can find a professional teacher to learn systematically." The girl smiled and said, "Thank you. We're leaving now." This wonton really isn't bragging. It tastes quite good, better than the one outside the farm train station. Luo Qiao barely finished the soup. After eating, the father and daughter strolled home. Luo Haotian said, Qiao, about last night, I'm really sorry. You don't need to worry about what your mother said. She has her reasons. But I hope you find a man you like, someone who shares your interests, not just someone arranged by others to get by. You're still young, so focus on your studies. One day, if you find someone you like and he proves himself, I will support you. Luo Qiao was silent for a moment. Last night, I was also wrong. I spoke too harshly. Don't take it to heart. But I want to clarify my position. I came back because I am your daughter. I have my own plans for my life and don't want others to interfere. Of course, if what you say is right, then that's another matter. Luo Haotian nodded and said, I understand. As you said, we really have no reason to interfere in your life. That's also my honest opinion. The two of them walked back to the family compound. On the way, they met many people from the machinery factory, who all greeted them. Deputy Factory Director Luo, is your daughter back for the new year? Yes, she just arrived yesterday. Deputy Factory Director Luo, your daughter is getting more and more beautiful. It seems she's grown taller since the last time I saw her. That's typical of your family, big and tall. She's probably around 170 centimeters now. Luo Qiao smiled and said, not that tall, just about 168 centimeters.
Haha, that's about right.
Among girls, that's not short. Where are you guys headed? Luo Haotian smiled and said, we're just taking her to the alley in front to eat wontons. Wontons are great. Master Zhu's special skill. All right, I won't bother you and your daughter. See you later. Go ahead and get busy. See you. When they returned home, Luo Xiyuan pretended to complain. You two are really inconsiderate. You didn't even invite me to eat wontons. That's really upsetting. Li Haotian said, stop joking around and look at the time. You're still lounging at home. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. Luo Xiyuan replied, I've taken a day off. I'm planning to take Qiao shopping for clothes today. Qiao quickly spoke up, Brother Fourth, please don't take a day off. I already have clothes to wear. Besides, I need to go see Grandpa Yuan today. Luo Xiyuan said, that's fine. Let's wait until the day after tomorrow when I have a day off, and we can discuss it then. Just as they were talking, they heard a car parking outside. Qiao thought they arrived quite early. Yuan Jia came in from outside and said, hello, uncle. I'm here to pick up Qiao, and greeted Luo Xiyuan standing nearby. Ning Shuling came downstairs and saw the people in the living room. She asked, Jia is here? Yuan Jia nodded and said, Auntie, I came to pick up Qiao. Qiao said, I'll go upstairs to get my things and come down right away. Qiao carried only a small bag and a shoulder bag, and she took them both down. Just as Luo Haotian was about to ask how she was carrying so many bags, she said, I will stay at Grandpa Yuan's house for a few days to keep him company. Luo Haotian wanted to say that might not be a good idea, but thinking about Qiao's relationship with Grandpa Yuan, he said, all right, come back early. Dad will take you to visit Grandma and Grandpa. Qiao said, Dad, the factory should be very busy at the end of the year.
Don't worry about me.
Just focus on your work. I will arrange a time to visit Grandma and Grandpa myself. Luo Haotian glanced at Ning Shuling beside him, feeling a bit upset, worried that Qiao didn't want to stay at home with her all day, so she decided to stay at Yuan's house. Luo Xiyuan said, Qiao, I'll come to see you the day after tomorrow. Yuan Jiajia interrupted, the day after tomorrow? Isn't there a driving practice session outside? Just wait for us at Hongxing Road intersection. It will save you an extra trip, and we can pick you up there. Luo Xiyuan said, all right, I'll wait for you there at 8 a.m. I have to go now, so I won't be late. He then headed toward the yard and said, Qiao, see you the day after tomorrow. Ning Shuling asked confused, what kind of driving practice? Yuan Jiajia explained, it's nothing, just teaching Qiao how to drive. Ning Shuling immediately frowned and turned to Qiao, saying, girls should be more careful. And that car is very expensive. If anything happens, it would be terrible. Stay at home safely the day after tomorrow, and don't go to the driving practice, understand? Yuan Jiajia said, don't worry. Qiao is so smart. My grandfather agrees. Let's go to an open place to learn. Auntie, you don't need to worry. Luo Qiao glanced at Luo Haotian, said nothing, and only said, fourth brother, let's go. Ning Shuling was annoyed again, thinking that if the car got damaged, their Luo family couldn't afford to sell it. Luo Haotian said, Qiao, when learning to drive, you must pay attention and not be careless. Also, take it slow and remember that. Luo Qiao smiled and said, got it. Thank you, Dad. When Luo Qiao arrived at the Yuan family, the old master was waiting in the living room. Qiao, come sit here. Luo Qiao smiled and walked over. Grandpa, how have you been lately? The old master smiled. Good. I can eat and drink every day, and there's nothing better than now. But I feel a bit bored. It's good that you're here. You can play chess with Grandpa. Let's have a game, just the two of us. Luo Qiao said, okay, I'll play a game with Grandpa. They played back and forth, and the old master laughed. You've improved a lot. You can even tie with Grandpa now. Luo Qiao said, that's because Grandpa is letting me win. The old master Yuan chuckled. I heard you did well on your exam. Grandpa has prepared a reward for you. Luo Qiao said, reward? I must work harder then, aiming to get Grandpa's reward every time. Beside them, Yuan Jiajia laughed. It looks like you're trying to bankrupt Grandpa. The 3 generations of the family laughed in the living room, making Aunt Chen, who came in from outside, curious. Seeing Luo Qiao in the living room, she understood. This girl always has a way to make the old master happy. She said awkwardly, Luo Qiao is here. No wonder I heard the old leader's laughter as soon as I entered the yard. Since you've come, the old leader has been happy for days. Luo Qiao smiled and said, hello, Annie Chen. Thinking about the seafood she sent last time, she asked, how was the seafood I sent you last time? Auntie Chen's face suddenly changed, and the smile on old Master Yuan's face faded. Luo Qiao didn't know and thought she hadn't received it. Didn't you receive it? I called last time and told Anita about it. Suddenly, she realized something and looked at Yuan Jiajia. Yuan Jiajia said, Annie Chen, go cook. Grandpa, it's time for you to visit Grandpa Zhang. Old Master Yuan then said, Qiao, do you want to visit Grandpa Zhang with me? Luo Qiao smiled and asked, would that be too bold? Old Master Yuan replied, it's okay, I'll take you there. Yuan Jiajia said, let's go together. I want to introduce you to the people in the big courtyard. The 3 of them went outside. Aunt Chen's face looked a bit better, but she still felt very embarrassed. After they came out, Luo Qiao learned the real situation from Yuan Jiajia. After sending her things to the south, Luo Qiao called the Yuan family. She said she had shipped some seafood back, which was quite a lot. She divided it into 3 parts, one for her brother-in-law to share with his good friends in the army. When the package arrived, Aunt Song Huizhen, the eldest aunt, told Aunt Chen before she left that there was a package for the old master that she needed to pick up. She also said Aunt Chen could open it directly and put the contents in the storage room. That day, Aunt Chen's daughter, AC, happened to be there. She went with her mother to the post office outside the courtyard to pick up the package. For some reason, AC saw that the sender was Luo Qiao and that the package was big. When they opened it at home, they saw there was a lot inside. She convinced her mother to keep only enough for 2 meals. The rest, she packed up and took away before the Yuan family returned. Later that evening, when Aunt Song Huizhen asked about the package, Aunt Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Usually, when other people sent things, they were just put in the storage room, and the family didn't care. She had agreed to let her daughter do this, because she thought the family wouldn't ask about it. They kept only enough for 2 meals, so they wouldn't get caught later. She never expected that the package contained items for the second wife and Yuan Weicheng. The second wife's family and Yuan Xiaoshu had come back that day after receiving a call from the eldest sister-in-law and had dinner here while also taking some things. This caused the secret to be exposed. Aunt Chen was so scared, she confessed everything immediately. Yuan Weicheng then took Yuan Jiai and Yuan Jiajia in a car to AC school, had someone call her out, and, out of respect for her late father, didn't let others know about her mistake. However, they told her she was not allowed to step into the courtyard again. Luckily, AC hadn't yet delivered the items to anyone else. She originally planned to give some small gifts to a few well-off classmates, hoping to build good relationships. If she couldn't get into college later, she might rely on these connections to find a good job, so she wouldn't always depend on the Yuan family. She also wanted to scheme against Luo Qiao, making the Yuan family think she only sent a little something, since Luo Qiao wouldn't ask about the details later. The gifts would be gone in 2 meals, making the Yuan family think she was stingy. When she heard classmates say someone was looking for her outside and saw Yuan Weicheng, Yuan Jiai, and Yuan Jiajia, she had a bad feeling, worried that her secret might be exposed. Yuan Weicheng's first action when he returned to the big courtyard was to revoke AI Cici's right to come and go freely. He also said that in the future, Aunt Chen would need to register whenever she went out. The Yuan family couldn't hide their disappointment. When the old master returned and learned about AI's family situation, he refused to accept the people sent by the organization and asked Aunt Chen to come help at home. He wanted to do a favor for the wife and daughter of a late subordinate. After AI Hongqi, Cici's father, sacrificed himself, all the condolence money was in the hands of AI's grandparents. Cici and her mother were like punching bags at home, constantly suffering. Because AI Hongqi didn't have a son, his mother-in-law looked down on him. After his sacrifice, Cici was even deprived of the chance to go to school. It was only after the old master returned and found out the situation that she was allowed to read again. Aunt Chen felt ashamed to continue working. The Yuan family didn't say much, but they felt uncomfortable. Just then, news came from AI's family that AI Hongqi's 2 brothers had gone into the mountains and were seriously injured. The condolence money AI Hongqi had received was used to build a brick house, and there wasn't enough money left to treat his brothers. So, AI's family sent someone to say they needed an extra 5 yuan each month. She earned 25 yuan a month from the Yuan family. Before, they only gave AI's family 10 yuan monthly so they could save 15 yuan after expenses, including Cici's. But now, AI's family wanted 15 yuan, leaving her and her daughter with only 10 yuan. If she lost this job, where could she go? But if she didn't give AI's family money, they would surely cause trouble. Losing her job would mean her daughter couldn't go to school, and returning to AI's family would mean living a life worse than death. So she apologized to the Yuan family and used her late husband's name to beg them to keep her. Old Master Yuan finally left her, but everyone's attitude toward Aunt Chen was very different from before. They no longer spoke important things in front of her. Last time, Essie's behavior had already caught Song Huizhen's attention. Before she could think of how to handle her, she ran into trouble herself, and Essie ended up ruining her own chances. Luo Qiao didn't expect that just sending some things over would lead to such a big event. No wonder Aunt Chen looked so uncomfortable earlier. When they arrived at the Zhang family, Old Master Yuan called out as soon as he entered the yard, "Old Zhang, look who I brought to see you." The Zhang family pushed Old Master Zhang out in a wheelchair, and behind Old Master Yuan, there were Yuan Jiai and a young girl. Old Master Zhang smiled and asked, "Where did you find this little girl?" Old Master Yuan said, "She's not kidnapped. She's my adopted granddaughter, Luo Qiao." Old Master Zhang looked at Luo Qiao and smiled. So she's the girl everyone talks about. She's really pretty. Luo Qiao slightly smiled at Old Master Zhang and said, "Hello, Commander." Zhong Hongjun also smiled at Luo Qiao and said, "Since she's old Yuan's granddaughter, just call me Grandpa Zhong like Jiai and the others." Luo Qiao happily called out, "Hello, Grandpa Zhong." Zhong Hongjun laughed loudly and said, "Good, good. Do you have any thoughts about joining the army?" Luo Qiao didn't know how to answer. The old leaders in the courtyard usually liked talented young people who could fight well, and they often wanted to recruit them into the military to serve the country. Luo Qiao understood their feelings. But she was planning to go to medical school. If she answered no directly like last time, would Old Master Zhong be disappointed? She thought carefully about how to respond. At this moment, Grandpa Yuan said, "Qiao Qiao's dream isn't to join the army. She wants to be an excellent doctor, and I'll try to get her a position at the military hospital." Old Master Zhong smiled and said, "That's good. It's better for girls not to be fighting all the time. Being a doctor is a good choice." He then introduced Luo Qiao to his eldest grandson Zhong Zhaoji, his younger grandson Zhong Zhaowei, and his granddaughter Zhong Yunyao. The family's other granddaughter, Zhong Wenyang, wasn't home today. They all went into the living room together. Grandpa Yuan said, "Today, let Qiao Qiao play a game with you." After a few people sat down, Old Master Zhong's guard arranged the chessboard. Luo Qiao sat beside Old Master Zhong and started playing chess with him, pressing him step by step. Old Master Zhong didn't expect that this young girl, at such a young age, had a good sense of strategy. In the end, experience prevailed. The old master made the first move, clearly having the advantage. But few of the younger generation could reach this level of skill in playing chess against Old Master Zhong. Old Master Zhong smiled and said, "The young are impressive. Who says women are not as good as men? Look at those young boys, they're not as skilled as Qiao Qiao." As they were talking, Old Master Zhong suddenly let out a sharp sound. Everyone stopped smiling and looked serious. The guard hurried over and asked, "Sir, is your leg hurting again? Should I call Dr. Gao to come?" Old Master Yuan also looked worried and asked, "Old Zhong, how are you feeling?" Old Master Zhong was in pain, sweating on his forehead. At this moment, Luo Qiao came over and softly said, "Can I take a look?" Old Master Yuan realized what was happening and said, "Yes, yes, yes." "Qiao Qiao, quickly check on Grandpa Zhong." Old Master Yuan looked at Zhong Zhaoji and said, "Let Qiao Qiao check him first. Hurry and call Dr. Li to come over." Luo Qiao squatted down and asked someone from the Zhong family to roll up Old Master Zhong's pants. Old Master Zhong often had health issues, and his winter pants were made with buttons on the lower half. Luo Qiao waited for the Zhong family to unbutton his pants and remove the leg. She saw that his knee was badly swollen and red. His lower leg had been numb for years. After examining, Luo Qiao took a set of silver needles out of her pocket. These needles were from a hidden compartment in the study room, where she also found an unnamed acupuncture manual and a set of gold needles. She looked up at Old Master Zhong and said, "Grandpa Zhong, I'll give you a few acupuncture points to help relieve the pain. Do you trust me?" Old Master Zhong glanced at Old Master Yuan, endured the pain, and said, "Go ahead, girl. If it hurts, it can't hurt much more." Zhao Wei from the Zhong family asked, "You always carry these silver needles with you?" Luo Qiao replied calmly, "It's just a personal habit. I keep them in case of emergencies." Everyone understood now and looked at Luo Qiao. The Zhong family members felt uneasy, worried that Luo Qiao might be inexperienced and could accidentally hurt Grandpa Zhong. Grandpa Zhong's young granddaughter, Zhong Yunyao, tried several times to speak up and stop, but her older brother Zhong Zhaoji kept signaling her to be quiet. He thought that waiting for Dr. Gao to arrive and letting Grandpa suffer was not a good idea. Instead, he decided to let Luo Qiao try. Previously, Grandpa Yuan from the Yuan family mentioned Luo Qiao many times. He said that on the farm, Old Man Yang and his wife had taught her all their skills. Luo Qiao was a diligent student and showed great potential. Luo Qiao had the memories of the original owner. She had practiced needle pointing and acupoint finding with Old Man Yang on the farm. She knew these techniques well, even though she hadn't tried them on a person before. In her space, she had a book on unnamed acupuncture methods. Luo Qiao had read it many times. Today, she wanted to see how powerful these techniques were. She asked someone to bring white wine, open her silver needle pouch, and sterilize the needles in the wine. At first, her needle skills were a bit clumsy, but after 3 needles, her speed improved significantly. It was clear that Grandpa Zhang was her first real patient. Soon, both of Grandpa Zhang's knees were filled with needles. As Luo Qiao finished, Grandpa Zhang's pain eased a little. She then gently pinched the silver needle at the Weizhong point and slowly released her wood element energy through the needle into his knee joint. Grandpa Zhang felt a gentle, warm flow entering his knee joint. Stimulating the Weizhong point helps increase blood flow and lubricates the joint, reducing pain caused by friction. Now, with continuous wood element energy entering his knee, Grandpa Zhang felt so comfortable that he fell asleep. He hadn't slept well in a long time and had been enduring silently. When enough energy was transferred, Luo Qiao stopped and removed the needles. She sterilized them and put them back in her needle pouch. She washed her hands with alcohol, but didn't dry them completely. She pressed gently on his knee for a while. Small amounts of light yellow liquid flowed from the needle sites. Luo Qiao asked someone to bring gauze. She pressed and wiped away the fluid. After finishing with one knee, she poured some alcohol on a clean piece of gauze and gently wiped the knee clean. Only then did she help the family put his pants back on. Next, she treated the other knee in the same way. After finishing, she asked the family to help Grandpa Zhang put his half pants back on. It showed how careful the Zhang family was, especially since they couldn't roll up their pants in winter. The Zhang family was incredibly grateful to Luo Qiao. They knew that Grandpa hadn't had a peaceful sleep in a long time, but now he was truly in a deep sleep. Zhang Yinyao was so excited, she softly cried with happiness. Zhang Jiajia, the eldest grandson, also looked a bit emotional and said, "Luo Qiao, could I trouble you with one more thing?" Luo Qiao replied, "I understand what you're going to ask. It's okay." Zhang Jiajia thought she was very perceptive, so he gently helped Grandpa back to his room on the first floor and carefully laid him on the bed. After placing Grandpa down, he seemed a little restless. Luo Qiao quickly took over and massaged the points on Grandpa's head, the temples, Fengqi, Tianwei, and Baihui points, while softly channeling a small amount of wood element energy. Once Grandpa was sleeping peacefully again, Luo Qiao gently stood up and, together with Zhang Jiajia, left the room. Zhang Jiajia expressed his thanks again, saying, "Luo Qiao, I really appreciate what you've done today." Luo Qiao softly replied, "There's no need to thank me. I'm happy to help Grandpa. He needs a quiet environment, so we'll head back now." The Zhang family saw Luo Qiao and Yuan family members off at the gate, watching them walk away before returning inside. Yao Zhongyan said, "Big brother, luckily you stopped me. Otherwise, Grandpa might have suffered even more." Zhong Zhaowei also agreed, "Luo Qiao is really impressive. I didn't expect her to be an acupuncture expert. That's great. Maybe Grandpa won't suffer so much in the future." Suddenly, his eyes turned red as well. "Big brother, Grandpa is truly patient. He hasn't had a good sleep, but he endures every day, so we won't worry. We're lucky to have met Luo Qiao today." Zhong Zhaoji patted his brother's shoulder. "It's a good thing we met Luo Qiao. At least we have more options now. The previous acupuncture treatments weren't completely ineffective, just not very effective." He then added, "But I noticed her needles are different from ordinary silver needles. Have you guys seen that the needles are of different lengths, and they're thinner and shinier than usual silver needles?" Zhong Zhongwei and Zhong Yunyao shook their heads at the same time. Yao Zhongyun said, "I was too focused on watching her insert the needles to notice her silver needles." Zhong Zhongwei also looked apologetic at his older brother and said, "I didn't notice either. Anyway, it's good that Grandpa can sleep now," and she managed to drain so much fluid from Grandpa's knee. Previously, Dr. Xiao suggested that the body should absorb the medicine gradually. However, this time Luo Qiao pressed it all out at once. I don't know how she managed to do that. Dr. Xiao might arrive soon. Should I tell Dr. Xiao about this today? Zhong Xiaowei looked serious and said, Of course, we need to tell him. But let's not mention Luo Qiao first. I'm worried it might cause her trouble. If Dr. Xiao asks, just say we happen to have a guest, a wise person visiting today. After Dr. Xiao checks Grandpa, we can discuss it further. By the way, Xiaowei, call our parents and ask them to come back for visit. On the way back home, old Yuan said to Yuan Jiai, today's matter must stay a secret. Don't tell anyone outside, especially don't trouble Qiao Qiao. Yuan Jiai replied, Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't say anything. Qiao Qiao is really impressive. Luo Qiao softly said, Fourth brother, don't praise me too much. Let's talk about this when we get home. When they arrived home, Anchen had already prepared the meal. She quickly went back to the kitchen after setting the dishes, for some reason worried that Luo Qiao might find out what her daughter had done. She was afraid Luo Qiao might look down on her. If Luo Qiao knew what she was thinking, she would just say, You're overthinking. AC is just being herself. It's none of my business. After dinner, old Yuan took them to the study and asked seriously, Luo Qiao, Grandpa wants to ask you, do you think you can cure Grandpa Zhong's leg? Luo Qiao thought for a moment, not daring to boast, and simply said, If I can do acupuncture a few times each year, I think he wouldn't suffer so much. Old Yuan looked serious and asked, Qiao Qiao, tell Grandpa the truth. Does acupuncture affect your health? He could tell that this girl definitely had other skills. A small acupuncture session wouldn't suddenly make Grandpa Zhong sleep comfortably. There must be something else about her. She is truly wise with age. Luo Qiao smiled and said, It just takes some energy. I definitely can't do it for too long. Old Yuan said earnestly, Qiao Qiao, I have something to ask of you. Luo Qiao pretended to be a little annoyed and said, Grandpa, you're being too formal. Old Yuan laughed heartily and said, It's my fault. Here's the thing. I have an old comrade whose situation is similar to Grandpa Zhong's. It happened during a snowstorm when he was ambushed in the battlefield. He's been suffering a lot these years. Sometimes the pain was so bad that he could only take a lot of painkillers. Over time, his stomach also started to have problems, and this winter it became even worse. A few days ago, the doctor said that long-term excessive use of painkillers had caused side effects. Taking more medication didn't help as much as before. Now his hearing and eyesight are also getting worse. Qiao Qiao, please help Grandpa see if he's okay. He's Grandpa's old comrade, a brother-in-arms from the battlefield. Grandpa really? Old Mr. Yuan couldn't continue and covered his face, taking a long time to calm down. After a while, he lowered his hand, his eyes red, and sighed heavily. There aren't many of us old folks left in the world. Good days are hard to come by now. Grandpa just wants him to spend his remaining days without too much pain, enjoying the peace that brothers fought for. Qiao Qiao didn't know why her eyes suddenly teared up. She looked strong on the outside, but inside, she was emotional. Her eyes were soft, perhaps touched by the phrase peace bought with brothers' lives. Choking up a little, she said, Grandpa, thank you all. Then she stood up and bowed to Mr. Yuan. She continued, Without you older generations, we wouldn't have such peaceful days now. You are all heroes. Hearing this, Mr. Yuan's eyes grew even redder. The three in the study fell silent, and after a while, they relaxed. Qiao Qiao spoke again, Grandpa, you and the others should make an appointment over there.
I can go anytime.
I was planning to visit Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang tomorrow. Mr. Yuan said, Okay, I'll contact them soon and let you know once the time is set. Yuan Jiai and Qiao Qiao left the study. Not long after, they heard some movement in the yard. Yuan Jiai got up and saw that the Zhong family had arrived. The visitors were Zhong Zhijiang, the eldest son of old Master Zhong, and his wife, Zhang Kaiqin. Behind them was Zhong Zhaoji, whom they had seen earlier that morning. Old Master Zhong's younger son was not in Beijing. He was working in Fujian. After they entered, Zhong Zhaoji introduced everyone. Mr. Yuan had just finished a call and came out, and everyone greeted each other and sat down. The Zhong family didn't come empty-handed. They brought cigarettes, alcohol, fabric, and a bag of nutritional supplements. Old Master Yuan pointed at the items and said, "You are too polite. Our two families are friends, so there's no need for these formalities. Qiao is my adopted daughter, and she is part of the Yuan family. If you ever need anything in the future, please take good care of her. That's more important than anything else." Zhang Jiqiang replied, "Uncle Yuan, don't worry. Qiao's actions today are a great kindness to us. After so many years of friendship between our families, I don't need to say more. If it weren't for Qiao, my father would have suffered another big hardship today. Every time, he can't sleep for days, and as his son, I feel useless because I can do nothing but watch him suffer. When I received Jiawei's call today, I couldn't believe it. When I returned, the old master was still not awake. I went into his room and saw him sleeping so peacefully. I am truly grateful to Qiao from the bottom of my heart. We can't fully express our family's thanks with these gifts. Qiao, if you ever need anything from us, just ask. As long as it's not illegal or unethical, our Zhang family will do everything we can to help." Qiao looked at the Zhang family members with a gentle smile and said, "It's not as serious as Uncle Zhang mentioned. Grandpa Zhang is someone we should all respect. Also, thank you today for trusting me, Uncle Zhang, and the others. Honestly, this was my first time doing acupuncture for someone." Everyone was initially surprised, then they all smiled, and soon they admired her. No one expected it was her first time performing acupuncture. Zhang Kaiqin said, "It's hard to believe. You're so young, and yet your first time doing acupuncture was so excellent. With more practice, you could achieve great success." Qiao replied, "That's a bit too much praise. I still have a lot to learn." Zhang Kaiqin smiled and said, "You're too modest. We really appreciate what you did today." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Jiqiang got to the main point. "Qiao, I want to ask if my father's condition can be cured." Qiao replied, "Since I don't have much experience, I can't promise a cure. But Grandpa Yuan already asked me this before. If he can receive acupuncture a few times each year, he probably won't suffer as much. At the very least, he should be able to sleep peacefully." Hearing this, the couple was very excited. Zhang Jiqiang said, "That's wonderful. My father finally won't have to suffer anymore." Tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Kaiqin patted her husband's hand, then turned to ask, "Luo Qiao, given Grandpa Zhang's current condition, what should we do next?" Luo Qiao thought for a moment and said, "Here's the plan. I might stay here for the next few days. Every other evening, I will go to Grandpa Zhang to give acupuncture treatments. By the new year, his condition should improve a lot. How much he improves will depend on his own health." Zhang Kaiqin was excited and said, "All right, that's good. Thank you so much for your help." The two families chatted for a while longer. The Zhang family finally took their leave, declining many offers but still staying a little longer. After the Zhang family left, Old Yuan said, "Qiao, you did very well. You're still young, so there's no need to rush to show off. You should learn to protect yourself. The Yuan family will also support you." He added with a smile, "Of course, the Yuan family is lucky to have you. You're such a talented girl. We're so fortunate to have you as our granddaughter." Luo Qiao smiled playfully and said, "Of course, Grandpa Yuan is a good person. Good people are rewarded, haha." Everyone laughed. Aunt Chen, who was in the kitchen earlier, didn't hear what they said but knew that the gifts were for Luo Qiao. She thought to herself, "This girl is really capable. In less than a day, she's already made good relations with the Zhang family." Her own daughter had been in the big yard for a year but hadn't built such good connections. It's really frustrating. No matter how hard CC tries, she can't compare. Old Yuan asked Jai to bring the gifts to Luo Qiao's room, but Luo Qiao insisted on keeping the cigarettes and alcohol. "Grandpa, leave these here. Little uncle doesn't smoke, so give the cigarettes to him. The wine you can keep and enjoy occasionally." Suddenly, she remembered something and slapped her forehead. "Grandpa, I'll send you some good things later." Old Yuan chuckled and asked, "What good things?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Can't say now. When they arrive, you'll see." Just then, Luo Qiao remembered an encounter in the southern mountains, where she fought a South China tiger and 3 adult wild boars. Both sides were injured. She had wanted to save the tiger, but couldn't because it was badly hurt, with several wounds from the boar's tusks. In the end, she could only settle for something affordable. That day, she not only caught a tiger and 3 wild boars, but also brought a nest of young wild boars. This made it clear, perhaps the South China tiger was trying to harm the little wild boars. So she brewed a lot of tiger bone wine, which strengthens muscles and bones, boosts knee strength, dispels cold, and relieves muscle pain and numbness. It's a good remedy, but in later years, such things disappeared from the country. Since China joined the United Nations Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora in 1993, the use of tiger bones in medicine was banned, and the sale of tiger bone wine was strictly prohibited. That day, she was lucky to find some, so Luo Qiao used it fully. She stored some in her space, adding different amounts of water from the space well, and also brewed medicinal wine and ginseng wine together. The old man smiled and said, "All right, then I'll wait for you." Old Yuan said to Yuan Jiai, "Go to my room and bring out the gift I prepared for Qiao Qiao." Yuan Jiai soon brought out a Sunflower brand cassette tape recorder. "Qiao Qiao, this is a gift from Grandpa." Seeing it was a tape recorder, Luo Qiao felt a bit embarrassed. "Grandpa, this gift is so valuable." Old Yuan smiled and said, "The last family reunion was hurried, and I didn't have time to prepare gifts. Since you did so well on your exam and I heard you're learning a new language, this will make things much easier for you." Luo Qiao was very touched.
Thank you, Grandpa.
"I will study hard." Just then, the phone rang loudly. Old Yuan answered the call. "Yes, set a time." "Okay, see you tomorrow." After hanging up, Old Yuan said, "Qiao Qiao, we'll go over tomorrow. Do you need to prepare anything?" Luo Qiao replied, "Nothing. I want to visit Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang tonight, and I'll have dinner there." Old Yuan told Jai, "Take Qiao Qiao there." Luo Qiao went upstairs, grabbed her shoulder bag with tea leaves and moisturizer inside, and also took some gifts from the Zhang family. She said goodbye to Old Yuan and left with Yuan Jai. When they arrived at the Yang family's house, they saw a crowd gathered at the door. Hearing noise from the yard, Luo Qiao hurriedly pushed through. She saw a woman grabbing Grandma Yang's arm. "Mom, can't you think about your eldest grandson for once? We were wrong back then, and you and Dad should give us another chance." Grandma Yang was so angry she cried, saying, "I gave birth to 3 children, and what you and your dad did to me and him before, can a simple apology fix that? If we had been less lucky, we would have turned into dust long ago. Your dad and I would have donated all that money and wouldn't give you a single cent." The woman's face immediately turned cold as she pointed at Grandma Yang and said, "Aren't you afraid that one day you'll die here and no one will take care of you?" Listening to this, Luo Qiao sighed inwardly. She really didn't understand why such kind people had 3 cold-hearted children and married such irresponsible daughters-in-law. Luo Qiao strode inside and said sharply, "You don't need to worry about that. Even without you, I will take good care of Grandpa and Grandma Yang in the future. There won't be any more issues of them dying here alone." Hearing someone speak back to her, the woman turned around and asked, "Who are you?" Luo Qiao went to Grandma Yang and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is what kind of person you are to force Grandma Yang like this, as a daughter-in-law. No, over 10 years ago, your husband announced that he had cut ties with his own father." She paused for a moment and continued, "Now that there's profit to be made, you come back again, using such methods. Do you have no shame? With a mother-in-law like you, I don't think any girl would dare to marry your son." Bai Suli was so angry she glared fiercely and cursed, "I am at least her biological son's wife. And who are you? Coming out to interfere? Are you also trying to cheat the old couple out of their money?" Luo Qiao chuckled. "Everyone heard that, right? She just said she wants to cheat the old couple out of their money." Then the onlooker started talking loudly, pointing fingers at Bai Suli, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yang family, criticizing her in many ways. Back then, when the children first left home, it wasn't to face hardships together, but to cut ties with their parents to protect themselves. Fortunately, They met old Master Yuan on the farm, which brought stability. During all those years on the farm, the three children never contacted their parents once. Since returning to Beijing, these three families haven't had a peaceful moment. It was all because of the back wages that kept coming home, causing trouble every few days. The young couple were heartbroken over it. They had also thought about cutting ties with their children, but before they could act, several children announced it publicly. They hadn't contacted each other for over 10 years. After returning to Beijing to settle down, these children came to visit with their grandchildren. They hoped to be forgiven for the sake of the grandchildren. The couple had already decided that the money would be better used for meaningful charity work. They repeatedly told their children that the money would not be given to them, even for charity. Today, when the eldest son's family heard that the old man had gone out early in the morning, they were afraid the money might be donated before they arrived. They also worried that if the money wasn't donated, it might be given to the other two families. They brought their whole family and used every trick to pressure for the money. Bai Suli wanted to argue more, but then someone outside said, "Professor Yang is back." The crowd automatically made way, and Yang Jiajia entered with several government officials. Seeing the scene inside the yard, he sighed and felt even more disappointed in his eldest son. He looked at the onlookers and said, "Today the neighbors are here, so they can witness this. Years ago, my siblings and I publicly cut ties with my wife and me, and we have no intention of reconnecting. These officials with me are government workers. I brought them today to donate all the remaining salary the government compensated us with, except for the money used for resettlement. The rest will be donated to help lonely elderly in the city and children who have dropped out of school. We want to avoid causing trouble at home and disturbing the neighbors. I apologize to everyone for the past." After speaking, he went inside with a bag and handed the money to the government officials for counting in front of everyone. The eldest son's family was heartbroken. 15,000 yuan. Bai Suli, acting like she was crazy, suddenly pulled away from her older sister Yang Jining, who was holding her arm, and ran over to try to grab the money. Two plainclothes officers were guarding there. Bai Suli shouted wildly, "You two old fools, don't you think about how your son and grandson are living? You're just going to give away this money for nothing. Your eldest grandson isn't even married yet. Your hearts are really cold." She yelled, "If you donate all this money today, don't expect us to take care of you in old age. After you die, no one will bury you, and you'll just rot here in this yard. Don't say we're unfilial when the time comes." No matter how angry or harsh her words were, the government officials had already finished counting the money. It was exactly 15,800 yuan. Aside from 200 yuan spent on settling and buying things, all the money was here. They completed the handover procedures on the spot. The government staff issued a donation certificate and expressed their thanks before leaving. The plainclothes officers also took away Yang's eldest son and his family. After the onlookers outside the courtyard dispersed, old Master Yang said to Luo Qiao and Yuan Jai, who were standing nearby, "Sorry to make you laugh. Please sit inside." Luo Qiao entered, put down her things, and looked at Grandma Yang, who was still recovering from her emotions. "You still have me. I will take good care of you."
Grandma Yang suddenly started crying.
"Good child. We had no choice. If we didn't do this, we couldn't save him." Luo Qiao was a bit confused and looked at Grandpa Yang. Grandpa Yang said, "Shu Min, don't cry. Don't scare them." Grandma Yang wiped her tears and said, "Sorry for the trouble. Please forgive us for the embarrassment." Once Grandma Yang calmed down, she explained why they had to donate the money. It turned out that their eldest son had recently been tricked into gambling and lost money. The person who deceived him was someone they knew. That person was after their money. But their eldest son refused to listen to others, and his family was trying to get money from them. The other two families also kept coming to cause trouble, worried he might secretly give the money to his older brother. They had spent a whole year thinking hard about this money. Under others' influence, they believed the money should belong to them. The eldest son thought that even if he lost some money, his parents wouldn't just ignore him. Old Master Yang decided to donate all the money to make them give up their hopes. He wanted them to be honest and practical, not just dreaming about good things. After learning the truth, Luo Qiao admired the Yang family. When they were on the farm, they didn't want her to call them master, fearing it might cause trouble for her. But they still taught her everything they knew in their lifetime. Although their grandchildren might not understand their intentions now, they still decided to donate such a large sum. Their generosity and broad mind were truly admirable. Ruo Qiao comforted Grandma Yang for a while, then they talked again about Ruo Qiao's life and studies. Ruo Qiao took out the tea leaves she brought and the skincare products she made. This made the elderly couple feel much better. Ruo Qiao also told Grandpa Yang about her acupuncture practice today, sharing her thoughts and guesses to analyze his condition. They discussed for a while. Seeing they were talking about serious matters, Grandma Yang went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Yan Jiajia, unable to join the conversation, also went to help in the kitchen. After the two master and apprentice finished talking, the food on Grandma Yang's side was ready. They moved to the dining table. Grandpa Yang's hand was injured when someone stepped on it during a conflict, so he couldn't do acupuncture today. Today, they heard that Ruo Qiao started practicing acupuncture successfully, which made Grandpa Yang very excited. He was glad that his medical skills would be passed on. Now, both of them are contributing their efforts at school, returning to the classroom. They felt many emotions. Today, Grandpa Yang was happy and sad at the same time and drank a little too much. He has good manners when drinking and fell asleep after drinking. After helping to tidy up, Ruo Qiao checked Grandpa Yang's pulse, then sat with Grandma Yang for a while longer. Once they confirmed Grandpa Yang was fine, they said goodbye to Yan Jiajia and left. The Yang family lives in a single-story house. In winter, they need to light a stove inside to stay warm. Since there is no central heating in this area, Ruo Qiao decided to return to Yuan's house to avoid bothering Grandma Yang. After Ruo Qiao and the others left, Grandma Yang packed her things and found a bag of medicinal herbs among the gifts Ruo Qiao brought. They were high-quality warming herbs. Tears welled up in Yang Shumin's eyes. This child probably knew about the family situation long ago, which is why she prepared such good, top-grade herbs to help them endure. She is very thoughtful. These herbs had actually been prepared by Ruo Qiao earlier and stored in her space. They only added them at the last minute when they were about to leave, using an excuse to access the gift storage. She was really worried the elderly couple might get upset. By the time they returned to Yuan's house, it was already late. But Aunt Song Huijun was still waiting in the living room. When she heard the car, she quickly came out to greet them. Ruo Qiao felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Aunt, we came back late."
Sorry about that.
Song Huijun replied, "I usually don't sleep early either. I like to read for a while before going to bed. It's just that I changed places."
Don't worry about it.
Yan Jiajia responded, "Today, there was some trouble at the Yang family. Grandpa Yang might be in a bad mood. He drank a lot during dinner, so Ruo Qiao stayed a little longer to make sure Grandpa Yang was okay. Only then did we leave." Song Huijun asked, could it be that his sons caused trouble again? Yan Jiajia recounted what happened at the Yang family today. Song Huijun said, "You were right, Grandpa. Did he really donate the money?" Yan Jiajia nodded. "There's no choice. If we didn't donate, those 3 troublemakers would keep causing trouble, making life difficult for the elderly couple. The neighbors would also get annoyed. So Grandpa donated the money to calm things down. Now they can settle down, and Yang Liwu can stay away from the gambling tables." Song Huijun said, "It's truly touching how parents care so much. Even knowing their children might resent them, they still donate money to try to guide them back on the right path." Yan Jiajia also had a room here, so since it was late, he decided to stay overnight. The next morning, Ruo Qiao came down carrying both tea leaves and skincare products. The old man immediately recognized the good tea and happily brewed a pot to enjoy. Song Huijun received the skincare cream and was happy, thanking Ruo Qiao, saying she would try it today. When Yan Jining came downstairs, she saw Ruo Qiao and immediately rushed over. "Ruo Qiao, what time did you guys get back last night? I was waiting for you and fell asleep." Ruo Qiao smiled. "You're really brave to say you were waiting for me?" Yan Jining laughed. "You know me, I'm called the sleepyhead." Ruo Qiao handed her the skincare cream. "Last time, you said you weren't fair-skinned enough. I believe after using this bottle, your skin will improve a lot." Yuan Jining hugged Luo Qiao. Qiao Qiao, you're so kind. Thank you. Aunt Chen came out of the kitchen and saw Yuan Jining cuddling Luo Qiao. For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable. In the past, her daughter would always flatter Yuan Jining, but she had always been indifferent toward her daughter. Song Huizhen, standing at the staircase, saw Aunt Chen's expression clearly. She thought to herself that she needed to be more careful around her in the future, so as not to do anything irreversible. When she saw the old man's guard come in, she called him aside, gave him a few simple instructions. After all, the family was rarely home during the day. Only the old man and the guard spent the most time at home. It would be very convenient for him to pay attention to Aunt Chen. Since then, Aunt Chen doesn't know her every move, but others are always watching her. Yuan Jining smiled when he received the skincare products. 2 days ago, Jiayi was still showing off, and now we have some too. Not to mention, I used a little of Jiayi's yesterday morning, and my face really doesn't feel dry. He raised the skincare cream and said, "Thanks, Qiao Qiao. This stuff is really good. It has no smell, and my face doesn't hurt so much outside in winter anymore." Later, third brother will bring back the gifts he prepared. Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Third brother, I'm glad you like it. You don't need to prepare gifts for me." Yuan Jining replied, "That won't do. As your older brother, I have to show some thoughtfulness. The last family reunion was too rushed, but I had already prepared things. They're just at my place. I'll bring them back tonight when I return." Luo Qiao smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, third brother." At this moment, Yuan Jiarwei also came down from upstairs, holding a scarf in his hand. "Qiao Qiao, look, this is a gift I prepared for you. It's a pure cashmere scarf, just like mine, but in a different color. Do you like it?" Luo Qiao immediately smiled. The color of this wool scarf was really nice. It looked good with any outfit. She said, "It's very pretty, thank you." The eldest grandson of the main family, Yuan Jiahui, was in the military. Luo Qiao handed the gifts to Aunt Song Huijun to pass on. The items from the second branch were given directly to fourth brother Yuan Jiai to take home. Her younger uncle, Yuan Weicheng, would have to wait until he came back to pick up his share. After dinner, the old master took Luo Qiao and left. Seeing they had no more business, Yuan Jiai also took his things and went home. Today, Yuan Jining still had a dance class which would end tomorrow, so he could rest then. Starting today, Yuan Jiajia would train with his friends in the military camp for 6 days. When he returned, it would be New Year's Eve. The old master took Luo Qiao to a large mansion. From the grand gate, you could tell this family was quite wealthy. Because they had called earlier, as soon as the doorbell rang, someone opened the door immediately. The man who opened the door was in his 40s. "Old Master Yuan, please come in. My father has been waiting for you." The courtyard was very large, with pavilions and towers. It looked like a wealthy family from the past. Luo Qiao had seen many such places on TV before. Besides visiting tourist spots, this was her first time actually experiencing such a grand estate. As they entered the main hall, a middle-aged man was waiting at the door. When he saw them approaching, he said, "Uncle Yuan, my father has been waiting for a while." Then he nodded lightly to Luo Qiao and the guard behind him. Old Mr. Yuan smiled and asked, "How has your father been feeling lately?" The man whispered, "Not very well. He hasn't had a good meal for several days." Inside the house, old Mr. Yuan first introduced Luo Qiao's identity. After everyone was seated, he started talking with his old friend. The people from the Jing family looked at Luo Qiao with some disbelief. They believed she was the expert who could help with old Mr. Yuan's leg problem. Their expressions were very interesting, each showing their thoughts clearly. Luo Qiao almost wanted to laugh at how obvious they were. The people sitting opposite also seemed to notice Luo Qiao's gaze and nodded politely in greeting. After chatting for a while, old Mr. Yuan called Luo Qiao over and said, "Qiao Qiao, please check Grandpa Jing." Luo Qiao nodded and approached Grandpa Jing. She first took his pulse, then asked the Jing family members to help roll up his pants. Grandpa Jing was wearing high-quality clothes, not ordinary cotton pants, but stretchy, warm pants probably brought from abroad. She had never seen such pants in China. Maybe she was just uninformed. They looked expensive, but they were comfortable and warm to wear close to the skin. Luo Qiao looked at Grandpa Jing's knees. They were worse than those of Zhang's grandfather. His knees were full of fluid, indicating complications, mostly caused by rheumatism and arthritis. Judging by his condition, he might also have a serious meniscus injury. Luo Qiao asked the Jing family to prepare alcohol and gauze. After taking out the silver needle, Jing Fangqing, his daughter, asked, Luo Qiao, do you think you can do it? Luo Qiao kept working without stopping and replied calmly, what exactly are you referring to? Jing Fangqing continued, my father's leg has been examined by many famous doctors in Beijing. Over the years, they could only ease the pain. No one could cure it, even with acupuncture. But it still hasn't been healed. Luo Qiao said, I understand your worries, but the relief I can provide might be different in degree. Nothing beats seeing the results yourself. After finishing her words, the first silver needle was quickly sterilized and removed. Then she inserted the second and third needles. Once both knees were treated, Luo Qiao gently massaged the young man's calves, which had been numb for many years. After a while, Luo Qiao used her wood element energy to stimulate the acupoints on his leg, such as the Sanli, Shengjuxu, and Xiajuxu, allowing gentle energy to flow through these points into his muscles, helping the old man relax and smooth out his furrowed brows. Jing Wanping, standing nearby, didn't miss the change in his master's expression. After a few moments, Luo Qiao stopped and began to remove the needles when the time was right. She disinfected and placed the needles back into her needle case. Next, she poured alcohol onto gauze and used her energy to force out the accumulated fluid through the needle holes, astonishing the Jing family. After cleaning the area, she wiped it again with alcohol cotton. Only then did the Jing family members lower their pants. Old Master Jing raised his hand to touch his knee and pressed it firmly. Surprisingly, the sharp pain from before was gone. He looked up at Luo Qiao and said, Girl, you are truly amazing. It doesn't hurt as much as before. While tidying up, Luo Qiao replied, This is only temporary relief. Your knee injury is quite serious. I'll prescribe some medicine for you to take for 5 days, and then we'll see how it goes. I'll come back every other day to do acupuncture, so you must take the medicine on time. If it works well, you won't need to take those medicines anymore. I'll then give you some dietary prescriptions. The Jing family was a bit worried. Jing Fangqing approached the old master and softly asked, Dad, does it really not hurt anymore? Old Master Jing nodded. It's not completely painless, but the pain is much less now. This girl really has skill. After finishing the day's work, Luo Qiao looked at Old Master Yuan. Old Master Yuan smiled and said, Then bring some paper and a pen so Luo Qiao can write the prescription. Old Jing, you must cooperate and take the medicine properly. Don't complain about the trouble. Luo Qiao wrote the prescription and handed it to Old Master Jing. Just follow this recipe to get the medicine. I'll come back the day after tomorrow to do acupuncture again. Seeing that there was nothing else, Old Master Yuan prepared to leave. The Jing family then agreed to send someone to pick Luo Qiao up the next morning. She nodded in agreement. When they reached the door, someone from the gatehouse brought out many gifts. Ignoring Old Master Yuan's objections, they insisted on loading everything onto the car. Jing Wanping said, I hope you like these things, young lady.
They're all for young people.
Then he took out a chessboard and said, Uncle Yuan, thank you for caring about my father. This is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it and don't refuse. Old Master Yuan replied, You're good at talking. You're not young anymore, so find a good time to settle down and get married. Don't let your father worry about you. Jing Wanping smiled and said, Got it. If I like someone, I'll get married sooner. After Luo Qiao and Old Master Yuan left Jing's house, Luo Qiao got out of the car halfway and said she wanted to handle some personal matters and would return later by herself. When Old Master Yuan's car drove away, Luo Qiao wandered alone on the street for a while. Ahead was a post office, so she went inside and first called her grandfather's house. Hearing someone answer on the other end, she said, Grandma, It's me, Luo Qiao. Grandma Yuan heard it was Luo Qiao and asked, Qiao, when will you come to see Grandma? Luo Qiao replied, Grandma, I have some things to take care of recently, so I only have half a day free each day. I want to visit my older brother and second brother. When would be convenient for you? Grandma Yuan, hearing Luo Qiao mention visiting her grandchildren, paused and said, Qiao, you can go see them, but you can't be afraid of them. And you shouldn't dislike them just because of how they look. If you can do that, Grandma will take you there. Luo Qiao said, Don't worry, Grandma. They are my real brothers, and it's my responsibility to help them get better. I will find a way. Hearing her granddaughter's words, Grandma Yuan was overwhelmed with tears and choked up, almost speechless. Grandpa Yuan took the phone and said, Qiao, are you free to come tomorrow? Luo Qiao thought about her acupuncture appointment with old Master Zhang tomorrow evening and replied, Okay, Grandpa. Let's agree on a place, and I'll come to see you. Grandpa Yuan mentioned a place, and Luo Qiao remembered it. They exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Luo Qiao then made another call. A woman answered and asked, Hello, who are you looking for? The female officer asked, May I ask your surname? Luo Qiao replied, My surname is Luo. Then she heard the female officer call out, Lu Public Security phone. A comrade with the surname Luo is looking for you. Louis Chen came over shortly after, and a deep voice came through the receiver. Hello. Who is this? Luo Qiao heard Louis Chen's voice. Big brother Lu, it's me, Luo Qiao. Louis Chen blurted out, Qiao, are you doing okay over there? Luo Qiao nodded, thinking he couldn't see her, so she said, I'm doing well. How is my orchids? Is the stone okay? Louis Chen felt a bit jealous and said, Why didn't you ask if I'm okay? Luo Qiao immediately laughed and said, You're on the phone now, why would I ask about you? Louis Chen softly said, You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? You're so unkind. Of course, she was unkind. Every day when he went to feed the chickens in the yard, he thought of her. When he went to the cafeteria for food, he thought of her. When he got home and saw those 2 pots of orchids, he still thought of her. Yet that girl had the nerve to say such a careless thing. Louis Chen, feeling a bit stubborn, said, The orchids are fine, the stones are fine, and your chickens are fine too. Luo Qiao smiled and asked, Did you see the things I prepared for you? Hearing Luo Qiao mention the skincare cream, Louis Chen deliberately said, What things? Luo Qiao asked, You didn't see it? It's right next to the orchids. Because she had given him the stones a few days before she left, she was afraid to give it to him face to face and instead placed it next to the orchids. In that era, most men didn't use such products. Luo Qiao thought she couldn't be mistaken. Maybe he didn't notice when he moved the flowers, so she said nothing? Oh, and don't forget to take some of the cured meat in the back kitchen. Louis Chen was thinking, why can't she just ask one more question? She's so timid, like a turtle, pulling back again. After a few more words, Luo Qiao said she was about to hang up. Louis Chen then said, I saw the things on the windowsill. They're very useful, thank you. Luo Qiao's face lit up with a smile and said, If they're useful, that's good. When you're done, I can make more for you. Louis Chen smiled softly and said, Okay, take good care of yourself. Then he hung up. Several police officers nearby watched Louis Chen and couldn't help but feel curious, but he shot them a sharp look that shut down their gossip. Luo Qiao wanted to look at houses near Peking University and Beijing Foreign Studies University, but after wandering around for a long time, she didn't get any useful information. It was almost noon, so she found a state-run restaurant and ordered a bowl of noodles to eat. She thought about taking another walk later, and if nothing worked out, she might ask Grandpa Yuan for help. Meanwhile, inside the house, a man reported that girl got off the bus halfway and first made 2 calls at the post office. Then she went alone near Beijing University and looked around for a long time. It seems like she wants to buy a house. Sitting on a rosewood chair, the man lightly tapped the armrest and said after a while, Just help her out, but don't let anyone see through. The person who reported earlier responded, Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away. In the afternoon, after wandering around for a long time, Luo Qiao thought about giving up. As she passed by a group of elderly men and women, She overheard them saying that house's yard isn't small, but it's a bit too run down. The owner is asking for a high price. Who would buy it?
But you can't say it like that.
That house is built with real quality materials. It's just that the windows and the previous residents didn't take good care of it over the years, so it looks very worn out. If someone tidied it up nicely, it would be a good house, not worse than others. The problem is those previous residents who have been living there for years and let the house fall apart. That's true, but the asking price is indeed high, asking for 10,000 yuan right away. These days, who can come up with that much money all at once? Plus, just maintaining the house after buying it would cost a lot. I think if he doesn't lower the price, it won't sell. It depends on whether someone recognizes its value. The Zhang family's house is built with top-quality stone and wood, not just ordinary bricks. Don't just look at the house being made of blue bricks. That's not enough. 10,000 yuan sounds like a lot, but look at how big the yard is. That's right. The old master said that their yard is more than twice as big as ours. Based on size, the price isn't high. Last year, old Zhang's yard in front was sold for 5,000 yuan. So, asking 10,000 yuan for the Zhang family's house isn't too expensive.
Exactly.
If they didn't want to stay in this sad place and had to leave quickly, they probably wouldn't get this price. Li Qiao listened for a while and finally understood. There is a house for sale nearby, and the yard is quite large. From what they said, it seems this house was recently reclaimed, and it was probably divided among many families before. Now, the whole family is leaving quickly to sell the house. Li Qiao felt happy about this, so she didn't ask further. Since they were discussing it openly, everyone nearby probably knew about it. She then walked a bit further and asked a child, "Do you know which family is selling the house?" "The Zhang family, maybe?" Before the child could answer, an elderly woman came out of the yard, smiling kindly and asked, "Are you interested in buying a house, young lady?" Li Qiao replied, "Yes, I want to see if there's anything suitable here. I heard the Zhang family is selling their house, so I came to take a look." The elderly woman smiled and said, "The Zhang house is nice, but it needs a lot of cleaning and fixing." She pointed ahead and said, "It's over there, the one with the tree branches sticking out above the wall."
"Someone should be there now. You can go and see."
Li Qiao thanked her, then took out some candies from her pocket and offered them to the child, saying, "Here, have some candy." The boy didn't immediately take the candy, but looked up at the old woman. The elderly woman smiled and said, "Your sister gave you the candy. What do you say?" The boy smiled and took the candy, saying, "Thank you, sister." Li Qiao smiled and said, "You're very good." She said goodbye to the grandfather and grandson and headed toward the yard ahead. When she arrived, she saw the gate was open and she could hear people talking inside. She listened carefully and heard someone say, "Mr. Zhang, we really like this house, but the price is just too high. We need to discuss it with others first." "Understood, understood. Just to be clear, I won't hold this house for anyone. If someone offers the price I mentioned, I'll sell it immediately. I just wanted to let you know first, and I hope you understand."
Got it, got it.
"We'll come back after discussing it in the next few days. You're busy now, so we'll go first." Li Qiao instinctively stepped back to the side of the gate when she heard this. She saw a man and a woman come out of the house. The man said, "Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment." After the couple walked a bit farther away, Zhang Qingfeng, standing at the gate, finally saw Li Qiao outside. He was momentarily stunned, then smiled faintly and said, "Young lady, why are you standing here?" Li Qiao pointed to the tree branches sticking out beyond the wall and asked, "I'm just looking at this tree." "What kind of tree is it?" Zhang Qingfeng smiled and asked, "Can you tell?" Luo Qiao nodded and said, "If I didn't see it wrong, it's a jujube tree, right?" Zhang Qingfeng looked at Luo Qiao and asked, "Are you here to look at the house too, young lady?" Luo Qiao chuckled and replied, "Yes, did my uncle notice that?" Zhang Qingfeng made a welcoming gesture and said, "Then let's go inside and take a look." Luo Qiao didn't hesitate and walked in, asking, "Aren't you afraid I might be joking?" Zhang Qingfeng said, "These days, I've been helping people look at houses. I can't remember how many I've shown around. This place holds my childhood memories and happy family times. But once the house is sold, it will belong to someone else. So, I want to take this chance while it still belongs to me to look around more, remember it well, and keep it in my heart. Later, all I might have left are memories. Suddenly, he felt a bit sad. Luo Qiao softly asked, "Are you leaving here?" Zhang Qingfeng looked at the young girl in front of him and honestly nodded. "Yes, we are leaving. My father is worried that seeing the place might upset him, so he asked me to handle the sale. But I don't feel good about it either." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, please walk around with me first. If I like it and become the owner here, you are always welcome to come back and remember the good times." Hearing this, Zhang Qingfeng felt much better. He walked around with Luo Qiao inside. The yard was really nice, just as others had said, quite large. There were 5 main rooms at the front, with 3 rooms on each side, probably divided among many families before. There was a stove built in the yard, and behind the main house there were 5 more rooms, with 2 side rooms, similar to the front yard. It was a 2-part yard, but behind the second part there was about 1/4 of an acre of yard, which used to be a garden. In the middle there was a pavilion, showing that the original owner was a person who enjoyed a refined life. Unfortunately, now it looks far from delicate, everything is broken into pieces. It seems the previous residents used the yard for growing vegetables and built many makeshift shelters, making it quite messy. After viewing the yard, Zhang Qingfeng said, "Don't be fooled by how it looks now. With some cleaning, you won't regret buying this place." He now had a strong wish that the person who bought this yard would be the young girl in front of him. Luo Qiao said, "This yard is really nice. It's a pity it has been ruined like this." Zhang Qingfeng glanced at the familiar yard and said, "It was all renovated back then, using the best materials. As long as we fix it up again, it will look like before. But now we are leaving, so we can't see it anymore." Luo Qiao couldn't fully understand Zhang Qingfeng's feelings. Seeing his sadness, she casually said, "Once I finish fixing the yard, I can take some photos and send them to you. When you miss this place, you can look at the photos." Zhang Qingfeng's eyes lit up immediately. "Have you decided to buy this house?" Luo Qiao nodded with a smile. "Yes, I like it here. After I tidy up the yard, it should look very elegant." Zhang Qingfeng sincerely said, "Young girl, thank you. I don't even know your name." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "My name is Luo Qiao." Zhang Qingfeng said, "Buying a house is a big deal. When will your family come to see it?" Luo Qiao replied, "I'm the one buying this house. But I am not yet 18, so I wonder if the property can be registered in my name?" Zhang Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "That shouldn't be a problem. But the house costs 10,000 yuan. Do you have that much money?" He was thinking that if it was really difficult, he could lower the price a bit. Sometimes, when people get along well, some things become less important. Luo Qiao said, "I should be able to gather that much. But I want to ask, if I want to renovate the house, where can I find someone to help?" Zhang Qingfeng smiled and said, "I'll give you a name and address later. You can go to that person. They have all kinds of craftsmen and are very loyal. You can trust them. Tell him I, Zhang Qingfeng, sent you." They agreed to meet here at 3 p.m. the next day. Luo Qiao then left. After all, she was still young and needed some time to save money. She didn't want anyone to think she was not short of money, especially since once the house was sold, it would be known quickly. When Luo Qiao returned to Yuan's house, the Yuan family members also started coming back one after another. Luo Qiao took some apples and pears out of her space and held them in her hand. Yuan Jianing saw Luo Qiao return and rushed over. Qiao, why did you buy fruit again? If you want to eat, there are some in the storage room." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I washed a few to let everyone try. I found them on the road, and since I saw someone buying, I picked some." Yuan Jianing took the mesh bag from Luo Qiao's hand and said, "I'll go wash them now. You rest first. I just brewed some tea and was about to deliver some books to Grandpa." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I'll deliver them myself. It's a good chance to tell Grandpa I'm back." Yuan Jianing went to the kitchen. Aunt Chen saw her about to wash apples and said, "This Luo Qiao really doesn't understand. Why let you do it? The water's cold, and she's just being lazy." Yuan Jianing glanced at Aunt Chen and said, "Aunt Chen, Luo Qiao is also part of this family. If you have something to say, better keep it to yourself. I'm not the kind to do foolish things just because you provoke me. Don't say that again. Chen didn't expect her first attempt to cause trouble to be stopped so quickly. She looked a bit flustered and said, I didn't mean it like that. Jining, you shouldn't say things randomly. Jining didn't like people like Chen. She ignored her and said, mind your own business. Don't think Grandpa can always protect you. When AC came to stay during her holiday, Chen kept talking about how pitiful AC was, always asking her to take care of her daughter more. She also said that if AC's father were alive, things would be different. A few times it was okay, but hearing those words all the time was really annoying. Usually, AC took fruits and snacks from home to school to supplement herself. The family didn't argue with her out of respect for AC's father's sacrifice. Last time, she even dared to target the seafood, and if Uncle Air and Uncle Xiao hadn't been involved, who knows how much more they'd have to give. Now she's trying to stir trouble between me and Qiao. She's really got no brains, so restless and annoying. If it weren't for Grandpa, the family wouldn't keep someone like her. If they weren't worried about AC's father's reputation, they'd think this could just be let go. People are never satisfied. Luo Qiao delivered the tea to Grandpa Yuan's study, greeted him, and then came to find Jining. Jining, aren't you done washing yet? Chen heard Luo Qiao and said, Luo Qiao, this is the Yuan family. You're just a guest here. How can you boss around the head of the family? Jining spoke up, Chen, you're also an outsider. You have no right to interfere in our family's affairs. Is this never going to end? Luo Qiao looked at Chen and said, Chen, before teaching others, you should first teach your daughter well. But thank you for reminding me. Jining said, Qiao, don't listen to her nonsense. We're family. Seeing Jianing's nervous look, Luo Qiao smiled and said, of course I know. Other people's words don't affect me. I am very clear about my own status. After saying that, she carried the washed fruits and went out. Everyone agreed that the fruits tasted better than before. So Jining humorously counted the apples in her mesh bag, then took them back to her room, saying she would wash them tomorrow and distribute them to everyone. She was deliberately teasing Chen, meaning she was worried Chen might secretly hide the apples to give to AC. After the holiday, AC had nowhere to stay and had to rent a small house outside the school. Chen had saved money for over a year, mostly for AC's education and pocket money, and the remaining money was spent on rent and buying things. Now, mother and daughter really had almost no money left. Chen would often stop by AC's place when she went out shopping for vegetables, leaving a few pieces for her. The people in the big courtyard were very clever. Before, AC stayed at Yuan's house during holidays. Now, she rented a place outside, which some people noticed. But the Yuan family was generous. As long as she didn't go too far, they wouldn't say much, mainly because of AI Hongqi and the family's old master. However, Song Huizhen also reminded the old master's security guard to watch Chen's actions at home, so she wouldn't cause trouble for the family. Everyone knew what Jining meant, but no one dared to speak about it. Instead, Jiajia called out, Sister, can you give me one more tomorrow morning? I want to take it with me. Otherwise, I won't be able to find the core when I come back. Jining replied annoyed, there aren't many left. You're quite bold. But since you're about to go for training, I'll allow it. Everyone laughed. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while. Jining originally planned to take Luo Qiao and some good friends from the courtyard out tomorrow. But Luo Qiao said, tomorrow might not work. I've made plans with my grandfather and grandmother. I'll visit my older brothers and come back to join you later. Jining said, they've wanted to meet you for a long time. Last time, your skills were so impressive that everyone in the courtyard knew about it. They've been asking when you'll come back again. Luo Qiao smiled. Maybe they want to spar with me? Jining thought for a moment. Girls probably don't have that courage, but some of the boys might be interested. After chatting about various topics from different places, everyone went back to their rooms to wash up and rest. Luo Qiao returned to her room, closed the door, entered her space, finished her boxing and yoga, took a bath, and then tidied herself up before heading to the study on the second floor. Most of the books in the study were already half-read, especially medical books. There was also a diagram of acupoints on the desk. Over the past few days, she had been reviewing these to avoid mistakes during acupuncture. Luckily, her memory was excellent, and with the original owner's memories, she remembered everything clearly. Today, she wanted to practice calligraphy with a brush. Since having her space, this had become another hobby. The study had many calligraphy practice books with different styles. Recently, she had been practicing regular script and clerical script. In her previous life, she also took a calligraphy class, but she only practiced for a few years before giving up. So, she could write but wasn't very skilled. After practicing these books for a while, she started to enjoy it. The next day, Luo Qiao remembered her promise with her grandfather and grandmother. She woke up early, tidied herself, finished breakfast, and greeted the Yuan family before leaving. She took a bus to the meeting spot to wait for her grandparents. Luckily, there was a direct bus from here, so she didn't have to transfer, saving her some trouble. After traveling there, her grandparents were already waiting. The place was close to where they lived. Luo Qiao got off the bus and hurried over. "Grandpa, Grandma, am I late? How long have you been waiting?" Grandma Yuan smiled. "Not late. We woke up early this morning, so after getting ready, we just strolled over." Grandpa Yuan said, "Let's go. I've already called over there." Luo Qiao asked, "Grandpa, is it far?" Grandpa shook his head. "Not very far. We moved here to take care of your older brothers. We don't need to take a bus. Walking takes about half an hour." Luo Qiao knew her grandparents had worked hard over the years. "Grandpa, Grandma, thank you for all your efforts these years." Grandma Luo sighed and said, "If they could get better, no matter how hard it is, it's worth it. A good child like you is spoiled by your irresponsible mother." The older brother and second brother in the story were only briefly mentioned. Luo Qiao didn't know the details, so she asked, "Can you tell me more about the situation with the older and second brothers?" Grandma Luo looked at the distant small white building, as if lost in memory. After a long pause, she started to talk about the past. It turned out that the older brother, Luo Xiyan, and the second brother, Luo Xiyuan, had an incident when they were about 3 years old. At that time, her third and fourth brothers were still in her mother's belly, just a few months from being born. Back then, they were in the military in Beijing. Grandma Luo had moved into the military family housing early to take care of her daughter-in-law. The weather was very hot on that day. Not far from the military was a village called Niushan Village. Due to natural disasters, there was a drought that year, and the grass on the mountain had dried up. The villagers were almost starving, so they decided to slaughter the more than 10 sheep they had raised collectively. A few days before, the village announced that family members of the military could buy the sheep if they wanted. The village hoped to use the money from selling the sheep to buy high-priced grain to save the villagers' lives. At that time, the family housing area also lacked enough food, and people heard there was meat without ration tickets. Everyone wanted to buy some to let their families enjoy the meat. Ning Shuling was no exception. Grandma Luo desperately tried to stop her daughter-in-law from joining the crowd, but Ning Shuling was determined to go that day, as if possessed. Grandma Luo was very anxious and gently advised, "How Tian isn't here today, and it's so hot. You're pregnant and big. Let's not go join the crowd. If you really want to eat meat, stay at home, and I'll ask your dad and the others to find some meat for you. We won't eat it. You can have it all. Is that okay?" But Ning Shuling not only refused to listen but also said unhappily, "If I miss this village, I won't find this opportunity again. Besides, it's not far away. I'll go with the people from the family housing area. Don't worry." Seeing her daughter-in-law wouldn't listen, Grandma Luo said, "Then go if you want. I'll go with you." But Ning Shuling replied, "No need for me to go with you. There's so much work at home. If you go with me and I come back, I might not even get a meal. Besides, we're just a group of young wives. It's not appropriate for you to go, and it wouldn't be convenient for us to talk." Grandma Luo listened to this and felt angry, but could only hold it in. When Ning Shuling was about to leave, she also wanted to take the 2 children with her. Grandma Luo firmly refused, saying it would be too crowded today, and she was worried she couldn't watch over them all. Ning Shuling was determined and said, "Mom, Are you really against me? I kindly took the children so you could relax at home. Why do you have to argue with me? Are you happy when you do that? Grandma Luo looked at her pregnant belly, worried that she might get angry and harm the baby inside. She sighed and repeatedly told her to watch over the children carefully. Ning Shuling felt she had won this time. She happily took her 2 sons and left. The army base was not far from Yoshan village. When they arrived, it looked like a busy market. Ning Shuling saw that most people were family members of soldiers and villagers. She started talking with the people in the family area. She got so caught up in the chat that she forgot about her children. Just as she was having a good time, someone nearby shouted that something had happened. A few years ago, when the army was first electrified because it was close to Nyoshan village, village officials contacted the power station and the army. They wanted to bring electricity to the village, so only Nyoshan village had power at that time. People in the village were waiting for their share of meat, while the family area was lively with conversation. Not far from the scene, a transformer was installed on a utility pole. A few young children, too small to understand danger, ran near the transformer to play. Somehow, the wires on the pole had become electrified. It was dangerous in an instant. A few children playing together had accidents. Fortunately, someone noticed quickly. All the children were injured to some extent. The eldest, Luo Xuyan, hurt his brain nerves, which affected his mental development. Even with treatment, he was only the mental age of a 4 or 5-year-old. The second brother was injured in both legs. Long-term trauma made him very irritable, and he needed sedatives to calm down during his episodes. After hearing this, Luo Qiao felt very upset. She couldn't understand her mother's actions. When they arrived, the eldest and second brothers were lying on the lawn, basking in the sun. The eldest, a 23-year-old young man, was running around like a child. The second brother sat in a wheelchair with his eyes closed, looking disconnected from the world. There was a sense of despair around him. Luo Qiao was shocked and felt a pang of sympathy. Big brother Luo Xian first discovered Grandpa and Grandma and happily ran over saying hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Grandma Luo smiled and asked, "Did Xian behave well today?" Luo Xian looked happy and said, "Yes, I am the best behaved." Xian is not. He even scolds me, and he looked a bit upset. Grandma Luo quickly changed the subject and said, "Today, Grandma brought my sister to see you. Are you happy?" Grandma pointed to Luo Qiao, and Luo Xian looked at Luo Qiao with curiosity, then circled around her and asked Grandma, "My sister?" Grandma nodded and said, "Yes, your real sister." At this moment, Luo Xiyuan, who had been closing his eyes, opened them and looked over with a cold gaze at Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao felt uncomfortable under his stare and quickly looked away. Luo Qiao felt very sad inside, her eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she felt upset deep inside. Grandpa whispered to her, "Your second brother is very smart. He finished all his elementary to high school textbooks long ago." Grandpa wanted to send him to school, but he refused. He said he wanted to stay here and be with your eldest brother. Grandpa knows your second brother has a strong sense of pride. He's afraid he might be laughed at, but he also worries about your eldest brother. Even though your second brother can't move his legs, no one here dares to bother him. Luo Qiao looked at her older brother, who was hugging Grandma and seeking comfort, and called softly, "Big brother, I am Luo Qiao, your sister." Luo Xian turned his head, let go of Grandma's arm, and clapped his hands. "Sister, sister." Luo Qiao couldn't hold back, and her eyes turned red. She was in her prime, full of life, but now she looked like a young child. She silently thought, "Big brother, I will find a way to cure your illness and let you live a normal life." Luo Xiyuan, however, frowned slightly. Their sister's name wasn't Luo Jining, so when did they have a sister named Luo Qiao? Although he had never met Luo Jining, Grandpa and Grandma occasionally mentioned family members. Over the years, their father and 2 brothers had visited them, but they hadn't spoken much. However, their mother and sister had never come to see them. Luo Xiyuan was quite sensitive and didn't have a good impression of their mother and sister. That's why he looked at Luo Qiao so strangely when she said she was their sister. Now he was a bit confused, so he looked at Grandpa. Luo Daoren knew Xuanzi's doubts, so he sat on a nearby chair and roughly explained the family matters to Luo Shiyuan. Finally, he said Shiyuan Luo Qiao is a good girl. When she first came back, she wanted to visit, but your grandma, and I wanted to see her first. This time, she insisted on coming to see you all. Maybe it's because of deep family ties. Otherwise, Jiajing hasn't mentioned anything all these years. Luo Shiyuan looked at Luo Qiao, who was comforting his older brother, with a different look in his eyes. Then, when he saw his own leg, his mood turned sour. At that moment, 2 children accompanying the family came to visit a patient. As they passed by Luo Shiyuan, one of them shouted, "Lame guy, lame guy." The storm in Luo Shiyuan's eyes was obvious to anyone. The adult next to the children didn't scold them, but instead smiled. The 2 children ran and shouted, "Run fast. The lame guy will go crazy soon." Hearing this, Luo Shiyuan became even more angry. Luo Qiao casually picked up a few stones from the ground and threw them at the legs of the running children. Both children fell down with a thud. This fall was serious. One hit his chin on the ground, and the other knocked out a tooth. They immediately started crying loudly. The adults nearby hurried over, worried. They scolded and took the children away to seek medical help. Watching the whole scene, the onlookers mocked that family, saying it was karma and they deserved it. Luo Qiao had already approached Luo Shiyuan when the children fell. She went behind the wheelchair, stretched out her hands, and began massaging Luo Shiyuan's head. Her wooden elemental abilities helped Luo Shiyuan gradually calm down. The elderly couple from the Luo family also saw everything, their eyes full of surprise and excitement. In the past, if such a situation occurred, they would have called a doctor to give tranquilizers. But unexpectedly, Luo Qiao's intervention quickly calmed Luo Shiyuan. Luo Qiao softly said, "Second brother, I will find a way to cure you. Will you believe me?" Luo Shiyuan didn't respond for a long time. Just when Luo Qiao thought she wouldn't get an answer, he nodded heavily. Luo Qiao turned to her grandfather, Luo Daoren, and said, "Grandpa, I have a request that might be hard for you to accept." Luo Daoren looked at Luo Qiao and asked, "Tell me." Luo Qiao glanced at her older brother Luo Shiyan beside their grandmother and at her second brother Luo Shiyuan. She said, "I want to bring my brothers home. I will find a way to cure them." Luo Daoren was still thinking about what to do when Luo Shiyuan suddenly spoke, "Let's go home." I believe her. Just a moment ago, he felt like he was about to lose control. When the hands massaged his head, a cool sensation entered his mind, gradually calming his agitation and easing his emotions. Luo Qiao suggested, "Grandpa, do you think this will work? The new year is coming soon. Please tell the nursing home that we will take the brothers home for the holiday. When I start school and have to leave, their health should have improved. At that time, we can discuss their future." Grandma Luo, Zhou Guifeng, clasped her hands and prayed, "Buddha bless us, and help my 2 grandsons get better this time." She had just seen her granddaughter quickly calm her second grandson, Luo Shiyuan, bringing him back to clarity and stopping his agitation. It was the first time in many years that he had recovered his normal mind without medication. So, Grandpa Luo handled the paperwork, packed their belongings, changed their clothes, and took the 2 boys home. On the way, eldest brother Luo Shiyan acted like a curious child, looking at everything with wonder, like a little explorer. Second brother Luo Shiyuan was silent, but observing carefully. They had stayed inside for so long that they were unfamiliar with the outside world. Luo Qiao kept explaining what they saw to her second brother. The family finally arrived home just before noon. They opened the big gate into the yard. The yard wasn't very large but was very clean. It had 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms. Grandpa Luo led them into the main hall first. Grandma Luo looked at Luo Shiyuan and asked, "Do you remember this house?" Luo Shiyuan nodded. They had lived here for 2 or 3 years before, but later his health worsened, and he had to move into a nursing home. He hadn't been back since. Luo Shiyuan felt a mix of emotions. Grandma Luo showed them around the house. In the middle was the living room, with her and Grandpa's bedroom on one side and an empty room on the other, which was very clean. The beds and bedding inside were ready, so the older brothers could stay there that night. The house was designed by Grandpa himself, with the stove connected to the firewall of the 3 main rooms, making winter temperatures quite similar. In summer, they could simply block the stove's opening behind the firewall, which was very convenient. Grandma Luo saw that it was getting late and went to prepare dinner. Grandpa took big brother Su Yan to familiarize himself with the yard. Only Luo Shiyuan and Luo Qiao were left inside the house. Originally, Luo Qiao wanted to help Grandma cook, but Grandma signaled for her to talk more with second brother. Luo Qiao poured a glass of water, added some well water from the space, and handed it to Luo Shiyuan. Luo Qiao pulled over a stool and sat down, chatting about her plans. Finally, she said, "Second brother, you have to trust me. I will heal you and big brother." Luo Shiyuan looked at his younger sister, who was 8 years younger than him, and felt a bit hopeful.
He said, "Okay."
Luo Qiao smiled and asked, "Can I check your leg now?" Luo Shiyuan didn't reply, but didn't refuse either. Luo Qiao reached out to roll up his pant leg, but he was wearing old-fashioned cotton pants that were hard to roll up. She then got up and found scissors to cut them open. While cutting, Luo Qiao said, "Later, I'll help you fix the lower part of these pants and add some buttons so it's easier to wear." Since the pants needed fixing anyway, she decided to cut both legs open and stopped there. Seeing his legs, Luo Qiao's nose felt a bit sore. Luckily, her grandparents never gave up on them. They kept cooperating with the rehabilitation center for therapy, but the results were limited. At least, the muscles weren't severely atrophied. Luo Qiao felt even more respectful and admired her grandparents' courage and sense of responsibility. She extended her hand and slowly used her special abilities to repair the damaged muscles and tissue cells. After about 10 minutes, she stopped and said to Luo Shiyuan, "Second brother, don't worry. Soon, you'll be able to live and learn like normal people." Hearing this, Grandpa Luo Daran, who had come in with Luo Shiyuan, was excited and asked, Qiao, what did you just say?" Luo Qiao replied, "You didn't hear wrong. I can heal second brother's legs." Even Grandma Zhou Guifang, who was coming in to get something, was surprised. She accidentally dropped her gourd ladle on the ground and looked at Shiyuan, murmuring, "Really can be cured?" Then she turned to Luo Qiao, stepped closer, grabbed her hand, and with some trembling, asked again, Qiao, is what you said true?" "Yes, that's true. I will give second brother an acupuncture treatment now, and I will come by every day. I believe that once school starts, second brother will be able to walk on his own gradually." Lu Daran stood there, trembling under his sleeve, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Lu Qiao immediately noticed that Grandpa was not feeling well. She quickly told Grandma to loosen her grip, then hurried over to help Grandpa sit on the nearby sofa. She said, "Grandpa, listen to me. Relax. She unbuttoned a few buttons on Grandpa's clothes, then pressed her finger on his chest. A warm flow entered his body. Only then did Lu Daran recover to normal. He almost fainted just now. Grandma Zhou Guifang was frightened and said, "Old man, don't scare me like that." After a while, Lu Daran said, "Our Qiao is really amazing." Tears appeared in his eyes. He reached out and took Lu Qiao's hand. "Thank you. Your eldest and second brothers are lucky to have you. Meeting you is their blessing. If it weren't for you just now, Grandpa might not be doing well." Lu Qiao said, "Grandpa, you can't do this again. Nothing is more important than your health. If big brother and second brother get better, but something happens to you, they will be very sad." Big brother Lu Xiuyan, who was nearby, said, "Grandpa, don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. Be good." Lu Daran felt warm inside. Good, Grandpa is good. Grandpa still wants to see you get married and have children. Lu Qiao looked at the time and said to Grandma, "Grandma, do we have alcohol at home?" Grandma said, Yes. She quickly got up and found some from the cabinet. Lu Qiao asked Grandma to help her get a small bowl, poured some alcohol into it, and said, "I'm going to do acupuncture for second brother now. Grandma, you go cook. I need to leave around 2 p.m. to handle some errands." Grandma hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll go cook right away." Grandpa sat down with big brother and brought him some food, telling him not to run around because second brother was getting acupuncture and not to disturb him. Big brother was very obedient and sat quietly. He looked at second brother with concern and finally said, "Second brother, be good. Don't cry." Lu Qiao initially wanted to laugh, but then felt sad. Luckily, her silver needle kit contained 108 silver needles, enough to treat both legs at the same time. Grandpa helped the second brother onto the bed and made him lie flat. Since he had already received 2 acupuncture treatments, the injections were now quick and efficient. In less than half an hour, both legs had been treated. Then, she pulled over a stool and sat in front of the bed. She gently massaged the second brother's head with both hands, slowly channeling the wood element energy through acupoints into his muscles, repairing his injuries. Luo Qiao decided she couldn't rush the process. She had to take it slowly, fearing that rushing might harm his body instead of helping. Luo Shiyuan felt that his once icy, cold calves were now warming up, and the warmth was becoming more noticeable. The head massage his sister gave earlier also made him feel very comfortable. In the past, after emotional outbursts, his mind would stay foggy for days. But today, he felt unusually clear-headed, which made him hopeful. After half an hour, Luo Qiao began removing the needles. Once all the needles were taken out, she massaged his calves. The muscles on his calves were less stiff than before, starting to relax. When Luo Qiao finished the massage, Luo Shiyuan felt better than ever. His calves seemed to have gained some strength. He looked up at Luo Qiao with surprise. Luo Qiao gave him an encouraging look. "It will get better slowly." Tears welled up in Luo Shiyuan's eyes. 20 years had passed. How many 20-year periods in a lifetime? His once hopeless heart was now warmed. Maybe he really could get better. At that moment, he felt deeply grateful that his sister had come and thankful that Grandpa and Grandma had never given up on them. He clenched his fists tightly, dreaming of a future where he could walk out like a normal person. Luo Qiao asked Grandpa to help the second brother change into new pants. She then took her older brother to the kitchen to find Grandma. Grandma had just finished preparing the meal, braised noodles. When she saw her granddaughter bring her grandson in, she knew the treatment for the second grandson was done. She hurriedly asked, "Qiao Qiao, how is it? Is there hope for a full recovery?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. Before I go back to Jishur City, the second brother will be able to stand up and walk on his own. I'll come here every day." Grandma suddenly choked up and said, "That's good, that's good. Even if I were told to die now, I could accept it peacefully." Luo Shuyan nearby said, "Grandma, don't cry. Grandma, don't die. Grandma is happy now. Our Shuyan is the best." Grandma quickly wiped her tears and said, "Yes, Grandma won't cry.
Grandma won't die.
Grandma is happy. Our Shuyan is the best." After speaking, she kept looking at Su Yan and said, "Qiao Qiao, what about your older brother? Can he be cured?" Luo Qiao looked at her older brother and said, "Grandma, don't worry. Older brother has nerve damage. After I finish my work this afternoon, I will help treat him first. Soon, he will be like a normal person. But how much his intelligence can recover, I can't say for sure." At this, Zhou Guifang really couldn't hold back anymore and started crying softly. For over 20 years, the two of them had been holding in this pain, never relaxing for a moment. They were afraid that when they passed away, these two children would have no one to care for them. They worried about others mocking or looking down on them. They had truly sacrificed a lot for these children. Suddenly, one day, hearing that they had endured enough suffering and could get better, she couldn't help but cry out loud. The grandmother and grandson in the house heard her crying and also welled up with tears. The hardships of more than 20 years could only be understood by those who had experienced them. Luo Daoren said, "Su Yuan, one day in the future, if you really can stand up and walk out as Qiao Qiao said, remember the kindness your sister showed in helping you. Protect her and care for her all your life." Luo Shiyuan replied, "Yes, Grandpa." Indeed, Luo Shiyuan later followed through on this promise, always taking good care of his sister. They changed their pants again, and the crying in the kitchen stopped. After dinner, Luo Qiao told her second brother a few things, then took the pants her second brother had just changed out of and explained to Grandma how to modify them so she wouldn't have such trouble during acupuncture later. Zhou Guifeng smiled and said, "Qiao Qiao is so clever. I'll fix the pants this afternoon." Luo Qiao tidied herself up and said to her grandpa, "Grandpa, later I'll shave a head for older brother. After I finish acupuncture this afternoon, I need to rush back to Grandpa Yuan's place. I have a patient tonight." After greeting her grandma, older brother, and second brother, she left the house. The timing was just right, so she didn't dare delay. When she arrived, it was just 3 minutes before 3 o'clock. Zhang Qingfeng had already arrived and was staring blankly at the house in the yard. Luo Qiao knocked on the door. Zhang Qingfeng snapped out of his thoughts, turned to see Luo Qiao, and smiled faintly. "You're here?"
he said.
Luo Qiao asked Mr. Zhang, "Is there anything else you want me to tell you?" Zhang Qingfeng smiled softly and said, "I just hope that one day, if I pass by, the little girl can invite me in for a cup of tea." Li Qiao listened carefully and said sincerely, "I have said before, Mr. Zhang is always welcome here to remember the past." Zhang Qingfeng nodded and replied, "Thank you." Li Qiao asked, "Mr. Zhang, there are still some pieces of furniture in this house. Do you want to take them away or what?" Zhang Qingfeng said, "You decide how to handle it. Good items have already been moved out, and there aren't many good ones left." Finally, he took a walk around the yard and said with some reluctance, "Let's go. I've already contacted someone at the housing bureau. You can get the property deed right now. Please cherish this place in the future."
Li Qiao nudda.
"Don't worry. After the new year, when the weather gets warmer, I will find the person you mentioned to help me repair the yard." Last night, Li Qiao prepared 10,000 yuan and deliberately placed a stack of fake bills inside. When they arrived at the housing bureau, Zhang Qingfeng quickly handled the paperwork with the help of a friend. When the staff at the housing bureau saw Li Qiao take out the money, they realized that she probably pooled all her savings, and there was no time to exchange the fake bills for real money. Soon, they received the property certificate. Zhang Qingfeng and Li Qiao exchanged a few words outside the bureau and parted ways. Li Qiao went to the nearest department store to buy a large lock and a small lock. She returned to the yard, took a walk around, and gathered all the furniture into one room. This way, when spring comes and she finds someone to repair the house, she only needs to lock that one room. Some furniture was damaged, but most of it was just scratched and painted over during use. She planned to find a carpenter next year to fix and repaint everything. After tidying up, she locked the door of that room with a new lock. Seeing that everything was fine, she locked the main gate. Just as she was about to leave, she heard someone say, "Hey, wait, miss." Li Qiao locked the door, put the old lock and the key of the new lock into her bag, which was actually stored in her space. Turning around, she saw the couple who had viewed the house yesterday. The woman asked, "Miss, where is the owner of this house?" Li Qiao replied, "Do you have something to ask?" The woman looked at the house and said, "We came to buy the house." Li Qiao looked at the couple and said, "This house has already been sold. You're too late." The man asked, "Mr. Zhang found a buyer so quickly?" Li Qiao didn't respond to him. She just nodded and turned to walk out of the alley. The woman said, "It's all your fault. It would have been fine if we had agreed yesterday. Instead, you insisted on bargaining more. Now it's too late. They really sold it." The man replied, "I didn't know anyone could pay such a high price. I just wanted to lower the price a bit so we could save some money to fix up the yard. Oh well, let's go. This yard isn't meant for us." Lu Qiao had already walked far away and still heard the woman say, "I really like this yard. I regret it so much." Lu Qiao thought to herself, "You will regret even more in the future." After finishing her errands, Lu Qiao felt very happy. In Beijing, she now had a house. Next year, she planned to come back and fix it up early so that when she came to study, she could live there. She checked the location and found it wasn't far from either Beiwai or Bei. The environment was peaceful, and she looked forward to the future days. She got on the bus, closed her eyes, and used her mind to enter her space. She prepared all the medicines her brothers would need for the next 5 days. Only then did she open her eyes. Just as she looked up, she saw 3 hands some distance ahead, trying to steal. But the bus was crowded, so it wasn't easy to move closer. She took a big date from her space and threw it at the thief. The thief cried out in pain, clutching his hand. The people nearby looked over. Lu Qiao took advantage of the chaos and shouted, "He's a pickpocket." Everyone near him started checking their bags. A woman exclaimed, "My bag has been cut open." The person next to her said, "Quick, see if anything is missing." The girl who was almost robbed also saw her bag was torn and slapped the thief. She said, "Driver, take the bus to the nearest police station. This thief can't get away." The woman whose bag was cut also said, "Everyone, help send this person to the police. Such a bad person." She checked her bag and found her belongings were still there, but her bag was damaged. She insisted the thief pay for it. The thief, just recovering, tried to push toward the door, but several helpful men stopped him. Luckily, there was a police station nearby, so it didn't take long. The two women whose bags were damaged got off the bus to give their statements. Lu Qiao got off at her stop, found a quiet place, and took out the prepared herbal medicine. Then she headed to her grandparents' yard. As soon as she entered, she heard her older brother Lu Xian say, "Grandma, sister, where is my sister?" Lu Qiao's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She was becoming more emotional now and almost forgot her brief apocalyptic experience from her past life. Her heart didn't feel as cold and hard as when she first arrived. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions and called out inside, "Grandpa, Grandma, elder brother, second brother, I'm back." Lu Xian immediately ran out of the house, calling, "Sister, sister." Then he held up a date flower cake and offered it to Lu Qiao, saying, "Here, eat this, sister." Grandma came out smiling and said, "Because I said this was the last date flower cake in the house, elder brother has been holding on to it, unwilling to eat, wanting to save it for you." Lu Qiao felt warmth in her heart again, her eyes moist. She sniffed and said, "Elder brother, you should eat it. I already ate my piece earlier, so this one is yours." Zhou Guifang watched the siblings standing in the yard, sharing and giving up the cake, feeling very happy inside. She said, "It's cold outside. Come inside quickly." Lu Qiao smiled and said, "Elder brother, let's go inside. I brought you some good food." Inside, she handed the herbal medicine she carried to Grandma, saying, "Grandma, I've marked everything. Elder brother has 5 packages, second brother has 5 packages. Each package is made by boiling 3 bowls of water and mixing the medicine, then boiling twice, and dividing into 2 doses." Grandma took the medicine from her and asked, "So, starting tonight or tomorrow?" Lu Qiao thought for a moment and replied, "Either is fine. Anyway, it's cold now, so leaving the medicine overnight is okay. Tomorrow, just warm it up a little before drinking." She added, "I'm going to do acupuncture on elder brother now. After that, I need to go back to Grandpa Yuan. I have another patient tonight who needs treatment." Lu Daran heard her and quickly took down the alcohol, saying, "Old lady, hurry and prepare the meals. Once Qiao finishes her acupuncture, she can eat and then go back." Lu Qiao didn't refuse. She wondered whether to call the Yuan family to avoid their worry, especially since it might get dark soon. Just then, someone outside the door called out, "Uncle Luo, are you home?" Lu Daran heard it was the little grandson from the street and hurried outside, asking, "Yes, little grandson. What's the matter?" The person replied, "Uncle Luo, I have a call for your granddaughter, Lu Qiao. Is she here?" When Luo Qiao heard this, she came out and said, "Grandpa, I'll go ahead and answer the phone. You watch over Big Brother." Luo Daran replied, "Go ahead." The neighbor at the front street corner is called Uncle Sunday. Luo Qiao called out, "Uncle Sun, thank you." Uncle Sun quickly said, "No trouble at all. Luo uncle, I'm leaving now." Luo Qiao followed him, just as the phone rang. Uncle Sun signaled for Luo Qiao to answer, then went to the side to busy himself. Luo Qiao picked up the phone and said, "Hello. Qiao. Grandpa Yuan, I was just about to call and tell you I'll be home later. You don't need to wait for me to eat. I'll ask your third brother to pick you up later. It's getting dark soon." Grandpa Yuan, "No need. I'll take the bus directly to our neighborhood gate. I don't want to be treated specially, or I'll feel embarrassed. All right, be careful. Don't worry. I'll be back before the time we agreed with the Zhang family." After thanking him, Luo Qiao left. She went back, comforted her older brother to sit down, then took a big white rabbit milk candy from her bag and fed it to him, saying, "Be good, big brother. I'll give you acupuncture, and you'll grow up strong, okay?" Luo Xian ate the candy and smiled, replying, "Okay, I want to grow up." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Then sit still and be good. Don't move around, or the acupuncture won't work and you won't grow up." Luo Xian thought for a moment and asked worriedly, "Can I eat candy then? Will my mouth move if I eat it?" Luo Qiao said seriously, "It's fine to hold it in your mouth, but don't chew. That means you shouldn't bite the candy. Do you understand?" Luo Xian smiled and said, "Yes, I understand. I won't bite." Luo Qiao prepared everything and said, "I'm about to give you the acupuncture. Big brother, you can't move." Luo Xian's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Luo Xian pitifully and said, "Second brother, I'm scared. I'm afraid it will hurt." If it had been before, Luo Xian wouldn't care. Today, it might be because the impact was a bit strong, or maybe he knew this wasn't just playing house. This was their chance to return to normal life. Looking at his older brother Luo Xian, he said, "Big brother, don't be afraid. I got acupuncture this afternoon, and it didn't hurt at all. Even I, as a younger brother, am not afraid. As the older brother, you definitely can't be afraid, or others will laugh at you." After listening, Luo Suyan spoke with a tearful voice. "Okay, I'm not afraid. I won't cry. I am the older brother." Then he really sat still, waiting for Luo Qiao, his body tense and his face showing nervousness. Luo Qiao said, "Big brother, don't be so nervous. It doesn't hurt at all." She picked up a needle and pricked her hand a few times. "See, even I, a girl, am not afraid. As a brother, you shouldn't be afraid either." Luo Suyan looked at Luo Qiao's hand for a long time. Maybe because Luo Qiao was playing with the needle, her hand didn't bleed. That's when he said, "I'm not afraid anymore." Luo Qiao moved quickly. In about 10 minutes, she finished inserting the needles, then used her special ability to smooth out his meridians all over his body, making Luo Suyan feel so comfortable he almost fell asleep. After removing the needles, she used her ability again to help repair his nerves. His recovery was actually faster than his second brother's, but since it involved the brain, Luo Qiao thought she should be careful. After disinfecting and packing away the silver needles, Grandma Luo's meal was served. Seeing the cured meat on the table, she guessed Grandma had taken out some stored meat and thought about bringing some over tomorrow. After dinner, Grandpa Luo said, Qiao, don't tell the rest of the family about the treatment you gave your big brother and second brother. Let's wait until we see the results." Luo Qiao nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, let's give them a surprise for the new year." When Luo Qiao was leaving, she told Luo Suyuan, "Second brother, study your textbooks carefully. After the new year, Grandpa will help you get a school registration so you can take the college entrance exam with the high school seniors next year." Luo Suyuan's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked excitedly, "Can I do that?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Of course. The National College entrance exam has only been back for a few years. Many older students are taking it, and you still have half a year to prepare. You can do it."
Luo Suyuan nodded strongly.
"Okay, I'll work hard and not let my sister down." With a clear goal in life, his eyes were full of determination. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. As Luo Qiao left, snowflakes began to fall outside. Grandpa insisted on seeing her off, so Luo Qiao had to practice a set of boxing in the yard. After finishing her training, she said, "Now you can rest assured. The weather is too cold, so go back quickly. I'll call Grandpa Yuan to ask Uncle Sun to come over and tell you." Grandpa Luo had to say, "Then take this flashlight with you. It can help you see the road, since tonight is cloudy." Xiao Luo smiled and ran to the front gate. "No need, you can keep it. I have one in my bag." She took out a small flashlight from her crossbody bag and shook it in her hand. Watching Luo's back as she walked away, Grandma Luo said, "Our Luo family really has good luck. Although the children suffered outside for many years, they learned a lot. Now they are helping their brothers with treatments. It's a blessing from heaven, not only for Su Yan and Su Yuan but also for our Luo family. I just hope that reckless person doesn't get confused. Daoren Luo said. Fortunately, none of the kids followed her. That would be too troublesome. Guanfeng Zhou said, You're right. Let's go back inside. It's very cold today. Daoren Luo looked at the house and told his wife, You go back first. I'll stay with my grandson for a while. I can't let him make another trip. Guanfeng Zhou smiled. You're right. Go ahead and take the flashlight. As Luo Luo left, a bus just arrived. Thinking about the house she bought today, she decided to plan how to renovate it since she would be living there often. Back at the courtyard, it was almost 7 p.m. The appointment with the Zhang family was at 7:30. Yuan Jining kept looking outside nervously. When she saw Luo Luo coming in without her coat, she rushed out. Oh no, why are you so late? I was so worried. It gets dark early in winter, and the roads aren't safe. Luo Luo looked at Yuan Jining with a half-smile and said, Honestly. Yuan Jining shyly whispered, Aren't you supposed to go to Grandpa Zhang's for acupuncture at 7:30? Luo Luo asked, How do you know that? She thought Grandpa Zhang wouldn't be talking at home, so she kept staring at Yuan Jining. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Yuan Jining coughed softly and said, Well, I told you not to get mad. Zhang Xiaowei secretly told me, so I'm going with you tonight. Don't worry, I didn't tell anyone. He told me to come clean to Grandpa later, and I promise I won't tell anyone else. Seeing Yuan Jining's expression, Luo Luo suddenly smiled. So, you're taking this chance to go on a date? Yuan Jining quickly raised her finger. Sure, don't scare anyone. She then looked inside the house, patted her chest, and whispered, Please don't tell anyone in the family. All right, Luo Qiao smiled. Your guilty look just makes people more suspicious. After the two entered, Luo Qiao said, I'm back. Sorry to worry everyone. Old Master Yuan looked relieved when Luo Qiao returned, though he was still worried because she was just a girl. He smiled and asked, Did you see your older brothers? Luo Qiao nodded and said, Yes, I saw them. My grandparents have really gone through a lot. They've made many sacrifices. She then walked to the phone and asked Grandpa Yuan, What was the number you dialed just now? Old Master Yuan took a small notebook from a drawer under the table, flipped through it, and pointed to Luo Qiao, saying, It's this one. I got it from your fourth brother. When the call connected, a voice on the other side said, Qiao Qiao, is that you? Luo Qiao was touched again. She believed Grandpa probably didn't want to trouble her uncle's son, so he went to answer the phone himself. Grandpa, it's me. I'm at Grandpa Yuan's house. Don't worry, the ground is all white with snow. You should go home early and be careful on the way. After hanging up, she let out a long breath and said to Old Master Yuan, Sorry for making you worry. I'll try to get home earlier next time. Old Master Yuan watched her small actions and smiled. Are you touched now? In the past, her parents usually only called after exams to ask about grades. Later, she got lazy and thought it was pointless to call. So now, feeling loved and cared for by family really warmed her heart. Luo Qiao smiled faintly and said, Yes, I am. Feeling valued and loved is really nice. She stood up and told Old Master Yuan, Let Sister Jining accompany me. Old Master Yuan looked at his granddaughter and smiled softly. All right, go ahead. It seemed that experience makes one wiser. Probably, Grandpa Yuan had already seen through Sister Jining's little tricks. The two headed to the Zhang family's house, where they were already waiting. At the gate, Zhang Xiaowei said, You're here. Come in quickly. Luo Qiao glanced at Zhang Xiaowei, and their awkwardness made her smile. Zhang Jiqiang saw Luo Qiao coming and quickly stood up, smiling, You're here. Come inside and warm up. Luo Qiao smiled and said, It's okay, it's not too cold. Let's get ready and talk at the same time. Zhang Kaiqin had already prepared alcohol and gauze. Luo Qiao took out a needle kit, disinfected all the silver needles, and arranged them carefully. Then she went to wash her hands first. This time, they couldn't sit still. The Zhang family helped push the old man into the house, assisted him onto the bed, and asked, Grandpa Zhang, how do you feel today? Old Mr. Zhang replied, Better than ever before. Today, my knee feels warm all day. The numb leg below also seems to have some feeling, though I don't know if it's just my mind. After checking, Luo Qiao found a small amount of fluid still in his knee. It seemed the acupuncture from yesterday had worked, and the swelling was less than before. She said, I'll prepare a prescription for Grandpa Zhang later. We'll combine it with acupuncture and have him drink it for a few days to see how it works. She efficiently started inserting needles. After finishing, she helped the old man use her special energy to smooth out the meridians in his lower leg. Now, the old man truly felt sensation in his lower leg. Luo Qiao said, in a few days, I'll make some ointment for Grandpa. You can apply it every day and massage him for half an hour. When the weather gets warmer, he might be able to walk outside with a cane on his own. Hearing this, the Zhang family's old man was as happy as a child and asked, will that really happen one day? Luo Qiao smiled and said, it will, as long as Grandpa Zhang cooperates with the treatment. The Zhang couple in the house were also very happy. As long as the old man was well, their family would be fine. An elder in the family is like a treasure. This saying means even more in a family like theirs. After all, as long as the old man was around, their family's honor remained. If one day he was gone, though they wouldn't be abandoned, their relationships would definitely change. Luo Qiao finished her work and said goodbye to the Zhang family, promising to come back the night after tomorrow. Yuan Jining stood up and left with Luo Qiao. Since Luo Qiao didn't like to pry into others' private matters, she didn't mention Zhang Xiaowei during the trip. Back home, old Yuan was still in the living room. Seeing them return, he asked, how is Grandpa Zhang? Luo Qiao replied, if everything goes well, when the weather warms next year, he should be able to walk outside with a cane. Old Yuan looked at Luo Qiao and said, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. Truly talented and surpassing your predecessors. Luo Qiao smiled and said, Grandpa, don't praise me. I'm only good at acupuncture. I still have many shortcomings in other areas. Old Master Yuan smiled and said, being a little humble is good, but old Zhang already said that you've learned all his skills too. Take a quick wash and rest early. After speaking, he happily returned to his room. Jianing gave Luo Qiao a thumbs up and went to wash up with a smile. After washing, Luo Qiao returned to her room, closed the door, and entered her space. The crops inside had ripened. She used her mind to harvest them, then replanted a new batch, tidied up the medicinal and flower fields. She thought she still needed to find time to visit the black market. The vegetables she saved up over the year should be sold before the new year. Rarity makes things more valuable, so she could get a good price. Thinking she wouldn't need to go to the Zhang family tomorrow night, she decided to go then, since New Year was just a few days away. She collected eggs from the mountain chickens, then took a bath to rest. She also wanted to go to the woods behind the big yard early tomorrow morning to improve her supernatural abilities. Even tiny mosquitoes are still meat. In Jishir City, Lu Yichen was staring at 2 pots of orchids, wondering if that unkind person would remember him. All matters in Beijing had been settled after his brother's phone call. He just needed to find time to go back and sign a contract. All the staff had been recruited, several of them former soldiers. After the new year, they would officially start work. He also thought about the security company the girl had mentioned before. He believed it was worth trying, so if he returned to Beijing, he could have his friends start preparing. It was a perfect plan with multiple benefits. Shi Tu turned over and saw his brother still staring at the orchids. He thought it wasn't boring. None of the flowers had bloomed yet, so what was so interesting? The next morning, Luo Qiao packed up and left the house. She went to the woods behind the big yard, walked deep inside, and took out a mat from her space to sit cross-legged. The snow from last night was quite heavy, but today was definitely a sunny day. In winter, the plants and trees in the forest had limited energy, so she mainly wanted to absorb the purple energy from the sunrise. Although it wouldn't improve her supernatural abilities, it was harmless and beneficial for her. When she returned to the Yuan family, Jianing had just woken up and asked, "Where did you go so early in the morning?" Luo Qiao replied, "I practiced in the woods behind the house for a while." She went to the kitchen to help, but Anshin said, "The food will be ready soon." You're a guest, so it's not good for you to help in the kitchen. Luo Qiao didn't like Aunt Chen's attitude, so she turned and left the kitchen. Aunt Chen was stunned, originally planning to have her wash the dishes, but unexpectedly, the girl just turned and left. After dinner, the Zhangs arrived. Yan Jiajia felt very upset and said with a sad face, "It's really hard to meet the people from the big courtyard with you. I couldn't even get an appointment in advance." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I've been busy these days. I'll come back tomorrow afternoon to go see them with you." Yan Jiajia said, "Then it's settled. Otherwise, I can't explain myself and it'll be so embarrassing." She smiled after saying that. The Zhang family's car didn't go into the courtyard, but stopped at a quiet place nearby, which Luo Qiao had already told them about. Elsewhere, "Sir, I didn't expect that Miss Luo would be so lucky. Before our people made a move, she found a yard. I checked and the yard is pretty good, but it needs repairs before moving in. It was previously allocated to over a dozen families, and the main owner just reclaimed it recently." The man just listened without speaking. Then he said, "Miss Luo completed the transfer procedures yesterday. We checked, and there are no issues left with the house." When Luo Qiao arrived at the Zhangs, the main hall was not as crowded as that day. Only Zhang Wanpeng, the young son of the Zhang family, was there. After greeting old Master Zhang, she asked someone to help him back to his bedroom and lie on the bed. Luo Qiao began to check him and prepared for acupuncture. Old Master Zhang said, "Girl, these past 2 nights, I've been able to sleep peacefully. It's really thanks to you." Luo Qiao said seriously, "Grandpa Zhang, I'm happy to do something for a hero like you. I will do my best to help your leg recover quickly, so you won't suffer like this anymore." Old Master Zhang's leg was very seriously injured. Today, Luo Qiao inserted acupuncture needles while injecting wood element energy, carefully controlling the amount. After finishing the acupuncture, she also helped him relax his meridians and then asked, "How many doses of medicine have you taken?" The middle-aged man standing nearby replied, "Since that day, plus this morning, he's taken 5 doses. After checking his pulse, she nodded and said, "At least, the old master can have a good new year, without the pain he used to suffer, and he can sleep well at night." Thinking about making some calming incense for old Master Zhang, Luo Qiao believed that such a hero deserved her care. She could only do so much. In the remaining minutes, Luo Qiao went to the bedside and started massaging his head. She introduced her energy to help him relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. Jing Wanpeng could tell that Luo Qiao's words came from the heart, and he couldn't help but think more highly of her. After the acupuncture, she packed up and was about to leave when the old master of the Jing family was still not awake. As Luo Qiao left the room, Jing Wanpeng, who was following behind, asked, "How well can my father's leg recover?" Luo Qiao thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say. Old Master Jing's leg was badly injured, and recovery will take time. Next time you come, I will bring some ointments. You can apply them on his knee and massage for half an hour each day, combined with acupuncture and herbal medicine. When the weather warms up next year, you can try to help him practice walking. I will adjust the treatment based on his progress. How well he recovers also depends on his own health." Jing Wanpeng handed over a thick envelope and said, "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Luo Qiao did not take the money. Instead, she casually said, "I won't accept the money. What I just said came from my heart. If Mr. Jing feels guilty, maybe you can do me a favor instead."
How about that?
Jing Wanpeng didn't expect Luo Qiao to say this and asked with interest, "Please go ahead." Luo Qiao said, "It might take some effort, but I believe you can do it. I want to buy a portable music player made by Sony. I've checked several places, but they don't have it. Could you help me ask around?" In July 1979, Sony released the TPS L2, the world's first portable cassette player, which came with specially designed headphones. Luo Qiao wanted to give it to her second brother to help him learn English. She believed he just needed a chance and would create a miracle. She always felt that her brother's mind was different because she noticed he was now reading only technical reference books. Grandpa said those books were brought to him by her brother, who borrowed them through connections at the university and had to return them after reading. Jing Wanping replied, "All right, I'll ask someone to look into it." Luo Qiao declined the Jing family's offer to send a car to take her home. She left alone, found a safe place, did her makeup, changed her clothes, and transformed into a middle-aged woman. She found the black market. Her basket was filled with meat and vegetables. Since the new year was approaching, it didn't take long before many people gathered. She had already checked the prices and set them reasonably. When she sold everything in her basket, someone approached her, saying there was someone who wanted to see her. Luo Qiao was taken to a yard. The person opening the door asked directly, "Girl, do you still have stock today?" Luo Qiao nodded. Seeing her response, he continued, "How much more of your goods do you have like today?" Luo Qiao lowered her voice and said, "That depends on the price you offer." Hearing this, the man thought she was brave and interesting. He smiled and said, "You're straightforward. I like working with honest people." This man was named Jin Biao. He was a well-known figure in the black market. He was known for being fair and loyal. Recently, Jin Biao was also looking for good goods. He sold not only in the black market but also supplied important people. With the new year coming, he needed to have some impressive items. Building good relationships with influential people could bring him benefits later, so he agreed quickly to buy vegetables and meat at today's market prices. Luo Qiao naturally didn't object. The meeting place was chosen by Luo Qiao, who also mentioned she had a batch of eggs. Jin Biao paid 8 cents each, which was a good price. After the deal, Luo Qiao returned to the black market. She bought 6 bottles of Maotai liquor without receipts and 2 packs of cigarettes, planning to keep them for emergencies. She left the black market and found a quiet place to enter her space. Inside, she prepared a lot of traditional medicine herbs, planning to make ointments for her grandparents later. She also prepared 3 jin of lean meat, 2 jin of pork belly, and 2 jin of fat. Most of the wild boar meat was lean, and the fat was from her previous cooking, saved from trimming. After leaving her space, Luo Qiao went to a traditional medicine shop to buy a set of medicine-making tools. Her storage had some, but she considered them old-fashioned and didn't want to use them. Having bought everything, she took a bus to her grandfather's house. She got off at a safe spot, took out her basket, which contained meat and some dried fruit she had made earlier. She also carried a bag of dried fruit in her hand, planning to give it to Uncle Sun's family at the street corner. She knew she would need to call her grandparents later, so she wanted to build good relations first. Uncle Sun's house was at the street corner. They had a public phone, which was government-owned. To help residents, the government provided a small management fee each month. Luo Qiao approached and saw Uncle Sun playing with his grandson nearby. A few neighbors sat nearby as well. She asked, "Uncle Sun, are you taking care of the kids?" Sun Shu smiled and said, "Yes, his mother is washing clothes. I will watch for a while. Your grandfather just went back with your older brother." Luo Qiao handed over something in her hand. "Uncle Sun, this is for the little nephew to enjoy." Uncle Sun saw what Luo Qiao handed him and quickly said, "No need, no need. This good thing is for you to eat yourself. You don't have to give it to him." Luo Qiao smiled. "Uncle Sun, just keep it. It's not anything expensive. I have more in my basket. Later, Uncle Sun might come to visit my grandparents." She then opened the paper package, took out a piece of dried apple, and handed it to the little boy, smiling. "This is good for the appetite. Kids all like it." After that, she placed the item on the small table at the door and said, "Uncle Sun, I'm going back now. When you have time, take the little nephew out to play." Uncle Sun felt a bit embarrassed and said, Oh, I'm sorry for the trouble." Luo Qiao waved her hand, nodded to a few people nearby, and left. Someone nearby asked, "Whose daughter is she?" Uncle Sun smiled and said, "That's the granddaughter of Uncle Luo over there." The person touched his head and said, "That's not right. I've seen all 3 of Uncle Luo's granddaughters. Which one is she?" An older woman sitting nearby said, "Probably the newly adopted granddaughter." Hearing this, the person asking the question was curious and eager to know more. "Aunt Zhang, tell us what's really going on?" Aunt Zhang said, "You all don't know this, do you? Their second daughter isn't their biological daughter. She was switched at the hospital. They only found out recently, and it was even in the newspapers. You didn't know? Oh, the newspaper reported about this before. Yes, the biological parents of her foster sister from the second family really aren't good people. They swapped their own daughter to give her a better life. And then they moved her into a family that's not very good either. But from what the newspaper said, there was a grandmother who was quite kind and protected her when she was young. Sadly, good people don't live long. She continued, she suffered a lot outside. Later, her foster parents went back to the city and wanted to find her biological son. But the biological parents of Luo's foster daughter refused to adopt her. This young girl is quite brave. She didn't get adopted and chose to live alone, which shows she has a plan. She is now attending high school in Jishir, where I hear the tuition is free. She performs well in her studies and is very popular among her classmates. This girl looks very pretty and seems more confident than the girl from the second household. The girl from the second household's adopted daughter rarely visits and always looks down on others. It's clear she doesn't belong to the old Luo family anymore. Now she's like a small bird returning to the countryside, and she won't be so proud anymore. You might not have noticed, but the children from the Luo family seem to be most spoiled by the adopted daughter. When they come here, only she acts superior, and she never greets anyone when she sees them. It's true. Children tend to take after their parents. The kids of mice are good at digging holes, just like their biological parents. Everyone burst into laughter. When Zhou Guifang saw her granddaughter coming, she quickly went over to carry her basket. Luo Qiao stepped back and said, "Grandma, don't carry it. It's too heavy. I'll put it inside the house." Zhou Guifang asked, "What did you carry? Why is it so heavy?" She carried the basket into the house and helped set it down. Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Some medicinal tools." She took out dried fruits from inside first. "These are fruits I picked and dried in the mountains earlier. I forgot to bring them yesterday." She handed them to her grandma and continued, "Give some to my older brother and second brother. Make them happy." Zhou Guifang immediately smiled and said, "Only you spoil them like that." Suddenly, she felt a pang in her heart and a wave of sadness. These three children have had a tough life, but now things are getting better. May the heavens bless them to be happy, safe, and healthy. That's all I wish for. Luo Qiao took out some meat from the basket. Zhou Guifang, who was surprised, asked, "Where did you get so much meat, girl?" Luo Qiao chuckled softly and whispered, "Someone is selling wild boar meat under the bridge. No ticket needed. I bought some when I saw it." Zhou Guifang gently tapped Luo Qiao's forehead and said, "You're so brave. What if someone finds out? Promise Grandma you won't take such risks. It's better for us to stay safe." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Grandma, things aren't as tense as before. Sometimes people sell things on the street now. I'll be more careful. It's okay." Guifang Zhu suddenly got anxious. "What about the future? Why are you so sure about everything?" Lao Qiao gently sat her grandmother down. "Grandma, look, our big brother and second brother are slowly recovering. They need good nutrition. You and Grandpa are busy taking care of them every day, so you need to eat some hearty food to stay healthy. Don't worry, your granddaughter is capable. I won't cause trouble for the family. Only when you all are well can I feel safe to go back to school. Relying on just a few pounds of meat coupons each month isn't enough. I've already arranged with Big Brother. In a few days, he will send some meat again. We can preserve it and keep our brothers healthy and strong." She finished and burst into laughter. Suddenly, she felt her sense of humor was a bit mischievous, imagining her big brother and second brother as healthy and chubby. Haha. Luo Shuyuan was reading inside when he heard his sister arrive. He waited a long time, but she didn't come in to see him. Instead, she was talking to Grandma in the living room about how she would keep herself and her brothers healthy and plump. Just thinking about it was frightening. Hearing her words, Guifang Zhu felt a bit more relaxed and said, "All right, now you decide. Grandma will give you some money." Lao Qiao quickly stopped her. No, Grandma. I have money. Really? Not just my scholarship, but also the gift you gave us last time. Plus, I earn more each month than your pension. Gui Fangzhu curiously asked, "Where do you get the money?" Lao Qiao smiled and said, "From writing articles. My articles were accepted by the newspaper and published, so I get some money every month. I also write novels. Don't worry, from now on, you and Grandpa can enjoy yourselves. I'll pay back everything I owe you for these years. You've worked hard, and now it's time to enjoy life." Tears welled up in Gui Fangzhu's eyes, but she didn't dare say more, afraid Lao Qiao would see. She took the meat and turned to leave, saying as she walked, "All right, we'll just wait to enjoy ourselves." The hardships of these 20 years turned into overwhelming tears at that moment. When the two children were hurt so badly, Ning Shuling, in her grief, decided to give up and let the children fend for themselves. The elderly couple almost cut ties with their second son because of this. At that time, Ning Shuling was pregnant with her third and fourth children, who would be born in just over 2 months. The doctors said one child was paralyzed and the other was mentally challenged. Ning Shuling couldn't accept how the two children had become. There was no other way, so he and the old man took the children back home. To care for them, they retired early. Over the years, the old man mostly stayed at home helping to take care of the children after work. As they grew older, the older child's intelligence was stuck at that of a 5 or 6-year-old. The younger child was smart, but long-term illness made him more and more irritable. Before the old man retired, the younger child's temper was uncontrollable without medication. Later, as he grew older, neither he nor the old man could manage him. The main problem was that whenever he got angry, he needed sedatives. After exploring many options, they found a care home. At first, they only planned to send the younger child there. But then came another problem. Bringing the older child to visit every day was exhausting, and they noticed the younger child became even more silent. One day, during a tantrum, they realized he thought they had abandoned him. He wanted to stay here, but the older brother was still with them. After discussing, the couple decided to send the older brother there too. The two brothers shared a room. Although the monthly cost was high, it gave the old couple some rest. To make caring for them easier, they moved here to settle down. This place was close to the care home, so every day after tidying up, they went there to give massages and keep them company. If the younger child had a seizure, there were professional doctors nearby, so they wouldn't be caught off guard. Until the old man retired, she went to the care home every day with her husband. Over the years, they never stopped massaging the younger child's legs, just hoping one day he could stand again. Now, there was hope. Their 20 years of effort hadn't been in vain. Their granddaughter said they did very well. She said they prevented the muscles in Su Yuan's legs from atrophying. Looking back, 20 years had really been a long struggle, but they had finally made it. Now, they only hope their 2 grandsons will recover soon. Luo Qiao had just taken out her medical tools when her grandfather and her older brother entered the living room. "What are these?" he asked. Luo Qiao smiled. "Perfect timing, Grandpa. Can you and my older brother help me clean these tools? I need to give injections to my second brother. I mentioned there are 2 patients, right? I bought some supplies today. I'll clean everything first, so it's ready when I need it." Then she took out 2 packs of dried fruit from her basket and said to her older brother, "Big brother, you and second brother each get one. They're really tasty." Luo Xian took the dried fruit but didn't leave. He stood there holding it for a while, then said, "Eat, sister." Actually, being touched doesn't always mean something big or grand. Sometimes a small thing, a look, a gesture, a word, a moment, can warm the heart and make you feel soft inside. Often, we are moved without even realizing it. Luo Qiao reached into her basket and took out 2 more packs of dried fruit. "There's more here, some for Qiao Qiao, and some for Grandpa and Grandma. Now, big brother, you can rest assured." Luo Xian's face lit up with a smile. He hugged the 2 packs of dried fruit and said, "Eat them all." Luo Qiao also smiled foolishly. "Yes, all of them." Only then did Luo Xian turn and go inside with the dried fruit. Luo Daren watched his grandson and granddaughter interact, full of pride and love. They had only been together for a little over a day, but because of little Qiao Qiao, both older brothers had changed in some way. In his heart, he thought, "Time flies, and the future looks bright." After tidying up, Luo Qiao went inside and said, "Second brother, I'm back." Luo Shiyuan turned to look at what she was holding. He knew she was about to start acupuncture, so he put down his book, propped himself up with his arm, and tried to lie down. Yesterday, Grandma had already adjusted his 2 pairs of cotton pants. Luo Qiao quickly helped him lie down properly, then took a piece of dried fruit from her older brother's hand and fed it to her second brother, smiling, "Try it. It's really tasty." Luo Shiyuan was caught off guard when his sister put a piece of dried fruit in his mouth. His handsome face lit up with a smile, and his mood changed. He felt warm inside. In the past, his world only included his older brother and grandparents. Even his father and brothers 3 and 4 were just strangers to him, people he rarely saw, and because of his health, he didn't want to communicate much with them. And his mother, who only existed in his memories, and his sister, whom he had never met before. None of that mattered now. Qiao, his real sister, had come, bringing him hope and warmth. He silently vowed that one day, if he could stand up and walk out, he would work hard to become a good person and be the best brother to Qiao, protecting her for life. After arranging her things, Luo Qiao looked at her second brother and asked, "Second brother, is it tasty?" Luo Shiyuan smiled faintly. "Yes, it's delicious." Luo Qiao didn't stop her actions. She helped her second brother loosen the buttons on his pants and then began acupuncture. "If you like it, I'll send more when I go back to Jishur." When Luo Shiyuan heard the words Huiji City, he felt a bit reluctant. "Can I come to Beijing to study?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Once I get into a university in Beijing, I won't leave." "Second brother, you should also work hard to review. Maybe one day, you'll be my senior or classmate." Luo Shiyuan clenched his hands tightly on his chest and said firmly, "Okay." Luo Qiao immediately smiled, feeling relieved. Although she had only known her second brother for a day, he was very caring. If you treat him well, he will treat you even better. From what she knew, her second brother was not easy to accept others. Being accepted so quickly probably meant she gave him hope, which made him accept her so fast. This was a good sign. Once his leg healed, he would likely integrate into society quickly and do what he wanted. Maybe in the future, he would be a leader in his field. Looking at her handsome second brother, she thought, yes, the future looks bright. After the injection, Luo Qiao took a stool and gently massaged her brother's meridians. The acupuncture session was just finished. With the herbal medicine she prepared, she believed her brother would stand up again soon. After removing the needles, Luo Qiao said, "Second brother, try to feel if there's any change in your body." Luo Shiyuan felt for a while and said, "My calves feel stronger than yesterday. If I feel carefully, the warmth is even more noticeable, and I can slightly move my ankles." Luo Qiao said, "It will get better day by day. Also, you must finish all the herbal medicine I prepared without missing a dose. After the new year, when I return to Huiji City, I hope my eldest brother and second brother can come to the train station to see me off." Luo Shiyuan was so excited, he didn't know what to say. His hands trembled slightly. Qiao, what did you just say?" Luo Qiao replied, "You didn't hear wrong. I will return to Huiji City on the 18th day of the first lunar month. I hope my eldest brother and second brother can see me off that day." Both of them turned red with emotion, tears welling up in their eyes. Then they both smiled at the same time. Luo Shiyuan, standing nearby, saw his brother and sister crying and was stunned, not understanding why they suddenly started crying. But now, seeing them smile again, he suddenly also smiled. What started as silly laughter from 2 people turned into 3. Outside the door, Luo's parents also started crying and then laughed through their tears. Who could imagine what kind of scene this was? It was tears of happiness, smiles full of hope for the future. Cherish this moment. After dinner in the afternoon, I first finished treating my eldest brother, then started making the ointment. Grandpa used a grinding stone to help crush the herbs, while my older brother held a small sieve to filter the herbal foam Grandpa ground. Grandma went to the department store to buy a batch of small ceramic jars, then handed them to second brother, who sat in a wheelchair to wash and dry them for later use. We had a small clay pot perfect for boiling the ointment. I didn't dare leave the stove for a moment, constantly watching the fire and stirring. It took about 2 hours to cook until the ointment turned a light yellow. Then I turned off the heat. While it was still warm but not hot, I quickly poured it into the prepared ceramic jars. If it cooled too much, it would become too sticky to jar properly. Once completely cooled, I sealed the jars with wax and finished the task. This ointment could also be used for second brother's leg, so I made quite a bit, 5 jars for the family. Thinking of this, I remembered Lu Yichen's leg. His injury was still lighter compared to others' injuries. I planned to treat him after the new year. When the weather warmed up, he should recover. It's a pity it's a bit late. Otherwise, he might not have had to leave the army. For dinner, I helped prepare stew with cabbage, vermicelli, and sliced meat, served with 2 types of flatbread and cornmeal porridge. While Grandma was out, I added some flour to the mixture, but didn't add much. When cutting the meat, I also added an extra piece. At that moment, Son's family next door called Grandma to help. When Grandma returned, I had already finished the meal. Perfect. Dinner was early today. I made an excuse that I needed to go out soon but would come back afterward. Tomorrow, after acupuncture for the brothers, I would leave. Grandpa wanted to come along, but I said I'd be back soon. Our house only has 2 bedrooms. Luckily, both beds are large. That night, Grandpa, the eldest brother, and second brother shared one room, while I and Grandma stayed in the other. Grandma was happy when she heard I was staying over tonight and quickly started preparing. Seeing them busy, I took out 5 candies from my pocket, 1 for each of us. I gave 1 to Grandma, kept 1 for myself, and smiled as I said, "I'm leaving now." No one expected it, but Lu Xiuyan was the first to speak. "Sister, come back early." His words were faster than usual and quite smooth. The elderly couple in the Luo family looked at each other, and their eyes reddened. I said, "We should be happy." Zhou Guifang wiped her eyes with her sleeve and said, "I'm really getting old." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Big brother and second brother are getting better every day. If Grandma keeps getting moved, we might end up crying through the new year." Everyone laughed, and Luo Qiao said, "That's right. We should face life with a smile." She waved her hand and left the room. Just then, Luo Xianyuan called out, "Qiao Qiao, come back early." As Luo Qiao walked out, she replied, "Got it, second brother." Actually, at that moment, her eyes welled up again. Today had so many touching moments that she silently thought, today is a day worth remembering. Yesterday, they probably didn't notice the changes in their bodies and felt confused, but today, her older brothers had truly changed. After leaving, Luo Qiao walked quite a distance before finding a place to use her space to do her makeup and release her bicycle, a second-hand women's bike she had kept in her space since going south. She deliberately took a longer route to the agreed place because it had snowed yesterday, so she needed to be careful. There was still some distance to the meeting spot. Luo Qiao stored her bike in her space and took another path around. She saw a few sneaky people hiding across the street. Luo Qiao thought that Jin Biao seemed honest and straightforward, but she had overestimated him. He had sent people to watch her, which meant she couldn't trust him deeply. The woods ahead were off-limits, so she turned around and left. Luckily, she had prepared in advance. A few days ago, she had noticed a dilapidated yard about 800 meters ahead. Seeing that there were only 20 minutes until the deal, Luo Qiao checked the place inside and, feeling it was okay, came out again. She didn't release the vegetables because it was too cold and she was worried they might freeze. Luo Qiao thought she could just let them wait outside for a while. She would go in, release the goods, and then call them in to inspect. Since this was the only transaction, even if they suspected something, they wouldn't find her no matter how hard they looked. She decided to create a false impression in the yard. When the time was almost up, Luo Qiao appeared at the agreed spot. Jin Biao also arrived and saw her coming. He asked Big Sister, "Where are the goods?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Didn't Brother Jin send someone to guard here in advance? Didn't they tell you no one was transporting goods here?" Jin Biao's face suddenly changed. He turned around and asked the person behind him, "What's going on?" The person, realizing he had caused trouble, quickly explained, "No other meaning. just sent a few brothers to handle the situation. Luo Qiao didn't say much.
She simply said, "Follow me."
Jin Biao looked very unhappy. He felt betrayed by his brothers, but he couldn't show his anger in front of outsiders. They walked for less than 10 minutes to the place. When they arrived, Luo Qiao said, "Wait here for a moment." Luo Qiao went into the yard alone. She had prepared earlier, laying out the vegetables. The tomatoes and eggs were in willow baskets, while green beans, cucumbers, peppers, and eggplants were in burlap sacks. Other leafy greens were bundled together. After arranging everything, she allowed Jin Biao to come in alone. Jin Biao was stunned by the large amount of fresh vegetables. He didn't expect this young woman to bring so many. He got a bit excited and started talking incoherently. This is all vegetables. Young lady, you're my sister. You've really helped me a lot. No wonder she brought a big truck, otherwise it wouldn't fit. He had thought she was exaggerating, but it turned out she was telling the truth. He had underestimated her. But it didn't matter. As long as there was enough, everything was fine. Tonight, they would sell everything directly, which was safer. Luo Qiao said, "Weigh it first. If you can't eat it all, that's okay. There are others eager to buy." Jin Biao said, No, young lady. Let's build a good relationship. If you need anything in the future, just ask. As long as I can help, Brother Biao will do it without hesitation. The price had been agreed upon beforehand. After weighing, they settled on a price. Although it was just some vegetables, they were rare in winter, especially with the new year approaching. These goods wouldn't be hard to sell. Jin Biao knew these items weren't easy for ordinary people to get. He couldn't afford to offend the person who brought them. Those who acted on their own today would have to be dealt with. That would violate his rules, and he suspected there were traitors among his men. He cleared his throat and said, "Young lady, I apologize for today's trouble. I need to clean up my own house when I go back. I, Jin Biao, don't tolerate traitors." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I knew the famous black market boss Biao wouldn't be someone who doesn't follow the rules." Gold Biao waved his hand, and someone went out to arrange people and cars. Gold Biao continued, "Big sister, if you find good goods in the future, come to Brother Biao. I'll definitely give you a fair price." Then he started counting the money. Since there were too many eggs, he couldn't count them one by one. In the end, he calculated based on 7 mao per jean, which was a pretty good price. After counting the money and making sure everything was correct, Luo Qiao said, "I'll go ahead now." She turned and walked out, worried that her grandfather, grandmother, and older brothers might be worried. But she knew safety was the most important, so she left the yard and headed in the opposite direction of home. She took several turns before finding a hidden spot to go into her space, changed back into her old clothes, then left the space, rode her bike, and took another road back home. Don't underestimate these vegetables. In summer, the most expensive ones were only about 1 mao per jean. Now, they're all sold at 3 mao 5 per jean. But today, there's no cabbage, radishes, or potatoes, winter storage vegetables. These are all vegetables you can't eat in winter. The vegetables Luo stored in her space during summer are now all sold out. This year, with the eggs and vegetables she saved, she earned 2,100 yuan. There was still a long way to the street entrance, so Luo Qiao put away her bike and carried a bag of fruit as she headed home. Sure enough, she saw her grandfather at the street corner. She tried to hold back her emotions, but still had tears in her eyes. "Grandpa, how long have you been waiting outside in this cold weather?" Luo Daoren had indeed been outside for a while, but he said, "Not long after I came out." Luo Qiao linked her arm with her grandfather and said, "Grandpa, you know I can fight a little.
Don't worry about me."
What if I get cold?" They pushed open the yard gate and heard Grandma come out, saying, "You're back. Come inside quickly. It's cold outside." Once inside, they saw that Big Brother had also come out of the inner room. He had already taken off his cotton coat and was probably lying down, as he got up when she returned. Grandma closed the door and saw how Big Brother looked, then hurried over to his side. "My dear, why did you come out? Go back to bed and don't catch cold again." Grandpa Luo Xian was pushed back by Grandma and still smiled as he said to Luo Qiao, "Sister, I'm not leaving." Luo Qiao quickly said, "Don't go. Big brother, go back to sleep. I'll make you something tasty tomorrow morning." Grandpa Luo Xian smiled and went back inside. Grandma then said, "Hurry up and get into bed. Su Yuan should sleep too. It's getting late." Hearing this, Luo Qiao called out from inside the house, "Second brother, I'm back. Go to bed early." Perhaps second brother had been waiting for her all along, and thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. Grandma came out of the house, and Grandpa also brought in a basin of water. "Qiao Qiao, wash up quickly and rest early." Luo Qiao took the water from Grandpa's hand.
Thank you, Grandpa.
"You should rest too. I can pour my own water later." After washing up and tidying things, the grandmother and granddaughter finally went to bed. Meanwhile, at the Luo family in Jishir City, the main house and the second house were fighting fiercely. The reason was that ever since Luo Tianming and Feng Hui deliberately swapped children and reported it, neighbors looked at them with disdain. This even affected Luo Tiancheng, who worked at the factory. His team leader was transferred away, leaving a vacancy, and the director had even recommended Luo Tiancheng's name for the position, but it was rejected the next day. After asking around, they learned from an office worker at the factory that the trouble was caused by the influence of Luo Tianming's younger brother and his wife. Luo Tiancheng came back and told Qiaowan about it. She couldn't swallow her anger. After dinner, she waited for Luo Tianming to finish work and went to see him. Feng Hui was still making sarcastic remarks, which angered Qiaowan. She stormed over and slapped Feng Hui. The two women started fighting. Luo Tianming wanted to intervene, but the women were acting like they had lost their minds. In her rush to stop her wife, Luo Tianming aimed a punch at her, but accidentally hit his sister-in-law instead. Luo Tiancheng couldn't accept this and punched Luo Tianming. Luo Tianming was stunned, but when Luo Bin, a young troublemaker from the family, saw his parents being hit, he grabbed a broom and charged at Uncle Luo Tiancheng. The older children from the main house, Luo Tao and Luo Jin, quickly stepped in, and they beat Luo Bin to the ground. Neighbors came in and separated them. Later, they found out that Luo Tianming's misdeeds had affected Luo Tiancheng's future. Feng Hui, instead of feeling embarrassed, made sarcastic comments. The neighbors' opinion of Luo Tianming's family worsened. Luo Tiancheng left with a serious promise, each going their own way, and took his wife and children back to his house. Luo Tianming stayed in the yard until late at night before returning inside. The next day, Luo Qiao woke early and practiced a set of martial arts in the yard. Then she helped her grandma prepare breakfast and washed the apples they brought back yesterday, giving one to each person. Grandma kept reminding her, but instead of getting upset, she just smiled happily. That's what family is like. After breakfast, Luo Qiao gave acupuncture and massaged her older brothers. Then she packed her things to leave. Luo Xian watched Luo Qiao pack up and asked, "When will you come back, sister?" Luo Qiao said, "Tomorrow, I will come again to see you and bring some good food. Is that okay?" Luo Xian looked a little unhappy but still said, "Then come back early, sister. My second brother and I will wait for you." Luo Qiao intentionally encouraged him, "You should help Grandpa and Grandma take good care of second brother at home."
Can you do that?
Luo Xian turned to look at Luo Xianyuan and said, "He is the second brother, not the second cousin." Luo Qiao immediately smiled and said, "Big brother is right. He is your second brother, but he is also my second brother." Seeing that he didn't say anything, she continued, "You are my eldest brother. He is my second brother. I also have a third and fourth brother. In a few days you will see them." Luo Xian looked at Grandma for confirmation. When Grandma nodded, he said, "All right, I am the eldest brother, he is the second brother. You have 3 brothers and 4 brothers, so many brothers." Luo Qiao quietly told her big brother, "Listen to Grandpa at home. Tomorrow, I will bring back roast duck and some Beijing snacks." Luo Xian smiled and said, "Okay, sister. Come back early tomorrow." This was the first time Luo Xian spoke such a long, clear sentence in one go. Everyone in the room looked at each other with excitement and relief, believing everything would get better. Luo Xianyuan sat in a wheelchair and suddenly said, "Grandpa, push me. Let's take Luo Qiao to the bus stop." When Zhou Guifang heard her grandson's words, she happily and tremblingly said, Okay, okay. Grandpa will push you. It's a good chance to get some sun. Zhou Guifang finally felt at ease. Seeing her two grandsons getting better day by day, she truly felt content. Luo Daoren pushed Xian Yuan, along with Su Yan, who was shouting that he wanted to go too, out of the yard. Xian Yuan had never walked in front of others before. He felt ashamed. Today, he took this step voluntarily. No one knew how excited his grandfather was. After Luo Qiao got in the car and found a seat, she rolled down the window and said, It's too cold. Let's go back. I'll come earlier tomorrow. Luo Xian wanted to say something but was stopped by Luo Xianyuan holding his hand. When he looked up again, the car had already driven away. He hurriedly turned to Luo Shiyuan and said, What are you doing pulling me? The car has left, and I haven't told my sister to come back early. Luo Daoren and Luo Shiyuan smiled. Luo Shiyuan said, My sister knows what you're going to say. Let's go home. When Luo Qiao returned to the Yuan family, Yuan Jianing was already waiting in the living room. Seeing her come in, she said, You're finally back. Luo Qiao took out 2 bags of dried fruit and handed them to her, asking, Where's Grandpa Yuan? Yuan Jianing smiled and said, Oh, he went to the small square to play chess with someone. Luo Qiao looked outside and asked, It's quite cold today. Are they playing chess outside? Yuan Jianing smiled and said, There's a corridor at the small square. A few old men decided to buy some plastic sheets and turn the area into a sunny room. They're enjoying it. Luo Qiao said, Next time, let's go see it too. Yuan Jianing smiled and said, Sure, I'll take you to see it later. The guards filled bags with sand and sealed all the entrances tightly, except for 2. Grandpa Zhong's Little found an old stove with pipes from the logistics team. Before breakfast, he would light the stove, so it wouldn't be cold when the elders came over after eating. They were having a good time. Yuan Jianing opened the paper bag Luo Qiao handed her and found dried fruit inside. She took a piece and put it in her mouth, sweet and sour, just her favorite flavor. Holding up the bag, she asked, Qiao Qiao, where did this come from? It's so delicious. Luo Qiao said, Someone gave it to me. I brought 2 bags home for my family to try. Aunt Chen was in the kitchen preparing lunch. When she saw Luo Qiao come back, she came out and said, Luo Qiao, can you help me wash the vegetables? I came back late today, and I'm worried there won't be enough food when everyone gets home. Luo Qiao looked at Aunt Chen and said, I have other things to do. Take your time. It's okay if everyone waits a little. I believe they will understand. Luo Qiao wasn't used to her bossiness. If needed, she could just stay at her grandmother's house tomorrow and come over during the day for acupuncture. Yuan Jianing frowned after hearing Aunt Chen. She thought, Aunt Chen is becoming more and more reckless. I need to tell Grandpa and my parents about this. It's too much. Yuan Jianing stood up and said, Qiao Qiao, let's go. Don't you want to see Grandpa's sunny room? I'll take you to see it, and we can eat together with Grandpa. When the 2 arrived at the small square, they saw that the so-called sunroom was divided into several sections. Some people were playing chess, others were playing cards, and a few were sitting and chatting casually. If there was no wind, this place was indeed nice. Yuan Jianing took Luo Qiao inside. The guard of old Master Zhang saw them first. Yuan Jianing smiled and said, Brotherly, this place is well done. It really looks like a sunroom. Little Li was a bit proud and said, What do you mean looks like? We put a lot of effort into this. Look how much the old leaders like it now. At this moment, old Master Yuan saw his 2 granddaughters holding their toy guns and looking down. He said, General. Old Master Yuan then said, No more playing. My granddaughters are here to pick me up. Everyone looked in his direction and saw Yuan Jianing with a young girl standing beside her. Someone asked, Old Yuan, is that your granddaughter Jianing? Who's the girl next to her? Old Master Yuan smiled and said, That's also my granddaughter. Old Master Yuan stood up. Luo Qiao saw this and said, Grandpa, I'm done playing. Old Master Yuan approached and said, Done? It's almost noon. When did you come back? Luo Qiao smiled and said, Just now. I heard Jianing say you built a big sunroom, so I came to see it. A few old men all smiled. Old Master Zhang asked, Qiao, what do you think of it? Luo Qiao smiled and said, it's pretty good. It lets you enjoy the sun and keeps out the cold. But I suggest tearing off the newspaper covering the pipe outlet upstairs. Little Li quickly said, you can't tear it. If you do, that place will leak wind. Luo Qiao smiled and said, although the sunroom has 2 entrances, it's also covered tightly with cotton curtains. It's quite sealed inside, and the air doesn't circulate. You even have a stove inside, and I saw you roasting sweet potatoes. She continued, coal in the stove produces carbon monoxide when burning. Breathing in too much isn't good for health. It's better to leave some space for fresh air to come in. Little Li touched his head and said, I thought since people are always coming and going through the doors it should be fine. But I'll go tear off the newspaper now. Luo Qiao smiled and said, that's not a bad idea. But it's better to be cautious. We don't want any accidents. Little Zhang said Luo Qiao is right. The opening is above, so even if wind comes in, it won't directly at people. When everyone comes in, it's usually not mealtime or bathroom time, so no one goes out. Still, it's better to be cautious. Old Master Yuan smiled and said, yes, no one has noticed that. They think it's not night yet. Old Master Zhang chuckled. Qiao knows more about these things. Luo Qiao felt a bit embarrassed, worried she might be showing off in front of the elders. She quickly said, you all already know this. I just overlooked it. Old Master Zhang smiled. You're just too modest, little girl. Just then, someone spoke up. What this young girl said is not just talk. Don't think you won't get gas poisoning during the day. When you realize it, it might be too late. Everyone looked at the speaker, a young man from the big courtyard who works at the military hospital. At that moment, Little Li tore up the newspaper and said, it's my fault. I don't understand that. He was so anxious he used his hometown dialect. Luo Qiao smiled and said, it's fine. You meant well, but remember this next time. Little Li sincerely thanked Luo Qiao. He was truly scared. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he caused trouble for the elders. When they returned to the Yuan family, Aunt Chen hadn't finished cooking. The old master looked at the clock on the table, then at the kitchen, and sat down on the sofa. At that moment, Song Huizhen also came back from outside. Yuan Jining asked, Mom, you're back? Luo Qiao also stood up to greet her, Aunt. Song Huizhen nodded to her daughter and smiled. Qiao is back. Luo Qiao smiled and nodded, yes. What's wrong with your pants? Song Huizhen said, don't mention it. I just fell at the intersection on the way back. Yuan Jining hurried over, Mom. Are you okay? Song Huizhen smiled, I'm fine, really. I turned too quickly at the corner, and I don't know how it froze there. It was too slippery. I didn't pay attention and fell.
I'll go upstairs to change.
Then she added, I have something to do this afternoon. Let's eat early. After saying that, she greeted the old master and prepared to go upstairs. As she passed the kitchen, she saw that the dishes hadn't been cooked yet and the rice was still on the stove. Song Huizhen really doesn't know what to say. Usually, because of her father-in-law's face, she feels a bit shy to speak up, but the more she doesn't say, the more this person becomes reckless and indifferent. So she asked sister-in-law Chen what happened. Why isn't the meal ready yet? Aunt Chen looked a bit guilty and said, I went to see Cici today and stayed there for a while. I came back late. I also asked Luo Qiao to help me, but she said she was busy and didn't help. It's better if she didn't say this, but once she did, Song Huizhen felt that Aunt Chen was really interesting. Sister-in-law Chen, what is your job? Aunt Chen looked a bit uncomfortable and said, it won't be like that in the future. If Luo Qiao had just helped me a little earlier, I wouldn't have been late. Song Huizhen was even angrier. Why did you ask her to help? Helping is a favor, not helping is your duty. She is also a member of this family. Why didn't you call Jianing for help? Since you are earning the salary, you should do your job well. If you can't do it, I will find someone else. Old Master only wanted to help you because he saw that you and your daughter were having a hard time. Don't forget that. Aunt Chen looked a bit embarrassed and said, I understand. I won't do that again. Song Huizhen sighed and said, tonight, Wei Han's family and Wei Chun will come back for dinner. Prepare early. Aunt Chen nodded and said, got it. The phone in the living room rang loudly. Yan Jiajia, the closest person nearby, answered. Hello, good evening. Hello, this is Luo Haotian. I'm looking for Luo Qiao. Just a moment, Uncle Luo. Qiao, come and answer the phone. It's your dad. Hello, Dad. Qiao, how have you been these days? When will you come back? I'm doing well. I've been busy these days, so I won't come back for now. Qiao, aren't you going to your grandparents' house before the new year? I already went there. I stayed overnight yesterday. Oh, you already went. Okay, that's fine.
Dad, are you at home or at work now?
Have you eaten? Dad is at the office now. I'm about to go eat. You haven't called me these days, and I almost can't eat properly. Haha, Dad, you're being a bit too exaggerated. I'm telling the truth. Dad, don't worry. In a few days I'll surprise you with something big. Alright, Dad is just waiting for my daughter's big surprise. By the way, Qiao, the new year is coming soon. Take some time to visit the department store and buy whatever you like. Dad will reimburse you. Or, if you want to go someday, I'll ask your second brother to go with you. Dad, no need. I bought my clothes earlier when I went south. If I grow again next year, it would be a waste. Then what do you still need? Dad will buy it for you. My girl, don't refuse everything. If you do, Dad will be sad. Lu Qiao's eyes welled up again, but she knew she couldn't embarrass herself in the Yuan family. Dad, I understand. Let me think about it and tell you later. Good, that's right. Dad just wants to buy you something. If you come back someday, I'll take leave and go shopping with you. Dad, no need to ask for leave. When you have time off, Dad can go shopping with me then. It's not necessary to buy before the new year, so it won't affect your work. Alright, if you plan to go shopping with your friends and see something you like, just buy it. When you come back, Dad will reimburse you.
Got it, Dad.
Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, the cafeteria might run out of food soon. Okay, my girl. Come back early. Got it. I'll go back after I finish my things.
Bye, Dad.
Bye, girl. After hanging up, Lu Qiao felt a mix of sweetness and sourness. She sensed her dad's cautiousness and deep fatherly love, things that couldn't be faked. Thinking about helping her dad take care of his health when she returned was her way of responding to his love. Yan Jiajia smiled and said, Uncle Lu must be missing you. Lu Qiao replied, yeah, I came back and then I just ran off. I'll go back after dinner. Yuan Leoi and Song Huizhen, who had just come downstairs, both smiled. Lu Qiao also smiled. Yuan Jiajia threw the dried fruit in her hand and said, all right, you guys are too much. I won't play with you anymore. Lu Qiao said, I'm angry, really angry. Fine, since I'm mad, I'll really leave now. Yuan Jiajia angrily said, see if you get mad and don't come to comfort me. Then, the three people in the living room burst into loud laughter. Yuan Jiajia ran over and hugged her grandfather. Grandpa, you see, your granddaughter is teasing her own granddaughter. You decide what to do. Old Mr. Yuan said, oh really? Then, let's let Qiao spend the afternoon playing with Jining. Is that okay? Jining smiled and said, Grandpa is the best. Did you hear that? Grandpa said you will play with me this afternoon. Everyone laughed together, leaning back and forth with joy. Jining lay on the sofa next to her grandpa, laughing so hard she couldn't sit up straight. She felt so childish. In the afternoon, Luo Qiao went with Yuan Jiajia to the activity room in the big yard. There were places to play table tennis and badminton, popular among the young people there. When Luo Qiao and Jining arrived, some people were already there. Seeing them come in, someone called out, Yuan Jiajia over here. Jining pulled Luo Qiao and smiled, saying, you guys came pretty early. Those people laughed and said, we had to come early, or we'd miss the chance. By the way, introduce us. Jining smiled and said, this is my cousin Luo Qiao. Then she added, these are my good friends, Sun Xiaoran Zhang Yenyang, Tao Hong Zhang Ligong, Feng Ruisong, and the one you know, Zhong Xiaowei. Luo Qiao smiled and said, hello, I'm Luo Qiao. Zhang Yenyang said, hello. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Can you show us some skills? We didn't see it the other day. I heard from people in the yard that you're really good at fighting. Sun Shaoran quickly pulled Zhang Yanjiang aside and said, "Don't scare her." Sun Shaoran laughed and said, "It's okay. She just admires women who are good at fighting. She wanted to join the army, but she has a dislocated arm that keeps coming out, so she was discharged." Zhang Yanjiang rolled her eyes and said, "Don't bring that up." Luo Qiao asked, "How old are you?" Zhang Yanjiang replied, 17. Luo Qiao smiled and asked, "Do you want to join the army?" Zhang Yanjiang nodded. "Since I was little, I wanted to join, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance." Luo Qiao asked, "Which arm dislocates habitually?" Zhang Yanjiang didn't understand why Luo Qiao asked and said, "My left arm. It's a long-standing problem, and it can't be fixed. Anyway, I won't talk about it." She picked up a ball and asked, "Wanna play?" Luo Qiao took the racket and said, "You like playing this too?" Zhang Yanjiang said, "There's no one I don't like to play with. Luckily, I dislocated my left shoulder, or I'd have to become left-handed." Luo Qiao walked to the other side of the table, first doing a few bouncing moves, then some shooting gestures, and then raised her hand to signal that they could start. Everyone was stunned. What kind of move was that? Zhang Yanjiang took the shot. The first game was so close that no one could tell who was winning, which drew the attention of others in the activity room. Zhang Yanjiang had a fighting spirit. His face was covered in sweat, and he was still giving his best. They tied the game, and Zhang Yanjiang said, "Not bad. I've made a friend in you. Losing to you isn't shameful." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "It's a tie, so I can't say you lost. I also admire you." They looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Yanjiang knew Luo Qiao hadn't played her best, and Luo Qiao admired Zhang Yanjiang's fighting spirit. Just then, a group of people approached. A girl pointed at Luo Qiao and said, "I want to have a match with you." Luo Qiao smiled lightly and said, "Sorry, I'm a bit tired. You should find someone else." The girl replied, "What do you mean? I came to compete with you because I respect you. What's wrong? Not giving me face?" Yuan Jianing was about a step in front of Luo Qiao to protect her, but Luo Qiao held her back. She didn't want Yuan Jianing to get involved and make things difficult. Not wanting to play is not giving face. "Why should I give you face?" Luo Qiao said. The girl looked at Luo Qiao like a troublemaker and said, "Hey, you're sharp-tongued. Didn't anyone tell you there are rules in this yard?" Zhang Yanjiang said, "Gung Yanqiu, they didn't bother you, so why do you have to?" Yuan Jianing also said at the same time, "Gung Yanqiu, don't go too far. If you have the guts, come at me." Luo Qiao turned her head and asked, "Do you have a grudge against her?" Yuan Jianing replied, "She's just a crazy person." Then she looked at Gung Yanqiu and said, "I have nothing to do with that person, and I won't get involved with him. Why do you keep bothering me? If you're so capable, go find Jing Mingrui. Don't come here seeking attention for no reason. I really look down on people like you, such a coward." Luo Qiao understood that this was about a man, and that someone was looking for trouble. Gung Yanqiu didn't expect Yuan Jianing to say all that in front of so many people. Did she lose face? Then she reached out, ready to hit Yuan Jianing. Zhong Zhaowei, standing behind Yuan Jianing, quickly pulled her behind him. He reached out to try to catch the hand that was struck down, but someone else had already caught it first. Luo Qiao grabbed Gung Yanqiu's hand, which was about to strike, and said, "There's no point in doing this. Why make things difficult for other women? If you like that man, you should try to make yourself noticed in front of him. Show him your sincerity and feelings, not hurt others here." Gung Yanqiu looked a bit embarrassed and shouted, "What do you know? How do you know I haven't tried? But he's only focused on that girl right now. What can I do?" Luo Qiao suddenly released Gung Yanqiu's arm and said, "Then you really are useless." Everyone around took a deep breath. No one expected this girl to dare say Gung Yanqiu was useless. Was she asking for trouble? In the big courtyard, no one would openly confront Gung Yanqiu like this. They all gave him respect. But Luo Qiao said, "First, you need to understand why he doesn't like you. If he doesn't like you, find out why. Once you know, you can try to change it. Maybe one day, you won't even want him anymore. Perhaps his gaze will turn to you instead. Why waste your youth on such boring and meaningless things? You should study, improve yourself, and work hard to become better. Maybe one day, You'll be too good for him." Everyone was stunned. Gang Yanqiao didn't lose his temper, but instead glared at Luo Qiao and turned to walk away. Seeing that there was no more entertainment, the crowd dispersed. Luo Qiao turned to Yuan Jining and asked, "Are you okay?" Yuan Jining shook her head and said, "I'm fine. It's not the first time. He's just too annoying. Always looking for trouble." Luo Qiao said, "Let's go back first. They will be back soon, maybe any minute now." Yuan Jining nodded. The two of them, after greeting everyone, headed outside. Luo Qiao only then learned from Yuan Jining that the girl was named Gang Yanqiao. She was the only child of the second branch of the Gang family in the courtyard. Her parents were both martyrs and heroes who made great contributions. Since childhood, the children in the courtyard had been taught to be considerate of Gang Yanqiao. It wasn't that others couldn't afford to offend her or were afraid of her. It was just a subconscious habit to let her be. This went on for over 10 years, and she became someone no one dared to provoke in the courtyard. The Gang family also favored her because she was the only bloodline of the second wife. The whole family spoiled her, and she didn't study hard every day. Compared to Gang Yanrong from the main household, she was just a disappointment. The man Yuan Jining mentioned was Jing Mingrui, the son of the Jing family's main household. The Jing family used to live in the big courtyard. Jing Mingrui often played with Yuan Jiahui, who was 2 years younger, so he was especially kind to Yuan Jining. This made Gang Yanqiao, who liked Jing Mingrui, very unhappy. She often looked for Yuan Jining. Everyone in the big courtyard knew about this. Yuan's family tried to confront her several times, but was stopped by Yuan Jining. She didn't want to cause a rift between Yuan's family and Gang's family because of herself, but recently, Gang Yanqiao had become more and more unreasonable. Luo Qiao said if she were smart, she wouldn't bother you in the future. If she still does after today, then she's truly hopeless. Yuan Jining sighed and said, "Hopefully. Actually, she's quite pitiful. It seems everyone spoils her, but maybe it's all just for show." Luo Qiao patted Yuan Jining's shoulder and said, "Let's go. Don't think too much." Noticing Zhang Zhaowei not far behind them, Luo Qiao suddenly smiled. He looked okay. Luo Qiao said, "Your childhood sweetheart is following behind. Want to say hello before heading back?" Yuan Jining's face immediately turned red. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, all right, I was joking. Your little sweetheart, okay? I'll wait for you up front. Hurry up." Without waiting for Yuan Jining to get upset, she had already run ahead. Zhang Zhaowei saw Luo Qiao run away and quickly quickened his pace to catch up. He asked, "Ningning, are you okay?" Yuan Jining glanced at Luo Qiao ahead and said, "I'm fine. You should go back quickly. I'm going to catch up with Qiao." When they got home, sure enough, someone had already returned. Yuan Jiai and Yuan Jiaxing, the two brothers, came back first. Yuan Jiai took out a pen from his bag and handed it to Luo Qiao. "This is a gift from fourth brother. Open it and see if you like it." Luo Qiao took it and opened the box to find a hero-style pen inside. It wasn't cheap, cost 18 yuan. She looked up and said, "Fourth brother, this pen isn't cheap. Did you spend all your savings on it?" Yuan Jiai smiled and said, "To be honest, this gift wasn't cheap, but I couldn't give my sister something too bad. This pen can be used for a long time. I thought about it carefully before deciding. You can use this pen to take the exam in the capital. It's very meaningful." Luo Qiao looked at the pen in her hand and said, "All right, I accept this pen. Thank you, fourth brother." In her heart, she thought, this gift is fourth brother's kindness. I will repay this favor double in the future. Yuan Jining beside her said, "Fourth brother, you are really biased." Yuan Jiai reached out and tousled Jianing's hair, saying, "Ningning, you really have no conscience. Fourth brother has already given you so much. I even spent half of my secret savings on you. Now you're jealous of this pen." Jianing quickly dodged and said, "Oh, fourth brother, you're messing up my hair again." After fixing her hair, she smiled and said, "I was just joking with fourth brother. Why would I be jealous? Besides, Qiao, you only have 2 sisters too, right, fourth brother?" Yuan Jiai said, "That's more like it." Just as he finished speaking, they heard Zhang Shulan's voice outside the yard. "Older sister-in-law, why are you late today?" Song Huizhen replied, "These days, the bureau has been so busy. They nearly treat women like men and men like mules. Finally, we finished everything. I can rest for a day tomorrow." Jining took her mother's bag and handed it upstairs. Luo Qiao poured 2 glasses of water and said, "Big aunt and godmother, here's water." Zhang Shulan happily took it and said, "Qiao Qiao, didn't we agree last time to remove the god character? From now on, you'll be my daughter."
Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Mom."
Hearing this, Zhang Shulan said, "That's right. Now I also have a daughter. The day after tomorrow, I'll rest and take you to the department store for a walk." Luo Qiao sat next to Zhang Shulan and said, "Mom, I have quite a few clothes. Last month, I went south and bought a lot. I'm still growing taller." Zhang Shulan smiled and said, "Then we won't buy ready-made clothes. Let's see if there's better fabric. When spring comes, you can get tailored clothes." Seeing Zhang Shulan's enthusiasm, Luo Qiao thought she probably couldn't avoid going, so she agreed. "All right then." Song Huizhen kept massaging her shoulders there. Luo Qiao stood up and went over, saying, "Big aunt and godmother, sit properly. I'll help you with your shoulders and neck." Song Huizhen said, "Lately, I've been looking down at those things and my shoulders and neck feel really heavy." First, Luo Qiao asked her to sit on a stool, then gave her a shoulder and neck massage. After a few minutes, Luo Qiao asked, "How do you feel?" Song Huizhen replied, "It was a bit painful at first, but now it feels very relaxing." Luo Qiao thought that dinner would be ready soon, so she said, "Madam, let's leave it at that for now. Before bed tonight, I will give you a full-body massage again, and I promise you'll wake up feeling refreshed." Song Huizhen said, "Wow, my shoulders and neck really feel much better now, not sore at all. It really works." Zhang Shulan smiled and said, "Big sister-in-law, you're exaggerating. It's only been a little while." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Come on, Mom, you try too. Sit here and see if my technique is really that good, or if you're just being polite." Zhang Shulan sat on the stool. At first, she said, "It hurts, hurts, hurts. Be gentle." After a few minutes, she said, "Big sister-in-law, you're not exaggerating. My goodness, when Qiao Qiao comes back, I'll book a massage session in advance." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "In a few more years, I plan to open a wellness center. Then you can come and enjoy free VIP services." Zhang Shulan laughed and said, "Haha, okay, I'll be waiting." "Oh, and I heard free, but what does VIP mean?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "It means very important guests." Zhang Shulan chuckled and said, "All right, then I'll just follow my daughter-in-law." Everyone in the living room started laughing. Yuan Jianing also came over and said, "Qiao Qiao, I want to try too. Look at my mom and second aunt. They look so relaxed. Can I join?" Luo Qiao said, "Sure, just don't scream too loudly." Yuan Jianing replied, No, I just want to experience it." After finishing the massage, Zhang Shulan said, "If I had been lying on the bed for a massage, I would have fallen asleep already." Luo Qiao thought of something and asked, "Mom, do we have a carpenter nearby?" Zhang Shulan said, "You should ask your big aunt-in-law. I honestly don't know, but we do know some people where we live. What do you want to make?" Luo Qiao said, "I just thought of a good New Year gift for everyone, something affordable and practical." Song Huizhen smiled and said, "If you go out of the courtyard and walk left, there's a house where a carpenter works. He does good work and charges fairly." Ruo Qiao looked at Annie and asked, "What is that person's name?" Song Huizhen thought for a moment and replied, "I think his surname is Li." "Yes, his surname is Li. If you go and ask around, everyone who is a carpenter with the surname Li will know. Are you looking to make some tools?" Ruo Qiao smiled and said, "That's a secret. You'll find out later." Then she asked Yuan Jianing to sit properly. Yuan Jiai and Yuan Jiaxing, sitting nearby, looked at Yuan Jianing with glee, clearly enjoying her nervousness. As soon as she started, she was squealing loudly, scaring Auntie Chun in the kitchen so much she nearly cut herself. Just then, the men from the Yuan family also returned, including the eldest son of the main house, Yuan Jiahui, and the eldest son of the second house, Yuan Jiai. Ruo Qiao greeted the elders and continued massaging Yuan Jianing's shoulders and neck. Yuan Jiai immediately approached Ruo Qiao and said with a smile, "So, this is Qiao Qiao? I am your older brother, Yuan Jiai." Meanwhile, Yuan Jiahui, who was hanging his coat, called out, "Second brother, can you have some shame? You haven't even been drinking, and you're already drunk." Yuan Jianing said, "These two are starting again." Ruo Qiao quietly asked, "Could there be a story behind this?" Yuan Jiai laughed and said, "I wasn't wrong. In the second house, I am the eldest brother. Qiao Qiao is our second house's daughter. Is it wrong for me to ask her to call me big brother?" Yuan Jiahui sneered and said, "Then go invite grandpa over to help you sort this out." Yuan Jiai walked over to Yuan Jiahui, suddenly hugged his neck, and they started playfully wrestling, both smiling all the while. Song Huijin laughed and said, "You two calm down. Qiao Qiao doesn't know about your old stories. Don't scare her." Only then did they let go of each other. Yuan Jiai said, "Big brother, I'll stay with you tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll do morning exercises together." Yuan Jiahui ignored him and went to his two sisters, reaching out to touch Yuan Jianing's head, but she stopped him halfway. Yuan Jianing said, "Big brother, I knew you'd mess with my hair again." Humph. Yuan Jiahui affectionately tapped her forehead and then looked at Ruo Qiao. "I am Yuan Jiahui, your big brother." Ruo Qiao smiled softly and said, "Hello, big brother." At this moment, Yuan Jiai brought over a model sailboat made from shell casings. "Qiao Qiao, this is a gift from second brother." Ruo Qiao stopped massaging Yuan Jianing and took the sailboat model, saying, "Thank you, second brother. I like it very much." Yuan Jiahui also took out a tank made from a shell casing from his bag and said, "Here, this is from big brother for you." Yuan Jianing laughed while hugging her stomach. "Big brother, second brother, you planned this. One gift is a sailboat and the other is a tank." Luo Qiao really liked it and smiled. "Thank you, big brother. I like this gift." Yuan Jiahui and Yuan Jiahui also sat down. Yuan Jiahui said, "Grandpa called and said you've returned to Beijing. My second brother and I have been in training and didn't have time to prepare gifts for you, so we had to make do." Luo Qiao smiled. "Big brother, second brother, I really like it. Thank you both." Soon, third brother Yuan Jiaming also came back, carrying a bag. After greeting everyone, he handed something to Luo Qiao. "Qiao Qiao, this is for you." Luo Qiao reached up and scratched her head, asking, "Will Sister Jianing get mad at me later?" Yuan Jianing looked up and asked, "Why would I get mad?" Yuan Jixing, who had been silent on the side, said, "Because you're out of favor." Jianing thought for a moment, patted her forehead, and said, "Oh, I'm out of favor. What should I do?" "Qiao Qiao, share your gift with me." Then they started joking and playing, laughing and tumbling on the sofa. Yuan Jiaming gave Luo Qiao a tape, some with songs and some in English. Previously, Grandpa had given her a tape recorder, so he thought of giving her tapes. At this moment, Yuan Weihan walked over and said, "Qiao Qiao, Ningning, there's a performance at the army base tomorrow afternoon. Do you two want to go and watch?" Yuan Jianing replied, "Sure." She turned to Luo Qiao. "Qiao Qiao, I forgot to ask you, do you have time tomorrow afternoon?" Luo Qiao said, "What time tomorrow afternoon? I need to check the schedule." Yuan Weihan said, "The show starts at 3:30 p.m. Luo Qiao thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll go with Jianing tomorrow. She has to go to the Jing family early tomorrow, then return to her grandparents' place to help her brothers with their treatments. Tomorrow's schedule is quite busy." Yuan Weihan said, "Come early tomorrow, and I'll show you around." The eldest, Yuan Weizhou, who had been silent, smiled and said, "I think you want to take Luo Qiao out to show off." Yuan Weihan looked at his older brother and said, "Isn't it better to just be honest?" Everyone burst into laughter again. Old Mr. Yuan came back and heard laughter in the living room. He said, "Today is really lively." When he entered, everyone stood up. Yuan Weizhou asked, "Dad, where did you go?" Old Mr. Yuan smiled and said, "I went to the Gung family. Their retired dog had a litter of little wolf pups a few days ago. Luo Qiao became interested and asked Grandpa, how many are there? Old Mr. Yuan sat on the sofa and said, 8, all strong. Hearing there are 8, Luo Qiao moved closer and asked Grandpa, have any of the little wolf pups been adopted? I want one. Old Mr. Yuan smiled and said, you want one? I'll tell them to keep one for you. Is one enough? Luo Qiao asked, can I have 2? Old Mr. Yuan directly made a phone call. Hello, Old Gung, this is Old Yuan. Keep 2 of the little wolf pups for me. My granddaughter wants one. Okay, no problem. I'll take her to choose later. No worries, after the 15th, I can bring her to pick one up, right? Yes. That's settled. After hanging up, old Mr. Yuan smiled and said, done. But your dog will still be a few days away from turning a month old. You'll need to feed it carefully. Luo Qiao smiled and said, all right, I'll definitely take good care of it. While they were talking happily, Yuan Weiqing also returned, just in time for Aunt Chen's meal to be ready. The family enjoyed their meal together, and after saying a few words to Yuan Weiqing, Luo Qiao and Yuan Jining went to the Zhang family. Aunt Chen finished tidying up and asked Grandpa Yuan for leave to visit her daughter, AC. She planned to come back early tomorrow morning to cook. Usually, Grandpa would say, no need to come so early. The family can cook. But this time, Aunt Chen didn't hear any polite words from Grandpa, only a simple okay. After Aunt Chen left, Song Huizhen said, Dad, Aunt Chen has been going out a lot these days, and she seems distracted. Today at noon, she even argued with Luo Qiao and said some nonsense. Old Mr. Yuan said if she's restless, find a good time to send her away. We've done our best. Song Huizhen nodded and said, got it, Dad. When Luo Qiao left the Zhang family, she said, the day after tomorrow I won't come. I'll come back on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year to continue acupuncture. From her crossbody bag, she took out 3 jars of ointment and handed them to the Zhang family. Apply a thin layer on your legs below the knees for half an hour each day. Massage until the skin fully absorbs it. After leaving the Zhang family, the 2 of them unexpectedly ran into Gung Yanqiu on the way back. She had planned to just walk past, but Gung Yanqiu looked at Luo Qiao and asked, do you want the little wolf cub? Luo Qiao nodded. Yes. Gung Yanqiu heard her answer and said, come tomorrow morning to choose. Then she walked away, without looking back. Yuan Jining watched Gung Yanqiu's figure disappear and asked, why is she so easy to talk to today? Luo Qiao smiled. It seems she can still be saved. Yuan Jining looked away. You mean because she listened to what you said today, she's in a better mood now. The next morning, Yuan Jining took Luo Qiao to Gung's house. Unexpectedly, Gung Yanqiu was already waiting there. Luo Qiao chose 2 small wolf dogs that looked good. One was completely black, and the other had some white on its paws. They agreed to keep them at Gung's house for now, and come back later to pick them up. Gung Yanqiu saw they had made their choice and didn't say much more. Luo Qiao thanked her and left Gung's house with Yuan Jining. After breakfast, the Jing family came over. Luo Qiao told Yuan Jining that they would meet in the afternoon at a designated place. She then told old Master Yuan that she wouldn't return tonight and would visit her grandparents instead. They planned to come back to pay New Year visits on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Old Master Yuan understood. Since it was already the 29th of the 12th lunar month, he asked Luo Qiao to send his regards and handed her some prepared gifts. He watched her leave. Outside the courtyard, Luo Qiao asked the Jing family to wait a moment and went to a nearby single-story house. She found the carpenter named Li's home. It was easy to find. She ran into someone at the door, explained her purpose, and shared her ideas. The carpenter looked at her and agreed. They scheduled to pick up the items on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year and paid a deposit before leaving. When she returned to the Jing family, old Master Jing said he had been feeling better these days. After acupuncture, Luo Qiao placed the 3 jars of ointment and explained how to use them. She also reminded them not to stop taking the herbal medicine. She would come back on the 3rd day of the new year to adjust the formula. The Jing family prepared many New Year gifts. Luo Qiao politely declined but had to accept. The Jing family then sent her back to her grandparents' house. When getting off the car, Luo Qiao finally realized how much the New Year gifts really were. She thought only the items in the back seat, but it turned out the entire trunk was filled to the brim. Because the car couldn't go into the alley from the street corner, they had to carry the things back little by little. The neighbors chatting at the street corner were all envious. All of it was high-quality goods: meat, eggs, fish, vegetables for the new year, and even a big bag of seasonings. Inside, there were also some fabric pieces, milk candies, and some drinks and cigarettes. Uncle's son brought his sons to help carry everything back. When they left, Luo Qiao secretly gave a handful of milk candies to them. When Uncle's son returned home, the visitors at his house asked, "Brother Son, what's going on?" "Yeah, the new granddaughter Luo family adopted isn't from Jishir City. Why was she sent back in a small car?" "That's right, it's not a factory vehicle." "I know factory cars, they're jeeps. This one's a Santana. I heard it costs quite a lot." Looks like the Luo family's granddaughter has some wealthy connections. Judging by those things, she's worth quite a bit. The Luo family is going to get rich, but with that one and that simple-minded person in the family, it won't matter. "Wu family's wife, you better watch your words," Uncle's son said. Luo Qiao happened to be sending the driver away and overheard these comments behind her. Luo Qiao is kind-hearted but not naive. After the driver left, she stared at Wu's wife with a sharp look. Wu's wife, looking annoyed, said, "What are you staring at me for?" "I didn't say anything wrong." Luo Qiao said, "I advise you to be kind-hearted, but I hope one day you won't have to beg me for help." Her voice was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Luo Qiao didn't have time to bother with jealous, malicious fools who hurt others with their words. She preferred to prove herself with strength. Back home, she asked her grandfather and grandmother to help organize the gifts and to share some with the neighbors who had helped them. Zhou Guifeng, a thoughtful person, asked, "Qiao, you know medicine. Can I tell others about it?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Sure, but I don't have a medical license now. I need to ask Grandpa Yang tomorrow if there's a way to solve this." Zhou Guifeng smiled and said, "All right, I just wanted to let people know you're learning medicine from a master. Anyway, your older brothers can't hide this. I'm just giving a heads up early." Luo Qiao had no objections. "Grandma, you decide what's best." Guifeng Zhou knew that receiving so many gifts today in front of neighbors and friends would be noticed. She thought it was better to speak openly rather than hide it, so everyone would understand. It wasn't something shameful, and she didn't want her granddaughter to be the subject of gossip. Luo Qiao talked with her grandfather and grandmother for a while. When her older brother saw they finished talking, he ran over and said, "Sister, I saved some good food for you." He then went to the stove, took out a roasted sweet potato, and, because it was still hot, he fanned it with his hands. He smiled and said, "Wait a moment, it's too hot now. I'll let it cool down before you eat." Luo Qiao watched her brother, clearly sensing that he was speaking more clearly now. As long as he kept up his treatment, she believed that before she returned to Jishir City, her brother would regain his normal intelligence. He might not be as smart as their second brother, but that was enough to make the family feel relieved. Luo Qiao thought that it might be impossible for her brother to start learning from scratch now, but once he recovered, her grandfather could teach him to recognize characters and do basic math at home. Once he learned enough, they could let him interact with people around him for a few months. When he fully integrated into society, they would see whether he wanted to learn a craft or find a job, depending on his preferences and wishes. She took the sweet potato from her brother's hand, peeled the skin, and took a soft, sweet bite. "Delicious. Thank you, big brother." Luo Xian was very happy to see his sister liked it. He smiled foolishly and said, "Tomorrow, I'll roast one for you again." Luo Qiao didn't refuse. Right now, her brother needed to communicate with others and feel accepted. This was a process to motivate him. After washing her hands, she didn't delay further and told her grandmother, who was still tidying up, "Grandma, I have to go out this afternoon. Let's eat early lunch." Guifeng Zhou heard her granddaughter and replied, "All right, after tidying up, I'll start cooking. I'll make pancakes for lunch." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Okay, I'll quickly give injections to big brother and second brother, then come out to help you." Guifeng Zhou, while tidying up, said, Just focus on your brothers. Grandma will handle the cooking. Besides, your grandpa is here too. Back in the living room, Luo Qiao saw her second brother reading a book. She said, "Second brother, you read first. I'll give big brother the injections." Luo Xian asked, "Are you going out again this afternoon?" Luo Qiao replied, "There's a performance at the army unit this afternoon. I'll go with Sister Jining to watch, and I'll stay here tonight." Luo Qiao prepared everything, disinfected quickly, and helped her older brother give him an injection first. Then she did the same for her second brother. After finishing the injection for the second brother, she used her psychic ability to repair her older brother's body meridians again. Once the repair was done, it was time to remove the needles. She took out the needles, massaged her older brother's head, and carefully worked on the nerves damaged in his head. She told her older brother to put on his hat and explained that he couldn't go outside now. Then she started to remove the needles from her second brother. She took out a prepared medicinal ointment and began to apply it on his knees and legs. She also helped him massage his legs so the ointment could be fully absorbed before stopping. Luo Qiao helped Luo Shiyuan button up his pants, then asked, "Second brother, how do you feel today?" Luo Shiyuan's face looked more lively than before, with a faint smile. "Very good, Qiao Qiao. Thank you." He then suppressed his excitement and said, "Qiao Qiao, this morning I woke up and felt some sensation in my calves. I tried pinching them a few times and it really hurt. It's not a dream." Luo Qiao had just seen the marks on her second brother's legs and was sure he had hurt himself badly. His legs were also bruised and purple. She intentionally let him speak so he could release his emotions. It was good for him and harmless. After tidying up, her grandmother's meal was ready: braised pork with vermicelli and cabbage, pancakes with millet porridge. Luo Qiao ate until she was full. Lord Daoren watched his two grandsons' changes with gratitude and looked at Luo Qiao with admiration. She was truly the family's lucky star.
Now he believed what his granddaughter said.
After dinner, Luo Qiao helped her older brother and grandmother clear the dishes. She said, "Grandma, I'll stay overnight tonight. I might come back late, so don't worry." She then looked at her grandfather. "Grandpa, you're not allowed to wait outside anymore. The performance over there starts at 3:30 p.m. And it will probably last 2 or 3 hours. After eating, it will be after 8:30 p.m. before we return." When Luo Qiao arrived at the meeting place, Yan Jiajia hadn't arrived yet. She waited for about 10 more minutes before Yan Jiajia came over, bringing a girl with her.
Yan Jiajia looked upset.
Seeing Luo Qiao, she quickly walked a few steps faster. "Qiao Qiao, sorry for making you wait so long."
Luo Qiao smiled lightly.
"It's okay. I just arrived too." Yan Jiajia looked at the bus on the opposite side. "Let's hurry over there. There's a bus to the military area." The girl following behind spoke up at this moment. "Jining, won't you introduce us?" There was a hint of hostility in her tone. Yuan Jining replied, "This is Luo Qiao, my cousin." She then added to Luo Qiao, "This is Song Huan, a distant cousin from my grandmother's side." Luo Qiao nodded at Song Huan and said, "Hello." Song Huan responded, "Are you the one who is the adopted daughter recognized by the second branch of the Yuan family?" Luo Qiao answered, "Yes." Song Huan said, You do look pretty, but remember your place." Luo Qiao looked up at the sky and asked Yuan Jining, "Does her family live by the sea?" Yuan Jining replied, "Her family doesn't live by the sea. They live at the foot of the Great Wall." Luo Qiao said, "I see." She turned around and headed toward the bus stop. When they arrived, many people were already seated on the bus heading to the military base. Luo Qiao and Yuan Jining sat down one after the other. Song Huan hurried onto the bus, but found there were no seats left. She had to stand beside Yuan Jining and looked at the people on the bus. She softly asked, "Jining, what did you mean earlier?" Yuan Jining asked, "What do you mean?" Song Huan said, "You said I live by the sea, and you said I live at the foot of the Great Wall?" Then, a girl sitting behind Yuan Jining let out a small laugh. Song Huan glared at the girl and said, "Why are you laughing?" But seeing that the girl was wearing brand new clothes, she knew she couldn't offend her, so she turned her face away. Today was a rare chance, and she couldn't risk upsetting Jining. The ticket seller came onto the bus and shouted, "The bus will depart in 5 minutes. Please buy your tickets now." When the ticket seller approached, Luo Qiao pointed to Yan Jiajia behind her, who paid for 2 tickets, then closed her eyes to rest. The ticket seller looked at Song Huan standing nearby. She asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Song Huan said, "Of course I want you to buy a ticket. What else would I be doing?" She pointed at Luo Qiao in front and asked, "Didn't she just buy tickets?" The ticket seller replied, "She only bought 2. Song Huan patted the back of the seat in front and said, "Luo Qiao, we came on together. Why did you only buy 2 tickets?" Everyone on the bus stopped talking and looked over. Luo Qiao's eyes were still closed. She asked, "Do we know each other?" Song Huan replied directly, "Didn't Jining just introduce herself to you downstairs?" Luo Qiao immediately smiled. "Your logic is really unique. We've known each other for less than 2 minutes. Do you really think it's okay to ask me to buy your ticket?" The people on the bus understood. These 2 just met, and this girl wants someone else to buy her ticket. Luo Qiao didn't buy the ticket because Yan Jiajia had already given her a hint earlier. She didn't want Song Huan to follow them to the military base. Yan Jianing's grandfather's hometown is in a small village at the foot of the Great Wall. Song Huan's mother and Jianing's mother are distant relatives, specifically 5th cousins. Song Huan has always wanted to marry her older brother, Yan Jiajia, and often visits her home. Today, when she left, she happened to meet this person. She pretended not to understand what was being said and kept following Yan Jianing. She probably knew there was a performance at the military base this afternoon and came specifically to find a way to go along. Her older brother, Yan Jiajia, had already refused several times, but Song Huan acted as if she couldn't understand. It was really annoying. Song Huan looked at Yan Jianing and whispered shyly, "Cousin, can you lend me a little money for the ticket?" Yan Jianing said, "Cousin, my ticket was bought by Luo Qiao. Besides, you haven't paid back the money you borrowed before. All my secret savings have been spent on your tricks." The ticket seller was somewhat impatient and asked, "Are you buying a ticket or not?" Seeing that Yan Jianing didn't seem to care about her, Song Huan shamelessly asked Luo Qiao, "Can you lend me a dime?" Luo Qiao replied directly, "No, the 3 of us are your seniors. We've known each other for only a few minutes, and you're already asking me for money. Yan Jianing and you are related, but you haven't paid her back. And I'm just a stranger." At this moment, the driver got on the bus and started the engine. The ticket seller said, "If you're not buying a ticket, then get off." They began collecting tickets from the people behind. After finishing, they looked to see that Song Huan hadn't gotten off yet and said, "You're really interesting. Why do you still want to ride for free?" Song Huan's face showed some embarrassment. She turned to look at Yan Jianing and asked, "Jianing, do you really want to treat me like this? Luo Qiao is really annoying." She turned around and said, "Who gives you the right to pressure others like this? How much money have you borrowed from Jianing over the years? You should know in your heart. Now you're doing what? Using endless tricks to force people? I really dislike scheming people like you. Her whole family doesn't want to embarrass you out of respect for your family, but you keep pushing your luck, shamelessly trying again and again. Anyone with a bit of dignity wouldn't behave like you. Since you plan to follow her to the show today, why didn't you prepare to buy a ticket yourself? I've never seen someone so shameless." Song Huan didn't expect her little plan to be exposed so openly. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, worse words might be said, so she covered her face and ran away crying. Seeing her leave, Luo Qiao said, "Those private loans you lent out probably won't be coming back. I told her that. Anyone with a bit of dignity wouldn't show up again." While speaking, the car had already left the station. Yan Jianing and the older sister sitting next to Luo Qiao changed seats, and they started talking again. Yan Jianing leaned her head on Luo Qiao's shoulder and said, Qiao, thank you today. Song Huan will probably hate you now. I wanted to deal with her before, but my mom kept reminding me not to embarrass her." Luo Qiao asked, "Is there a reason behind this?" Yan Jianing said, "My grandfather and her grandfather are from the same village, even though they are 5 generations apart. The village is small, and since they share the same surname, They still belong to the same ancestral hall. My grandfather used to work outside, and my grandmother raised me, my mom, and my uncles in the village. When we faced difficulties, Song Huanhuan's grandparents often helped. Actually, when my mom was a teenager, she moved to the city with my grandfather. The two families drifted apart. But out of respect for the past, their relationship never completely ended. The two elders still live in the village, and my mom and uncles visit them during festivals. Once, my eldest brother took my mom there, and then Song Huanhuan developed feelings for her. Her mother even mentioned it to my mom once, but my mom gently declined. First, my mom didn't like Song Huanhuan much. Her scheming nature made her unsuitable to be the eldest sister-in-law. Second, my eldest brother is a thoughtful person, and my mom can't decide his lifelong partner. But Song Huanhuan didn't know what she was thinking. She kept insisting on pushing forward. People said that as long as the older brother didn't get married, she still had a chance. Once, she actually went to the military unit, but when my brother saw it was her, he immediately turned around and went back to the team. He also told the guards not to let her in and said she didn't need to be informed if she came again. She caused such a scene that she felt ashamed and didn't go back to the unit anymore. Since she didn't go to the military, she could only come home to bother my older brother. Now, my mom sends festival gifts through my uncle, and she doesn't want to go there anymore. Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Well, I can't judge Song Huanhuan for her reckless love spirit, but it is indeed quite annoying." Yuan Jianing patted Luo Qiao and said, "Don't talk about love and recklessness. Next time I see my older brother, I will tell him about you." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "My older brother definitely won't criticize me. Don't forget, I was willing to offend Song Huanhuan just now and drove away the person she didn't want to see." Yuan Jianing rolled her eyes at Luo Qiao and said, "You really can't argue with you." When the car stopped at the military unit station, many people got off, probably heading to the afternoon performance. Everyone registered at the gate. After the soldiers at the gate made phone calls to notify, they waited for people to pick up their tickets. The girl who had laughed on the car approached and said, "Hello, my name is Zhou Xiaomin. I sit not far behind you." Yuan Jianing nodded and said, "Hello, I am Yuan Jianing. This is my cousin Luo Qiao. You sat behind me earlier, right? The one who laughed out loud and got scolded?" Zhou Xiaomin smiled and said, "Yes, that's me. Your words were so funny." She didn't curse at all, and I couldn't understand why. Yuan Jianing asked, "Cursing? When did she curse?" Zhou Xiaomin smiled and said, "It was those few words that girl asked you." Luo Qiao said, "I said she was nosy, and you said she had thick skin." Yuan Jianing was a bit confused. "When did we say that?" Zhou Xiaomin and Luo Qiao looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Luo Qiao then remembered that Yuan Jianing had previously mentioned that her grandfather's hometown was at the foot of the Great Wall. The previous remark wasn't intentional, it was a lucky coincidence. Luo Qiao said, "It's okay. Zhou Xiaomin was joking with you." Yuan Jianing finally understood. Those two sentences had a different meaning. She immediately took Luo Qiao's arm and asked, "Are you going to tell?" Qiao Luo said, "I'm not asking if her family lives by the sea. I mean, she is too controlling. As for the line you mentioned, that her family lives at the foot of the Great Wall, you answered truthfully, but one part is so bold that it almost matches the corner of the Great Wall. When combined, it can easily be misunderstood." Yuan Jianing listened to the explanation and smiled. "Oh, I see. So, you can even insult people like that?" Qiao Luo looked around at the people nearby and smiled at Yuan Jianing. "All right, no need to worry about being laughed at." Just then, people started coming out and heading inside. After receiving a phone call, Yuan Weihan personally came out to meet Qiao Luo and Yuan Jianing. The soldiers who had come out earlier all saluted, "Hello, Commander." Yuan Weihan returned the salute, smiled at them, and nodded. Then, he quickly took a few steps forward. "Qiao Ning Ning, I came to pick you up." The guard at the gate saluted, "Hello, Commander." Yuan Weihan also returned the salute, nodded, and then left the gate. Yuan Jianing smiled and asked, "Second uncle, why did you come out in person to pick us up?" Yuan Weihan said, "I happen to have time now. Also, Qiao is visiting the army for the first time. I mentioned earlier that I wanted to take you both around." Qiao Luo looked at Yuan Weihan and smiled. Dad, if you're busy, let someone else take us around. The nearby guards overheard the girl calling Yuan the commander dad, and all widened their eyes. When did the commander have a daughter? What's going on? Yuan Weihan said, It's okay, let's go. He was so busy at noon that he didn't even eat at the cafeteria. Instead, his guards brought food back to his office, so he could find time to show them around. Xiao Luo wanted to tell Zhou Xiaomin to wait a moment before leaving, but she turned her head and saw she was gone. Someone who came with them in the car quietly asked a soldier nearby, Who is that commander? The soldier replying said, That's our commander Yuan. The woman said, Oh, I came here with those two girls in the car. Yuan Weihan led the two inside directly. On the way, many people greeted him, and he would introduce, This is my niece and my daughter. Some people asked more questions when they heard this, and he would pull the girls over to introduce them. Others felt shy but wondered in their hearts, When did the commander have a daughter? After taking the two girls to explore all the walkable areas, it was about time to head back to the office for water. Soon it would be time for the performance. Yuan Jining asked, Second uncle, will second aunt come today? Yuan Weihan, walking ahead, glanced at his watch and replied, Probably not. Their bank has been busy these days. Yesterday, she only said she might take leave if she wasn't busy. As they were heading upstairs, someone called out, Old Yuan, are you going to pick someone up? Yuan Weihan smiled and said, Yes, I want to pick up my niece and daughter. The person stopped and asked, Your daughter? When did you have a daughter? Yuan Weihan turned to Luo Qiao and Yuan Jining and said, This is Commissar Zhou Wanfeng. You can call him Uncle Zhou. Both girls said together, Hello, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Wanfeng looked at them and asked, I know this one is your niece. And this one, is she your daughter? Yuan Weihan replied, Yes, she is my daughter, Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao smiled and nodded without speaking. Zhou Wanfeng said with a smile, Wow. Old Yuan, when did you get such a beautiful daughter? Yuan Weihan laughed and said, Fate brought us together, so I have a daughter now. Seeing Yuan Weihan's proud expression, Zhou Wanfeng said, All right, I won't ask anymore. Now that you have a daughter, let's have a drink sometime. Yuan Weihan chuckled, No problem. Zhou Wanfeng smiled and said, I'm going down first. You all should come over soon. The event is about to start. Yuan Weihan said, Okay, let them drink some water first, then we'll go. He called the office to inform Zhang Shulan that she was busy today and couldn't come. After the three of them finished their water, they headed to the performance venue. Unexpectedly, they ran into Zhou Xiaomin again. The three greeted her with smiles. Luo Qiao then learned that Zhou Xiaomin was the daughter of that Commissar Zhou. Zhou Xiaomin smiled and greeted Yuan Weihan, Uncle Yuan, hello. Yuan Weihan was surprised that they knew each other and said, Hello, Xiaomin. So, you know each other? That's great, you can keep each other company. Seeing their leader taking three young girls ahead, someone asked, Who are those girls with the leader? Someone nearby replied, One is Commissar Zhou's daughter, Zhou Xiaomin. The other two, I don't know. Another person added, I know. They are the leader's daughter and niece. As soon as the words were spoken, someone slapped him. You just talk nonsense. Where does the commander's daughter come from? He only has 3 sons. Don't cause trouble for no reason. The small soldier who was hit said, Who's talking nonsense? I heard the commander say it himself. Why are you hitting me? The person who hit him replied, Everyone in the unit knows the commander has no daughter. Are you trying to argue with me? The small soldier who was hit didn't want to argue and turned his head away. He then said to the person who had asked earlier, The commander personally came to pick someone up at the door. Many people know about this. The commander himself said she's his daughter. Believe it or not. Many people were now talking about Luo Qiao and the others. The soldiers' eyes followed their group. The 3 young women were quite pretty, especially since the unit was mostly full of men. Today, because of this performance, they got some special benefits. Not only the performers from the cultural troupe and their families, but also some relatives from the city. Everyone was excited. The show officially started. The performers from the cultural troupe were very professional, much better than the amateur show organized by the factory. The performances kept getting more exciting. One part involved interacting with soldiers and their families. This happened every year, and everyone was used to it. A big red flower was passed among the crowd. When the drum started, the flower was passed along. When the drum stopped, whoever had the flower had to go on stage to perform. In the first 2 rounds, one person sang a song. Although not very well, she finished and received loud applause. Another person didn't sing but said a long blessing. Everyone cheered for her too. In the 3rd round, the big red flower was being passed from behind. When the drum started, the flower quickly moved forward. When the drum stopped, the big red flower was flying around Luo Qiao, Zhou Xiaomin, and Yuan Jining. It mainly flew from Luo Qiao's hand to Zhou Xiaomin's, but Zhou's father was nearby, so she couldn't just toss it to him. She tried to throw the flower back to Luo Qiao, but she threw too hard. The flower landed with Yuan Jining. Yuan Jining was unhappy. The flower was passed back and forth among the 3, and no one wanted to catch it. The host smiled and said, "It seems our 3 lovely military family members want to give others a chance. That's a wonderful quality. Let's give them some applause." The cheers and applause from everyone mixed together, making the 3 people feel uneasy. After the applause ended, the host smiled and said, "Every year, our cultural troupe comes to perform and interacts with family members. But we've never had a situation like this before. So today, we'll make an exception and have 3 lovely military family members come on stage to perform. Is that okay?" The audience cheered loudly, "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing that the 3 didn't move, the host continued, "It seems our applause isn't enthusiastic enough. Come on, follow my rhythm." The host called out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The soldiers and family members responded together. We're so eager to see this. Others might have just shouted, but Yuan Weihan and Zhou Wanfeng also joined in. There was no choice but for the 3 to stand up and walk onto the stage. At this point, acting overly modest would seem less impressive. The 3 ignored the shouting around them and discussed their plans as they walked. Zhou Xiaomin asked, "Can you sing?" Luo Qiao replied, "It's okay." Yuan Jining said, "I can only sing a few songs. What should I do? I've never sung in front of so many people before." Zhou Xiaomin said, "Today, I feel like I'm holding you back. I owe you one. Come on, sing with me." Yuan Jining scowled. "You're still smiling? Think about what to do later." Luo Qiao suggested, "Let's sing a song together later. Think about which song you're best at. Stop joking around." She didn't want to embarrass her dad in front of so many people. She looked up and saw a red flag waving in the distance, which gave her an idea. She said, "Do you all know how to sing My Motherland?" Both nodded at the same time, feeling it was a good choice. After the 3 went on stage, the host smiled and said, "Please introduce yourselves." Zhou Xiaomin went first. "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Xiaomin." She didn't say anything else and handed the microphone to Yuan Jining. Yuan Jining simply said, "Hello everyone, I am Yuan Jining." Finally, Luo Qiao said, "Hello everyone, I am Luo Qiao." The host smiled and asked, "Will you perform separately or together?" Zhou Xiaomin asked, "Can we have a few minutes to discuss?" The host nodded and said, "Our family members need a moment to prepare. Now please enjoy the song, Sunny Days." The 3 of Luo Qiao first moved to the backstage waiting area. Zhou Xiaomin, who was also proud, quietly asked, "Do you have any special skills?" Yuan Jining suddenly said, "I can perform the hand gesture dance for singing Motherland." Zhou Xiaomin replied, "I've learned that before, but not very well." Luo Qiao, "Can you do it?" Yuan Jining said, "It's too late to learn now. If we make mistakes, it could be more trouble." Luo Qiao shook her head and saw some musical instruments nearby. She said, "How about I play the violin while you 2 sing and do the hand gestures? Do you think that would be difficult?" Zhou Xiaomin thought for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be too hard." Luo Qiao said, "Let me see you do it once." The 2 of them practiced together and all 3 thought it was okay. Luo Qiao then went over to talk to another host about borrowing a violin. The host said he couldn't decide, so they went backstage to find the team leader. After explaining, the leader agreed to let her choose a violin and was also interested in their performance, so they moved to the waiting area. When the previous performances finished, the three of them walked onto the stage one after another. Luo Qiao stood in the middle and took 3 steps back, while Yuan Jianing and Zhou Xiaomin found their spots in front. The host said, "Next, please enjoy the performance of 3 military family members singing Motherland." After the applause ended, Luo Qiao picked up her violin, took a deep breath, and played the first melody. Then the singing began, and the two in front started their hand gesture dance. The 3 sang with feeling and passion. When the song ended, there was a long-lasting round of applause. Yuan Weihan and Zhou Wanfeng at the back didn't expect the kids to perform so well. They felt proud inside, and the applause was louder than others. Their faces were full of smiles. After bowing in thanks, the 3 left the stage together. The host said, "It seems our family members are truly talented and full of hidden skills. Thank you all for the wonderful performance. Let's give another round of applause to these beautiful military family members." At this moment, the applause erupted again from the audience. It continued until the 3 returned to their seats, only stopping when the host reminded everyone. Once they sat down, Yuan Jianing quietly said to the proud-looking Yuan Weihan, "Second uncle, how was it? Did we embarrass you?" Yuan Weihan said, "Really made your second uncle proud. After the performance, second uncle will treat you 3 to a meal. Feel free to order whatever you like." Yuan Jianing nudged Luo Qiao with her arm.
Did you hear that?
"Later, we can order whatever we want." Luo Qiao smiled. "Look at how happy you are. Don't talk too much now, or you'll distract others from watching the show." Zhou Wanfeng, sitting on the other side, also gave his daughter a thumbs up.
Good job.
Many people around were whispering, talking about the 3 young women who just finished performing. Some were eager and excited to approach them. Unfortunately, after the show, Yuan Weihan and Zhou Wanfeng didn't give anyone a chance to talk to them and quickly took the girls away. The 5 of them went to a state-run restaurant not far from the military camp and ordered a few dishes. Zhou Wanfeng said, "Your on-the-spot performance today really surprised me.
You did very well.
Let's toast with water to celebrate your great performance today." Yuan Weihan also smiled. "You 3 work well together. Your performance is just as good as professional performers from a cultural troupe." Yuan Jianing laughed. "Of course." Yuan Weihan reached out and tapped her forehead. "You're not humble at all." Yuan Jianing rubbed her forehead. "You were just praising us earlier. I'm just being honest." Everyone laughed. As soon as the dishes arrived, people from the military camp came over to greet them. They all praised the 3 girls' performance and subtly asked about their identities. Since there were no private rooms, even though they chose the corner spot, they were interrupted several times during the meal. By the time they finished, it was around 7 p.m. Yuan Jianing originally wanted Luo Qiao to go back to the main compound with her, but Luo Qiao said she wanted to visit her grandparents, which she had already arranged. Yuan Jianing understood that the new year was coming soon. Though she felt a bit reluctant, she understood. She said, "Then you should go home early on the 2nd day of the new year." Hearing Yuan Jianing say early, Luo Qiao smiled immediately. "Okay, I'll go back early." They said goodbye to Zhou Xiaomin and exchanged contact information before parting ways. Yuan Weihan said, "Wait a moment, I'll have someone take you back later." Yuan Jianing replied, "Second uncle, we can just take the shuttle bus. There's another one at 7:30, right?" Qiao also said, "Dad, Jia Ning and I will take the bus home. There were quite a few people when we came, so I'm sure they'll be on the same bus. Please call the family later and ask third brother to meet Jia Ning at the outside platform. I'll see her onto the bus before I leave." Yuan Weihan wanted to say more, but Jia Ning said, "Don't worry, second uncle. With so many people around, and since I've trained before, I can take care of myself, even if I'm not as skilled as Qiao." Seeing that his niece and daughter insisted, Yuan Weihan had no choice but to say, "All right, I'll see you both off." When they arrived, the bus was already crowded, the same one they took earlier. The ticket seller recognized them immediately and smiled, "You're lucky. There are 2 seats left." Yuan Weihan quickly paid for their tickets and gave a few instructions before getting off the bus. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned back. "Qiao, aren't you and Jianing going shopping tomorrow?" Did you agree on a meeting place? Qiao opened her crossbody bag, took out a pen, and wrote a string of numbers on the back of the bus ticket. Dad, give this number to Mom. It's the family's shared phone number from Grandpa and Grandma's side. If anything happens, just call this. Yuan Weihan asked, do you remember the home phone number? Qiao nodded, yes, I remember. Don't worry, I know all the family members' numbers. Only then did Yuan Weihan leave the bus, watch it depart, and turn away from the station with a smile, heading toward the military gate. Jining said, tomorrow I'll go along too. Qiao smiled. Sure, let's go together. Jining chuckled. Just after shopping, I'll go back to the courtyard with second aunt. It's a pity you can't come with us. It would be more lively. Qiao looked out the window at the passing scenery. On the second day of the new year, I'll come over. Besides, without me, you're still the favorite at home. Jianing laughed loudly. I'll tell Grandpa and the brothers what you said. Qiao smiled. They'll definitely say, yes, Ningning, you'd better cherish this. Then, both of them laughed. To avoid disturbing others, they shook their shoulders as they giggled. After they had enough fun, they heard a girl sitting in front of them say, hello, I'm Manhwa. Your singing tonight was really beautiful. Yuan Jining smiled and said, thank you. Then a few girls who greeted them looked a bit dismissive, with one saying, what's so proud of? Just lucky, that's all. A boy sitting nearby whispered, don't cause trouble. Luo Qiao turned to look at the speaker and remembered him, thinking that anyone can be. The boy blushed after being looked at by Luo Qiao and felt embarrassed to be with her cousins. He thought he wasn't very capable and kept offending people. After getting off the car, Luo Qiao saw Yuan Jining get into the car heading back to the big yard. Then she turned to leave and find her own bus. In Jishur City, Louis Chen carried the New Year gifts from his workplace home. Shirtu had already cooked the rice. Brother, you're back? Shirtu asked. Louis Chen put down his things and said, Shirtu, I brought some vegetables. Put the lunchbox on the stove to keep warm. Shirtu took the lunchbox and headed to the stove. Tomorrow is the 30th. When will sister come back? Louis Chen paused briefly and asked, do you miss your sister? Shirtu nodded and said yes. Louis Chen replied, after dinner, let's call her. Shida's eyes lit up. Really? Brother, do you have sister's phone number? Louis Chen thought to himself that he had gotten it from Luo Xiyuan. Yes, I do. Shirtu said, let's call her now. It's late. She should be resting. Anyway, the food isn't ready yet. The two happily prepared and went out, but unfortunately, the reply from the call was that she wasn't there and was watching a show and wouldn't be back until after 8 p.m. Luo Qiao returned home. Her grandfather told her someone had called earlier from Jishur City. Luo Qiao immediately knew it was Louis Chen. No one else would call her. She suddenly smiled. Just as she finished speaking, Uncle Sun's voice called out from outside, Luo Qiao, your phone. It's from Jishur City. Luo Qiao told her grandparents, and then quickly left the house again. Luo Xuyan, hearing her speak, got out of bed and put on his shoes, but when he came out, he didn't see her. He turned and asked, Grandma, where's my sister? I heard her talking. Zhou Guifang smiled and said, she'll be back soon. She went to Uncle Sun's to answer the phone. Luo Xuyan hurriedly put on his warm coat. I'll go get her. Lord Daoren did not stop him, helped him put on his hat, and prepare to go out together. Just then Luo Xuyan said, it's cold today. Grandpa, go back first. I'll go pick him up myself. Hearing this, Luo Daoren felt very happy. His eldest grandson was really getting better. He said, it's okay. Grandpa is just going out to see Uncle Sunday. I have something to do. He turned to his wife and said, go get what you prepared. I'll take it to my little grandson, so I don't have to make a special trip. He probably isn't with anyone right now. Zhou Guifang hurried to the kitchen to get the things, and the grandfather and grandson left together. Luo Qiao came over just after greeting Aunt Sun. The phone rang. Luo Qiao answered, hello. Hello, Qiao, this is Louis Chen. Luo Qiao thought, why has he changed how he calls her since she returned to Beijing? But since everyone calls her Qiao, she didn't mind how he addressed her. Yes, I know. It's a call from Jishur. There's no one else but you. Louis Chen's deep voice came through. Shirtu said he misses you, so I took him out to make this call. Actually, he wanted to say he also missed her, but he was afraid it might scare her, so he didn't. Shirtu was eager and reached out to try to take the phone, but Louis Chen quickly asked, "Did your grandpa say you went to the army performance this afternoon?" "Yes, I went with Sister Jianing. The performers from the art troupe really did a good job. It was worth watching." Hearing that she went with Yuan's girl, Louis Chen felt relieved. Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Today, Jianing and I, plus another girl, performed a show." Louis Chen said, "Really? That must have gone very well." His tone was confident, so it must have been a successful performance. Luo Qiao replied, "Yes." Everyone cheered loudly. "I think it went pretty well." Louis Chen, who came from the army, could guess what the scene was like. The girl was becoming more and more outstanding, so he knew he had to work even harder. Shirtu was anxious and shouted, "Sister, Shirtu misses you." Louis Chen then brought the phone close to his ear and listened carefully himself. Luo Qiao said, "Sister also misses Shirtu very much. Have you been completing your homework on time lately?" "My sister, I have finished everything, and I am almost done with my winter holiday homework. I also help my brother cook meals. Everything is going well between me and my brother, but both of us miss my sister." Luo Qiao chuckled and said, "How do you know your brother misses your sister? You little troublemaker. Really, I am small, but I understand everything. When my brother goes to feed the chickens, he stays in the yard for a long time. When he comes home, he looks at those 2 pots of orchids and seems to be thinking. My classmate said that this is called missing someone when you see familiar things." Louis Chen reached out to cover Shirtu's mouth, but it was too late. He didn't know how Luo Qiao would feel after hearing this. Would she start avoiding him? Still, he felt strangely happy that Shirtu said what he wanted to say. He quickly grabbed the phone and said, "Don't listen to him nonsense." Luo Qiao deliberately asked, "Is what he said all false?" "Oh, no, not exactly. It's just..." Louis Chen suddenly felt nervous. He had never liked a girl before. Even before anything happened, when someone tried to match him with Luo Jinwen, he never felt his heart move. He slapped his forehead, thinking that a real man shouldn't be timid. He didn't want to scare her by saying it too soon, since she was still young. But she was so outstanding. If he didn't say it now, and she was surrounded by many good boys, he might regret missing her forever. He made up his mind and said, "Yes, it's what Shirtu said. Shirtu and I both miss you." Luo Qiao didn't know why she wanted to tease him, so she smiled and said, "Oh, you and Shirtu are the same. I understand." Louis Chen, feeling anxious, said, "No, it's different. I miss you very much." Luo Qiao was stunned when she heard this. She originally wanted to tease him a little, but now she was a bit surprised by his answer. How should she respond? But inside, she felt a sweet feeling. She hadn't been in a real relationship in her past life. She watched many online dramas, but had almost no real experience. Since she didn't hear Luo Qiao's reply, Louis Chen felt a little worried. He really didn't want to be eliminated before taking action. His heart was pounding like a drum, waiting for the verdict. In the cold winter, his palms were sweaty. Shirtu looked up and asked, "Brother, are you feeling hot?" Louis Chen was about to tell him not to cause trouble when he heard the person on the phone laugh. Although Luo Qiao couldn't see Louis Chen's current expression, she could imagine his mood. Actually, Louis Chen looks very much like what she likes, and he's really a good choice. Now, his little flaws aren't a problem for her. She thinks she can consider him. Her ideal partner should be mature, steady, and able to tolerate her. Thinking about the more than a year they've spent together, they still have good understanding and chemistry. Luo Qiao thought for a moment and said, "Some things can't be ignored or misunderstood. They need to be discussed face to face. Do you understand what I mean?" Louis Chen heard Luo Qiao's words, exhaled deeply, and was glad he didn't refuse outright. He clenched his fist to encourage himself. Next to him, Shirtu asked, "Brother, why are you cheering on the phone?" This was a gesture Luo Qiao often made, so Shirtu asked Louis Chen about it. Luo Qiao burst out laughing when she saw this. Shirtu is just too adorable. Louis Chen looked a bit embarrassed and glared at Shirtu, signaling him to be quiet. Sure Tu immediately mimicked Luo Qiao's habit, making a zipper motion at his mouth. After a few simple words, they hung up the phone. Lui Chen's heart was very excited. Although he spoke without preparation, and Luo Qiao didn't give a direct answer, it finally eased a big burden in his heart. After Luo Qiao hung up, she turned around and saw her grandpa and older brother coming in together. Luo Su-yen smiled and said, "Sister, I'm here to pick you up. Are you cold? I've steamed some sweet potatoes on the stove for you." Hearing this, Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun looked at Luo Daoren in surprise. Luo Daoren smiled and said, "Qiao Qiao has been treating her older brother recently, and the results are good." The Sun family was even more surprised. A few days ago, Aunt Sun mentioned something about it, but no one took it seriously. This girl has been sick for 20 years, and everyone in the neighborhood knows it. Luo Qiao, so young, couldn't be cured by doctors at the hospital. How could she be able to do it? They just mentioned it briefly, and Luo Daoren and Luo Qiao didn't explain further. Luo Daoren handed over a basket and said, "This is from Aunt Sun's family. It's a New Year gift from the family Luo Qiao treated. I brought it for you to try some." Sun Ming waved his hand and said, "That won't work, Uncle Su. This year, Su Yuan and Su Yan are back, and your beautiful and talented granddaughter is here too. You should keep her to eat with us." Luo Daoren smiled and said, "Keep her. This is a small gift from our family. You've helped us a lot over the years. Besides, when there's good food, everyone should share it happily. Don't refuse." At this moment, Sun Ming turned to his wife and said, "Just take it. It's from Uncle Luo and Aunt Luo." Aunt Sun took the gift and said shyly, "Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. It's a blessing from Qiao Qiao." Luo Xian said, "Sister, let's go home." Aunt Sun quickly spoke up, "Xian, wait a moment. Let me clear the basket for you." Luo Xian said to Luo Qiao, "Second brother keeps looking at the clock and keeps looking out the window. He must want to come out and see his sister. When will he be able to stand up?" He heard from Grandpa and Grandma that Su Yuan didn't know when he might be able to stand again, so he asked his sister. Luo Qiao said seriously, "It will be soon. When the weather gets warmer, you can all go play in the woods behind the house." Luo Xian asked, "Really?" Luo Qiao nodded, "I never tell lies." Luo Xian smiled, "Yes, my sister never lies." Luo Qiao was thinking about how she promised to bring roast duck and Beijing-style snacks to her big brother yesterday. She was determined to bring them back tomorrow to honor her brother's trust in her. Aunt Sun brought out the basket. Just as they were about to leave, the phone rang again. Sun Ming answered, "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Oh, Hao Tian, wait a moment. Your dad, your daughter, and your son are right here." Sun Ming looked at Luo Daoren and said, "It's Hao Tian's call." Luo Daoren picked up the phone. "Hello, Hao Tian." "Dad, did Sun Ming just say my son is here too?" "Yes, I brought Su Yuan and Su Yan back for the new year." "What's the matter?" "Really? When did you bring them back? I didn't hear you mention it before. It's been a few days since they came back. Do I need to tell you everything about them?" Hao Tian felt uncomfortable. Over the years, whenever it was about the older or younger brothers, his father never showed him any kindness. He asked cautiously, "How are they doing recently? Can you take care of them?" "Don't worry about it. Tomorrow afternoon, come early to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Your mom and I are getting old, so don't expect ready-made food." "Dad, got it. How's Qiao Qiao? I want to say a few words to her." Luo Daoren handed the phone to Luo Qiao Qiao. "Your dad wants to talk to you." Luo Qiao Qiao took the phone. "Hello, Dad. Qiao Qiao will pack up and come over tomorrow morning. Is there anything you need me to bring?" "No, I have something to do tomorrow. I might not be home when you come." "You're going out tomorrow?" "I was thinking of taking you to the department store. I made plans with someone. I have to go out in the morning, and I won't be back early in the afternoon. I also need to visit my master." Luo Haotian felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to go earlier, take his daughter shopping at the department store, and buy her some things. But he didn't expect her schedule to be so busy. He could only say, "No problem. We can go after the new year. On the first day of the new year, I'll take you to the temple fair. It's very lively there."
Okay.
When the time comes, bring your eldest and second brothers. We'll go together. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the other side. Luo Qiao, you ungrateful girl. All you care about are your brothers. I, your fourth brother, am not even mentioned. Luo Qiao burst out laughing. I haven't even had a chance to speak, and you've already yelled. Fourth brother, you're really childish. Luo Xiyuan, hearing this, felt a bit better. I thought once you had your eldest and second brothers, you'd forget about me, your fourth brother. Luo Qiao smiled. Why didn't you mention third brother? By the way, will third brother be back for the new year? Luo Xiyuan replied, last time he went to your place, he already took leave. He probably can't come back for the new year. Luo Qiao felt a little disappointed. Oh, I see. That's really a pity. Qiao, can you postpone your plans with others tomorrow? Fourth brother won't be working either. I plan to take you shopping. I've prepared the money. Thanks, fourth brother. I'll save it for my future wife fund. See you tomorrow afternoon. Luo Qiao pulled her eldest brother over and said, Elder brother, come here. Say a word to Dad, and our fourth brother. Luo Xuyan looked a bit nervous. Luo Qiao said, Elder brother, don't be nervous. Just talk to me as you usually do. They'll be coming over tomorrow. You've met them before. Luo Xuyan hesitated for a moment and said, but I don't remember. Luo Qiao said, it's okay, you can say whatever you want. Luo Xuyan took the phone, looked at his sister, and then imitated Luo Qiao, saying, Dad, this is Xuyan. Fourth brother, hello. Hearing Dad, Luo Haoyan on the other end of the line immediately burst into tears. Many years had passed, and because the second son held hostility toward them, every time they visited him, he would have a bad reaction. Later, their parents told them not to go anymore. These years, only he knew how much he had suffered inside. When he was a small child and experienced such things, Ning Shuling's words were heard by the children. After Su Yuan, he initially refused to speak, then began to resent them. In the first few years after their parents took them away, he visited whenever he had time. Later, after he was transferred to Jisher, he visited less often. Thinking that Ning Shuling would also visit tomorrow, it would be the first time they met in 20 years. He couldn't help but feel a headache. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Su Yuan had a bad reaction tomorrow, or if he got upset and hurt their parents. Looking at Ning Shuling sitting there watching TV, he felt extremely angry inside. None of the 5 children were close to her. The eldest and second son, of course, didn't need to be said. When the third and fourth children were born, Ning Shuling needed to go back to Beijing for treatment. After returning from the hospital and staying at their parents' house for 2 months, their relationship eased a little. The third and fourth children were about to start preschool, but because Ning Shuling's health was poor, she kept the third and fourth children in Jisher to attend school. Ning Shuling took Jiaying alone back to Jisher to follow the army, because she still had work there and couldn't leave her post for too long. Until the third and fourth children reached middle school, she finally retired from the army and returned to Beijing. Maybe because they had been apart for so long, Ning Shuling's relationship with her sons remained distant. So, after graduating from high school, the third son directly joined the army through connections. The fourth son, Ning Ke, was unwilling to stay at home and preferred to go to the countryside. He was sent to the suburbs of Beijing for over a year before he got the chance to come back. If tomorrow's situation upset Su Yuan again, what should they do? It was the new year, and they couldn't just not let Ning Shuling go. That was hard to say. He sighed, thinking it was better to give Ning Shuling a heads up first. He got up and turned off the TV. He didn't believe that she hadn't heard their phone call just now, so there was no need to beat around the bush with her. He directly said, "You heard it just now. Mom and Dad are bringing Su Yan and Su Yuan back for the new year. You should avoid them tomorrow." Ning Shuling first looked at Luo Haoyan, then nervously asked, "Why are they coming home for the new year this year?" Luo Haoyan looked down at her and said, "Since you haven't taken care of them for the past 20 years, their matters are no longer your concern. I just hope you stay away from them tomorrow, and it's best if Su Yuan doesn't see you." Ning Shuling was furious. "Luo Haoyan, what do you mean? Why should I avoid him? I haven't gone to see them all these years. It was his grandparents who didn't let me.
Don't you know that?
Luo Haotian looked at her and said, "Don't forget what you did back then. You hurt their feelings first, so this is the result. Don't blame others when something happens. Think about what you did first." Ning Shuling's eyes turned red with anger. "I was wrong about them back then, but you also know my situation at the time. I was 7 months pregnant with the third and fourth children, and I needed someone to take care of me. I didn't have the energy to take care of them. And besides, that was just words spoken in anger. When the second brother took it seriously, it's not all my fault. So many years have passed, and you're still holding on to it?" Luo Haotian looked uncomfortable and said, "I don't want to argue with you. Without a mother like you, you've ruined their lives. And yet you stand here justifying yourself and blaming others. It's truly unreasonable." Hearing Luo Haotian say she was unreasonable, Ning Shuling trembled with anger. "Luo Haotian, you might as well just say that I shouldn't go over tomorrow and celebrate the New Year with you. Then you can all be happy and peaceful." Luo Siyuan watched his parents argue again over this matter, then got up and went back to his room. When he was young, he didn't remember much. When he was in middle school, his parents returned to Beijing, and he and his third brother came to live with them. But because of issues with his older brothers, his parents argued a lot. The more they talked, the louder they got. He and his third brother had already gotten used to it. The 5 siblings also had a tough life, especially with such a cold mother. She gave all her love to a stepdaughter who wasn't related by blood. Thinking about it, it was really funny. He and his third brother went to school early, and at that time, Qiao Jining had just started elementary school when she returned to Beijing. But whenever they had conflicts with Qiao Jining, regardless of who was right or wrong, her mother would always defend Qiao Jining. In the beginning, he and his third brother were often taken advantage of by that little girl and suffered losses. So before Qiao returned, the relationship between the 2 brothers and Qiao Jining was always strained. In front of others, they only maintained superficial politeness, never the close sibling bond seen in other families. Sometimes he couldn't understand what his mother was really thinking. His father was actually quite good to him, but why was his mother never satisfied? He sometimes felt like his mother was like a clown, unaware of how many people in the neighborhood admired her for having a handsome and caring husband. But what about her? She always criticized her own man in front of others, which sometimes made her own father feel embarrassed. He sighed and covered his head with a blanket to force himself not to think about these annoying things. After Luo Qiao and the others returned home, Luo Su-yen went straight to the stove, took out the baked sweet potatoes, and cleverly prepared a pair of chopsticks in advance. Luo Qiao hung up her coat, washed her hands, and her older brother handed her a sweet potato. "Qiao, try this. It's especially sweet." She peeled the skin in her brother's expectant gaze and took small bites, saying, "Big brother, it's really delicious."
"Thank you."
Luo Xian smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. I'll bake sweet potatoes for Qiao again in the future." Qiao held the sweet potato with chopsticks and gently knocked on her second brother's doorframe. "Second brother, I'm back." Luo Xian turned to look at her. "Come home earlier at night. It's not safe to stay out too late." Qiao smiled lightly. "Second brother, once you're better, you can run 3 laps in the woods behind the house every morning. Of course, you can start with fewer laps and gradually increase. When I come back during summer vacation, I'll teach you some self-defense skills. One day, I'll show you what your sister is capable of." Luo Shiyuan listened carefully and silently remembered what his sister said. After finishing the sweet potato, Luo Qiao said, "Second brother, go to bed early. Later, I'll change the light bulb in your room to a higher wattage. You always get eye strain this way." After speaking, Luo Qiao left the yard, saw her grandmother tidying up in the kitchen, and her grandfather organizing the food her grandmother prepared during the day. She had just sent her second brother to bed and turned to leave the yard. Wait for half an hour before coming back. She carried a woven bag into the yard. Grandma Zhou Guifeng saw her granddaughter wasn't in the house and was about to go look for her. She asked, "What are you carrying?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Grandma, these are good things. I told you before, the meat seller said he would send me some meat." Zhou Guifeng, feeling worried, patted Luo Qiao on the back. How bold you are. If something happens to you, how will we explain to your father? Luo Qiao smiled and said, It's okay, Grandma. I brought these things earlier. I didn't dare to bring them straight home because I was worried if someone visiting might see. So I left them outside first. Hearing this, Zhou Guifang was still angry but thought the girl was smart to hide things outside first. She then remembered that her granddaughter was just trying to help the family eat better. Her anger eased a bit, but she still warned sternly, You can't do this again. You're still young, and it's too dangerous. Luo Qiao nodded with a smile and said, I understand, Grandma. When Grandpa and Grandma took out the items from the bag, they were truly surprised. Inside, there were 3 fish weighing over a pound each, about 10 pounds of pork belly, a lot of ribs, 2 chickens, and 2 rabbits. Grandpa Luo Daren looked at his granddaughter and asked, Why did you buy so much? It must have cost a lot. Later, your grandma will make it up to you. Luo Qiao wiped the smile off her face and said, Seriously, Grandpa, I told you I have my own money. I bought these to help you all stay healthy. Don't think I'm too young to understand. Over the years, you haven't saved much money. My older brother and second brother have a lot of expenses each year. Your wages probably just cover those costs. You've worked hard these years. This is my gift, and I hope you and Grandma won't feel distant from me, okay? Grandpa Luo said, It's not as hard as you think. Most of your father's salary over the years has gone to us, to pay for your brother's treatments. It's been tough, but we've made it through. Now, seeing your brothers improve every day, all the hardship was worth it. Nothing makes your grandma and me happier. We are content. The next day, Luo Qiao woke up early and went to sit in the woods behind the house. When she returned, she helped Grandma prepare breakfast. After finishing her chores, Luo Qiao said, Grandma, I need to go out soon. I might be back around 3 in the afternoon. Is there anything the family still needs? Guanfeng Zhou said, We don't lack anything at home now. Yesterday, people brought so many things, and you brought back a lot of meat. Don't spend money recklessly again. Seeing that the kitchen was no longer useful to her, Luo Qiao washed her hands and prepared to treat her eldest and second brothers first, so they could eat soon. Luo Qiao entered the room. Second brother, I'll give you the acupuncture first today. Luo Shiyuan nodded, unbuttoned his pants. His calf could now move on the bed, but he still couldn't stand up. He's made good progress. Watching his sister skillfully insert the needle, Luo Shiyuan asked, Qiao Qiao, are you going out later? Luo Qiao didn't look up and continued her work. Yes, I have plans to go out with someone and I also need to visit my master. Luo Shiyuan said, Come back early then. Luo Qiao looked up and said, Second brother, no matter who you meet today, stay calm. When you're upset, just think of me. She then casually took a box of essential balm from her pocket and handed it to Luo Shiyuan. If you can't control your temper, put this on your temples. After giving her eldest brother a few more needles and completing the meridian therapy, she just finished massaging her second brother when she heard Grandma outside saying, Dinner is ready.